Hold on, wait. I got to call it to order, and then I'll do it. Okay. Right. It's okay. No, it's good. It's good. Good evening and welcome to the City Council and Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, April 16th, 2024. I now call the meeting to order. Now please join me in standing as the chamber choir of Christ Lutheran School leads us in the national anthem and remain standing, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Great job. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
one more time for the choir from Christ Lutheran School. And kids, I was watching the monitor. They did get a really good shot of you. So do check that out tomorrow and send it to your grandma and grandpa. Okay. Now's a moment for our solemn expression led tonight. We're so lucky to have our I'm going to say old friend, but our longtime friend, he's kind of old too, Phil Eiskens from Lighthouse Church. Phil, Pastor Phil, you have the floor.
Yeah, they do call me Grandpa sometimes, brother. So, you know, I always find it a privilege to be here and speak to the City Council and Mayor Stevens, Lori Ann Farrell Harrison. I consider a privilege, esteemed City Council. I always get a little nervous. I think I've said it before, because as a pastor, I'm compelled not to only pray, but hopefully I can say something of a pastoral nature that would rise to the level of a solemn expression. And so I remember when I was in elementary school, and I always saw the golden rule when I was a kid above the chalkboards, and it said, do unto others, and have them do unto you. And unfortunately, we don't see that anymore over the chalkboards in our schools. But Scripture tells us something quite similar, as it commands us to love our neighbor as ourselves. And considering our Love Costa Mesa event, which is approaching here rather quickly on May 18th, Scripture defines love not as a feeling. Love can certainly have feelings, but rather than a feeling, love is a commitment to others and a commitment to our communities. And Scripture says this of love. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast or brag. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. Love keeps no records of wrongs. That's a big one when I do a marriage ceremony. Love keeps no records of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. And now these three remain, faith, hope, and love, but the greatest is love. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight so full of anticipation, knowing that Costa Mesa is a great city, Lord. And I have to say, with great leaders, great leadership. a great community. I've experienced that in the 14 years that I've pastored here in this wonderful town of Costa Mesa. So Lord, tonight we want to lift up the city council, that you would temper all of their decisions with love, Lord. And we pray for the police department that so earnestly needs our prayers in this environment that we find ourselves in today. And Father, we pray for the fire department. We just pray that you put a hedge of protection around this great city, Lord, that we might thrive and be the kind of people that other cities would just look to and say, wow, we want to be like this city. So Father, we pray these things in the mighty name of your Son, and everybody says, amen. Thank you very much.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much to you, Pastor Phil. You're an important part of our community. We're lucky to have you. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, let the record reflect that all council is present.
All right. We're going good. So we have two presentations tonight, and I was just listening to Pastor Phil, and I'm inspired to flip them. So let's do the working wardrobes presentation first, if that's okay, and then we'll do the street vending enforcement update second, in as much as that's going to be done by our staff. So tonight we are very honored and privileged to have the CEO of Working Wardrobes, Bonnie Pomash, sharing information on the organization's milestones and resources. Next year they're going to have she's going to tell us, they're going to have their 35th anniversary, what they're offering to the community. Joining her tonight are Working Wardrobes Public Affairs Committee members, Chris Colley and Thomas Lotz. So you folks from Working Wardrobes, we're happy to have you here, and you have the floor.
Perfect. Clicker is working. We can now begin. Hello, Mayor, City staff, City Council members, and community members. My name is Chris Colley. My day job is actually to head up all of Orange County for an asset management firm called Invesco, but the way that I give back to my community is actually serving on the Public Affairs Committee for Working Wardrobes for the last 4 years. It's my job today to introduce our CEO, kind of fun. I thought we'd walk through a little bit about what our organization is about before she gives us some additional details. In Orange County, Working Wardrobes is a household name. You look at the pictures that are kind of in front of you, literally in our name is the word wardrobes. You see it. These are what we call our success suits. What most people don't get a chance to see, it goes beyond the wardrobe. What happens before they ever receive these things? The suits themselves are actually a reflection of the progress and the change that our individual clients have undergone based upon our services. The bigger change is the update to their operating system, the work that we do with them behind the scenes to help improve who they are as individuals and make them more ready and prepared to join the workforce or to rejoin the workforce, as the case may be. It's actually our job specifically to be able to help transform these. We see these individuals make these transformations before our eyes. It's actually Working Wardrobe's primary goal is to change all of Orange County, one person at a time. I'd now like to introduce the CEO of Working Wardrobes, Bonnie Pomash. Bonnie, please share a little bit more about Working Wardrobes.
You're seeing a transformation happen in front of your very eyes, and that is a transformation of a human becoming empowered through employment preparedness with dignity. Our mission is to help individuals overcome all sorts of barriers to gainful employment. In fact, last year we helped over 5,579 individuals create these transformations. We didn't do it alone. We partnered with 185 other agencies that are really good at what they do. What we're really good at is preparing individuals for the workforce, helping them overcome all sorts of barriers. And other organizations have given us some credibility that we're pretty good at this. The Orange County Register's readership has named us a Best Charitable Organization 2 years in a row. Orange County's Business Journal named us a Best Places to Work 2 years in a row. And this year, we became a top-rated workplace in Southern California, as deemed by the LA Times. On a national level, we've received a VETI, which is a Veterans Employment Services Award. All of that lends itself to, as you mentioned, coming up on our 35th anniversary, we will have reached much more than 125,000 lives in another year. This work is aimed at helping people overcome barriers such as mental health challenges, involvement in the justice system, housing and food insecurity, experiencing domestic violence, entering or re-entering the workforce after age 55, transitioning from military service to civilian workforce. And no matter what, all of us face the extraordinarily high cost of living here in Southern California. We know that it takes over $100,000 to support and survive as a family of four, not thrive. Gainful employment through workforce development then addresses all sorts of communal issues. We all care about housing, education, public safety, food security. All of these are human issues. When you are not gainfully employed, you are making terrible choices on the top line. The top line choices of, do I afford my rent or my utilities, my medical bills or my groceries? When we are gainfully employed, we are making both and choices, and that means our entire community thrives as a result. So it begs the question, how do we do it? At Working Wardrobes, we create individualized employment plans. These plans include first identifying where are we headed. Sometimes that's an assessment to figure out what the goal is. And then we chart a course over everything in the way. It's often certifications and upskilling trainings. Of course, there's mock interviews and resume prep. Chris mentioned our signature wardrobing service, which is really the finishing touch of confidence on the outside that is a reflection of the updated abilities on the inside. Most people don't know that we help men and women, that we help youth and seniors, that we help military and veterans, as well as the justice involved and impacted. This client's transformation happening in front of you is just beautifully augmented by his quote, and that is that it matters very much how we treat each other. He said, "Your human touch and acceptance was a healing balm to my innermost hurts." This is reflective of an organization that approaches this work in a very different way. It's through individualization and dignity that we meet every person on their employment journey, helping them become gainfully employed. How do we fund these services so that our clients, over 5,000 people, receive them at no charge all year? I'm glad you asked. First, it is through fund development, as you would expect. Every nonprofit is seeking individual and corporate contributions. We also have social enterprise, which is a business within the business that is supporting the business and the business of impact, not creating profit. So we have 3 stores called The Hangar, and one of them is right here in Costa Mesa. It is a very popular place for people who are looking for incredible value on clothing that is new with tags, vintage, and very stylish everyday wear, men's and women's. Beautiful location. The third way that we fund these services is as a contracted provider of government. So the state or the county, the cities might fund our services as a reimbursable contract. We're a provider of these workforce development services. We fund this mission in partnership with you. The citizens, the corporations, our legislators, our incredibly dedicated government officials, our elected officials. So I have to ask you, how will you own your power, bless you, to create transformations? How will you personally own your power to create transformations? Our state faces huge budget cuts, and that always trickles down to our local economies. I invite you to please remember how high the return on an investment of workforce readiness is. A person being taught how to fish to be able to sustain themselves through work is an incredibly effective method in helping address all of those human issues I mentioned before. If you haven't yet, I want to invite every single one of you to come and tour Working Wardrobes. We are easily located off of the 55 in McFadden, and we have tours every month. In fact, this Thursday at 4 p.m., I invite you to join me for a tour. You can scan that QR code or just go to our website. And I highly encourage you to sign up for our newsletter. It comes out every 2 weeks and will keep you apprised of what is going on and how we are serving our community, how you can volunteer and get involved to help create these transformations that lead to self-sustaining success. Mayor and council members, are there any questions that I might be able to answer for you about working wardrobes?
Any questions, council? Yes, Councilmember Harper.
How much of your funding comes from private sources versus the government or the state?
I'm so glad you asked. It's essentially a third, a third, a third. The graphic I showed you showed about a third coming from individuals and corporations, about a third coming from our social enterprise, and about a third coming from contracted services.
All right, good stuff. Anybody else? Hey, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, thanks everybody. Working wardrobes. All right, and now we have the presentation by staff on the street vending enforcement update. There's a lot of stuff going on there, and so he's coming up as we speak. Scott Drapkin. Mr. Drapkin, you have the floor for a brief update.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Tonight's presentation is intended to provide the council with a status of the city's enforcement activities related to illegal street vendors. In the recent years, the City Council adopted local sidewalk vendor provisions pursuant to the State Safe Sidewalk Vending Act. The Costa Mesa Sidewalk Vendor Permit allows local vendors to obtain a permit for sidewalk vending per state law and requires various permit conditions to be complied with. According to the OC Health Agency, the street vendors that are operating in the county on the sidewalks and other public rights-of-way cannot be permitted and pose an imminent health hazard based on unsanitary food preparation and operating conditions. As an example, the vendor equipment shown on the left of the slide are operations that can be licensed and permitted by the county, and the vendors shown on the right cannot be permitted based on health and safety standards. Approximately a month ago, staff started receiving complaints from residents and businesses about unpermitted sidewalk vendors operating in the city. Soon after, staff started noticing many more of these operations occurring citywide. During the initial response to these operations, staff went out and contacted the vendors to see if they had a permit from the county health department. Once staff determined that these vendors did not have a permit to operate, staff provided the operators with education on how to obtain vendor permit. Staff also informed these vendors operating without permits that they would have to cease operation in the city. Staff soon noticed that many of these vendors, after being told to cease operation, would leave and either return after several hours or relocate somewhere else in the city. Basically, staff had mixed results when our early investigations and enforcement stages. After it was determined that staff's initial response strategies were not getting the necessary results, staff made some changes to our enforcement practices and also reached out to the county health department. Staff created a 5-pronged approach. First, we shifted staff resources to the hours that these vendors were operating. Second, we worked to make the contact with the vendors early on to prevent setups. Third, we organized joint inspections with the Orange County Health Agency. Fourth prong, we coordinated inspections with police presence, which significantly helped. And fifth and last, code staff held a roundtable with 10 other Orange County cities to discuss vendor enforcement best practices and strategies. After the city's enforcement team shifted to being more proactive in collaboration with the Orange County Health, city and county staff went out during several nights of the week and closed down these operations, and in many situations impounded the cooking equipment and destroyed the food. On some occasions, the police also impounded related vendor vehicles for code violations. This really seemed to assist in reducing these vendors. From this point forward, the city started seeing significant decreases in the amount of sidewalk food stands, and our last week activity showed most of the week with no vendor setups. During our ramp up of vendor enforcement, Costa Mesa Code staff also held a county roundtable with code staff from 10 cities in Orange County. The roundtable was intended to listen and learn from other city sidewalk vendor efforts, and what we discovered was that our local enforcement evolution is similar and effective as the other community approaches. During the roundtable, code staff also learned that some of the other cities are working together in coordinated efforts to prevent vendors moving from local area to another after being shut down. So this concludes staff's short presentation, and staff will continue to shut down illegal sidewalk vendor food operations in the city, including improving our staff ability to quickly stop these operations, potentially modify enforcement to include the use of a third-party contractor to impound and store illegal equipment, and continue to work with the county and adjacent cities to prevent illegal vendor operations. Staff is available to answer questions.
Council, do you have any questions of Mr. Drapkin regarding this issue? Councilmember Harper?
Mr. Drapkin, I like your five-prong approach. Is there any component where you've got, residents contacting you or someone in the city directly? Because they've been to the meetings here, all of us have felt that. Is there a more efficient way for them to communicate so they don't have to show up here at council meetings and they can? And where would I tell them to call if they ask?
Certainly, code enforcement is always available to those type of comments and concerns. We also have the Costa Mesa online board that allows for.
So I'd tell them to call the number that's code enforcement at the city, and that should get them. Okay, sure. That's helpful. And how many in the last week have we interfaced with?
So interesting enough, the last week has shown none of the, so to speak, taco stands with the generators and the lights. What we have enforced is a couple of the tamale stands. So, and those are the small carts that really aren't allowed by the county health. And
okay, so tacos, tamales, it's next it's fruit, I guess. We're going to go after the fruit. I'm kidding. That's all I have tonight.
Now, this was just the good sign is that the taco stands were not popping up last week.
Right. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, Councilmember Camaros.
Thank you, Mr. Drapkin. That was a good presentation. How much is a permit?
I'm not clear what a permit was, and unfortunately, my code staff's not here who could answer good specific questions like that. But there is a local city permit that's required, and I'm sure it's under $200 or around that.
Can they do it online?
There is an online way to get that, yes.
And do they have to have insurance?
I don't know that specifically either. There's a code provisions for all of these things, so they have to have a lot of conditions of approval and operating requirements.
Okay, and in line with what Councilmember Harper was saying, if we wanted to provide enforcement, say at 11 o'clock at night on a Saturday, how would we go about doing that?
Most likely the police would be the best person.
Okay, so we
yes.
call the police department if we have a constituent concern about a vendor stand out on the street.
Correct, and the police are working hand in hand with the code staff, and in a lot of nights, especially recently, code staff have been out late in the evening as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. So the taco stands that were popping up that we basically shut down, that were preparing food, those are not allowed anywhere in Orange County. Is that right?
Correct.
But yeah. So when I was in LA, I went to a show right near for the Beverly Hills and West Hollywood, and I ate at one of those places. Is it allowed in other counties, including LA?
My assumption is it's not allowed in LA just from the health perspective. The county health is similar to the LA county health, Orange County that is, and so I would assume it's not. When you're cooking on the sidewalk, you don't have the sanitary conditions that you would require based on the health agencies.
I guess I'm lucky then. That's fine. It could be an enforcement issue or something like that. But it's county to county. There's no state law that covers it, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. No other questions. Okay. Thank you. Good job. All right. Now we've come to the time where we're done with our presentation. So now it's time for public comment. Always an excellent part of the meeting, and everybody gets 3 minutes. We go first to the people that are in the chambers, then we go on Zoom. The rules regarding public comment are as follows. You could talk about any topic other than what's on the agenda. You could also talk about closed session items. You get 3 minutes. At 2 minutes, you're going to hear a ding. Then you have 1 minute within which to wrap up. At the 3-minute mark, your mic goes off. So with that, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. I'd like to address a few issues tonight. The last council meeting, Councilmember Reynolds shared her concern that public safety employees do not understand how the enhanced 19th Street was safer. I think Councilmember Reynolds does not understand how much less safe West 19th Street enhancement is. The enhanced 19th Street has created rush drivers. Some former West 19th traffic now navigates through adjacent neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are now less safe. Cars rush to merge into one lane. Turning right from that single lane is very difficult. Merging from a business into the single lane is no easy feat. The deletion of the center lane between Monrovia and Placentia has created situations where cars swerve into the bike lane to avoid waiting for the car to turn left. That is what my picture shows. The most dangerous part of what the city has done to West 19th Street is eliminating a westbound route for emergency vehicles. How are the fire trucks at the station off of Park Avenue going to reach an emergency near 19th and Placentia? They're not. The traffic that you created, the unnecessary traffic from the bike lane that nobody uses, is going to put people's lives in danger because emergency services cannot travel down West 19th. Councilmember Chavez thinks that narrowing West 19th Street is the only way to reduce emissions and to ensure that people are content and happy. Is that what you seriously believe? I hope you misspoke. Anyways, the city needs to fix West 19th Street. You broke it, you need to fix it. I believe that the council will start to hear from residents about this shortly. Secondly, there is zero, and I mean zero, enforcement of permit parking on nights and weekends. How can there be? There's only 4 cars that have the technology to enforce permit parking. Is the city sharing this information with the newly permitted streets on Joanne and Federal? Or is the city once again engaged in fraud by omission? Finally, the attitude of this council majority towards development is extremely dangerous to the future stability of our city. The development that you're going to bring is going to create instability in the future. You want to increase the population by 40,000 in this city? You're going to seriously create dog-eat-dog environment where it's either me or you, and it's insanely unsafe because all we are is one disaster away from having total chaos. And your answer is to try and solve a problem that doesn't exist. There is no housing crisis.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. Today, something very special happened to me. As you know, over the last 20 years, I have spoken about how first responders have become my family heroes. Over the last 22 years, since first responders saved my son's life. I've been taking goodies to Station 4 at Orange County Fire Authority. This 2 weeks ago, I delivered more goodies, and as I handed the basket of goodies to one of the young firefighters who came out of the bay of the fire station, he said, "God bless you." I felt blessed again today. First responders were at my home within minutes after I called 911 with Joe's cardiac death. As I was walking today from City Hall at the southeast corner of Vanguard and Fair, I got the walk signal. And as I stepped into the crosswalk, 2 motorcycle officers from the Costa Mesa PD rolled up, helmets, goggles, and uniforms. And I gave my high five, called them my heroes, and one of them said, "Hi, Flo." I felt reaffirmed and my heartstrings were warmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Flo. That's nice. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
I'm glad to speak, Council and Mayor. My name is Len Redmond. I always never really know what to say at one of these things. I was here last year about the same time, but I live at West Bluff Village condos at Victorian Canyon. And yesterday I made my normal walk, which I do several times a week, to my son's Sage Scrub Rehab Eagle Project at Fairview Park. And on the way home recently, my health is kind of getting not so good, and I have to stop. I stop at the Miss UC Freibauer Memorial Bench at the Waldorf School right there on the way, about halfway home. I was thinking, should I come to the meeting tonight and talk about our problems at Fairview Park again? Because I was here about last year, same time, talked about the mustard incursion and the Christians project we've had over the years. And later, a couple days later, I got to talk to Kelly Dalton, the Fairview Park head, and his sidekick, Paul. Told him about what we saw, the problem. Nothing happened. So this year, in the 1st of January or so, I asked for another meeting. He came out with Paul again, well, this time with my son Christian as well. We walked the thing, showed what the problem was again. Mustard in the city's area. Christian's area is clean. The mustard comes from the city area into his area every year. You got mustard everywhere. So I decided tonight, we're not going to resolve, and I haven't heard from Kelly Dalton since. I've been to 2 Fairview Park Steering Committee meetings. They won't talk about it. There's no response. So what I'm going to do, hopefully, is come back in each 3-minute segment at other city council meetings and present some of the snippets of the thousands of photos and videos we have of the progress that has been made or not made in the park that we're aware of since Christian started his projects back in 10 years ago, both his Sage Scrub project and his Oak Tree Coast Live Oak project down in the riparian area. And not to complain or moan about why the city or the Parks Department isn't doing anything, but to try to get implemented in the new programs and contracts that are being awarded that cover rehabilitation of the park, that they include mustard removal and mitigation completely for the duration of the project, not just for a few weeks or a few minutes or as soon as the contract is paid off. That's it. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Members of City Council and esteemed citizens, greetings. Today we stand before you not only as community members, but as passionate advocates for a cause that affects countless lives in our community, the fight against epilepsy. As we approach the upcoming Star Wars-themed Epilepsy Walk Orange County fundraiser on May 4th at our local Tewinkle Park, I am reminded of the powerful message embedded within the Star Wars saga, a message of unity, courage, and hope in the face of adversity. And everyone here is invited. The Epilepsy Walk Orange County is more than just a fundraising event. It's a symbol of solidarity and a beacon of hope for individuals and families affected by epilepsy. And by participating in this walk, this community event, we not only raise much needed funds for our direct programs and support services, but also raise awareness and foster a sense of belonging for those living in our community.
I urge each and every one of you to join us in this noble cause. Whether you are a Jedi Knight or a humble moisture farmer, your presence and support can make a world of difference to someone struggling with epilepsy. Join us as a volunteer, a walker, or a donor. Together, let us channel the spirit of the Star Wars saga. Let us be the heroes that our community needs. Let us stand together, shoulder to shoulder, in the fight against epilepsy. You have the power to make a child's last seizure their last seizure. May the force be with us and the cure as we embark on this journey together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes,
Buenas
ma'am.
noches. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo y soy una promotora de salud aquí en el condado de Orange. Pues hoy más que nada vengo para compartir con ustedes, ¿verdad?, algunas inconveniencias que tenemos en nuestra comunidad en el distrito número 3. Sabemos que se siguen desalojando familias que ya tienen 35 años, 21 años viviendo en esas propiedades. Sabemos que ustedes pasaron una ordenanza el 7 de noviembre y sabemos que también está la propuesta de ley, la SB 567. Sabemos que una de las razones por las que pueden ser ellos desalojados es por falta de pago de alquiler, incumplimiento de contrato. Y no les quiero decir punto por punto porque este papel lo tienen ustedes aquí. Entonces ustedes deben de saber lo que cubre esta ordenanza. Yo me reuní con Nick y con Tony el día 14 de marzo, donde estaba expresándole las preocupaciones por las familias que están siendo desalojadas sin causa. Porque lo que estaba hablando con ellos, que mientras que no sea demolida una pared donde ponga en peligro la vida de los residentes que están habitando la propiedad, pues no pueden ser desalojados, ¿verdad? Pero estamos viendo que las cosas están sucediendo de diferente manera. Y nosotros no queremos decirle al dueño cómo haga las cosas, ni a ustedes tampoco, pero pues sabemos que hay leyes que amparan. Y si nosotros estamos tratando de cumplir la ley, lo que esperamos es de que ustedes también hagan que se cumpla. Las familias están pasando por problemas emocionales, por no poder entender. Y una de las cosas que nosotros estamos pidiendo es de que si se van a tomar decisiones, que ellos tengan la información en su idioma para que puedan entender las decisiones que se han tomado, pero que también ellos entiendan que va de acuerdo a la ley. Porque hasta nosotros hemos sido insultados de decir que no sabemos lo que hacemos, que estamos perdiendo el tiempo de venir a hablar aquí con ustedes porque ustedes no hacen que se cumpla la ley. Nuestra gente está muy lastimada y creo que ellos tienen el derecho de vivir con dignidad. Gracias.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Juana Trejo, and I am a promotora de salud here in Orange County. Today I've come to share with you some inconveniences that are going on in my community in District 3. We know that there continues to be families that are being evicted, families that have been living here for 35, 21 years living at those properties. And we know that back in November 7th, you passed an ordinance, as well as we know that there is a bill in order, SB 567. We know one of the reasons that people are being evicted is because they lack the money to pay rent or other reasons, and I don't have to go, or they breached the contract, and I don't have to go point by point because you have the paperwork here, so you should know the reasons why people are being evicted. I met with Nick and Tony back in March 11th, and I expressed some of these things about how there are unjust evictions going on, and unless a wall is being demolished or that's causing danger to the residents living there, they can't be evicted. And we're seeing that things are happening very differently. We don't want to tell the owners or landlords what to do. We also don't want to tell you what to do or how to do it either, but we do have laws that protect us. And we're expecting for those laws to be met, and we're expecting for you to make those laws be enforced. Families are going through emotional problems because they're not able to defend themselves. And so what we're asking for here is for when decisions are made, for you to share that information in the language that the family can understand, so they understand the decisions that are being made and that they understand that those are according to law. We've been insulted, we've been told that, we don't know what we're doing, that we're wasting our time coming here and talking to you all because you're not enforcing the law. So that's what I wanted to mention. And every single family here has been harmed, and everyone deserves to live with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Roberto. I am with Resilience Orange County. And I wanted to talk about if maybe the council can get an update on the tenant protection ordinance that was passed in November. We just had the new state law, SB 567, which was mirrored, the local ordinance mirrored state law. That went into effect April 1st. And so I think it would be great to get an update on that to see if the city has received eviction notice. And this past Friday, our organization hosted a Know Your Rights forum with Public Law Center right by Joanne Street, and 3 families came to us during that event and that they had received an eviction notice. This was after November 7th. And so having the city, I'm curious to see if the city has tracked those 3 eviction notices that were given. And so, because I think maybe from not their own fault from the landlords not sharing this information with the city, but I think it's important that when there are evictions that the city is aware of that. I also wanted to talk about for the city to maybe consider something similar to what a sunshine ordinance, which is like in Santana. It's very hard to only get a notice from the city's agenda the Friday before the meeting. In Santana, I believe it's 10 days or 11 or 12 days out. So it makes it easier for us to understand what's on the agenda and participate in our local government when we know ahead in advance that something's on the agenda. So I urge you to please consider that to give us more time, the public more time to be aware of what's on the agenda. And lastly, I also wanted to talk about Center Street. There is an alleyway behind Center Street. It's called Plummer Street. I had talked to Public Works last week about inquiring the public right-of-way. And so it's my understanding that it's partially private, partially public. And, this street, this alleyway, some of the trash cans are, tagged up, they're old. Lighting is very bad, and just I think the conditions over the years it's been deteriorated. And I know we took a walk with Councilmember Chavez, and so I just wanted to follow up and see if something can be done around improving this alleyway, this public right of access, and that's pretty much it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, council members, citizens. My name is Mario. I'm 30 years old. I've been living in Costa Mesa all of my life. I live in District 3. And I'm here today because I have things to say. The city does not follow through with the help that they assure. The legal aid help provided by the city is not available via the phone number provided. I called, no one answered. I left a voicemail. Per the automated system, only leave one voicemail because there's a lot of cases that they need to go through. It's April, no one's getting back to me. My issue here is that the city says they have provided $100,000 for legal aid. I called in January, no one helped me. Did anyone else get help? I don't know. That's our tax dollars. Now, the next issue. I went to various workshops. One in particular was hosted by Nate Robbins, who works with the city, and was attended by Arliss Reynolds. Nate Robbins assured me that an inspection would be made prior to approving permits. The permits were approved in about 3 weeks. No one went to my home to check if the permits were what was issued. No one has gone. No one has gone yet. No one has said they're going to go. I haven't heard anything yet. The next issue, there's $500 for relocation assistance. One of my neighbors just moved out and asked for the $500 relocation assistance. Tony from the community outreach team that works with the city, he told her that for the $500, it's too late to ask for them now. You have to get that pre-approved. And the city does it with the moving company of their choice. Now, that sounds sketchy. I read a bunch of papers. I didn't see anything like that on there. I'm speaking here because we all have jobs. We can't just say things and not go through with them. That's not how our jobs, that's not how jobs work. And the last point I want to make clear is that we paid the month of March. So how do you explain that we got a notice to terminate tenancy on March 24th of 2024, with our last day being May 24? That's not 60 days, that's less than that. The permits that were acquired have much less substantial remodeling than the substantial remodeling paper that our property manager has sent us. I'm sure you guys all have this as well. I made that connection. I'm not sure why anyone from the city hasn't made that connection about why there's a difference between the permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, City Council. It's good to be here. I'm here, Ida Wolf, and I'm here for the senior centers at Costa Mesa. We are totally against the builders that want to come in there. What the senior centers are, we are clubs. I can go anywhere to any senior center, and I don't have to live in that town, and I can enjoy whatever they're doing that day. I even go to Long Beach. There's no problem because they are clubs for the seniors. Let's see. You do not, yeah, I told you that. We have not started up our trips yet, and they had trips there before where we went different places. That totally fills our parking lot. Everything fills our parking lot from time to time. Now, I can park there and somebody pick me up, and I can come back and get my car because we are a senior center. I can do that on weekends. I can do that after hours, and I can do that during the day. You will not go by a senior center on the weekends that you don't see cars parked in there, because that's what we do. We are a club. And the only people that I can find that want that built is the Lighthouse Church right down the street from us, because they think their people are going to be in there. They're going to get free housing, free food, free medical, free take care of my dog and feed it, and free rides on our parking lot. And then they're going to have a dog run when all we're going to smell is dog piss and shit, and then we're going to have it mixed with marijuana. We don't have room on our parking lot. We really don't. So I don't know what happened to the saying, don't ask what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And that's what the churches should be preaching. I am tired of them wanting to take care of us. And another thing is we need more police. In Laguna, they give tickets for marijuana. I do not have to smell their smoke. And that we need more police giving more tickets because the air is so filthy. And that's why they're moving out of New York. They cannot walk out of their houses without being their lungs full of marijuana. And I think you should take a good look at.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. I don't see anybody else in the chambers. How about on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment. So now's the time for comments from our council members, committee reports, comments, suggestions, things of that nature. First up from District 2 is Council Member Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In light of our very long agenda, I'm going to try and be very brief this evening. I'm just going to cover a few things. I just want to reach out to the young lady with Resilience Orange County who said that she's being told that she's wasting her time. I just want to let you know personally, if you have a problem in my district, you can come see me. We've already spoke. You will not be wasting your time. Okay? I'm here for you, and if you need help, you know how to get a hold of me. Secondarily, I did attend a great collaboration with Newport Mesa Unified School District, in which they put together a program with the city for STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I had 2 individuals come from the operating engineers that work for a laboratory that work as special deputy inspectors. One of them makes $65 an hour and the other one makes $40 an hour. The last time I checked, those were livable wages. I can tell you right now firsthand, there's nothing that comes secondary to training and education. And if you have a chance yourself or to put one of your children into a program in which they can be successful, I would absolutely take that opportunity. We had a great turnout at the Norma Herzog Center. We had a lot of young ladies there. There was a lot of educational speakers and great representatives, and I'm sure my my counterpart will also be speaking, Councilmember Reynolds, on this as well. Other than that, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Next up from District 1, Council Member Don Harper.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank whoever brought the working wardrobes people here to give a presentation. Who is that? Who brought them here? No, well, I thought
They asked to come,
asked
and
to
I
be here.
said it was okay.
I think that was great, Mayor Stevens.
Thank
And
you.
I thought I was a little insecure about wardrobe and me, but it turned out okay. And I'd love if I get their contact information, I'd like to reach out to them and go on a tour and possibly support them. It sounds like a great cause. As I listen tonight, a couple things from the community that I keep hearing, and we've heard a lot of complaints over the last series of meetings, and I have tried to say, you can call me directly, you can call us directly. Yeah, I'm beginning to think the city needs a complaint hotline, and that needs to be accountable to the council so we can see. I hate when people have to give a Tuesday night to sit here, certainly listen to me, but to complain, I'd rather have us dealing with it earlier than later. I'd rather, if the council wants to be held accountable, the staff can give us the comments and share them with us, and we can follow up as needed. So, and Scott, the taco stands, haven't any complaints, haven't heard anything, so I think whatever you did is effective, and I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Good ideas. Okay, so next up from District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thanks. I'll be quick tonight. I would like an update. I actually had already asked the city manager for this during our check-in yesterday, but I would like an update on the status of the rental assistance program and the eviction protection work that we have done, especially now that the new legislation is out and in effect. It's interesting. I had actually heard from several of the property managers and landlords who were unhappy. So tenants are also unhappy, it would be good to understand how many cases we've handled, and any information you might share, City Manager, during your report would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up from District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Great, thank you. Also interested in an update on the tenant protection ordinance and rental assistance program. I think 6 months out, it'd be great to hear how that's going, especially with the new hires, and how we're addressing some of the concerns that we're hearing from the community. I'd also like an update on the parking permit program. This could be in the next month or so. I know we've got streets enrolled, new streets enrolled, old streets enrolled. Just love to hear how that's working, and how especially the enforcement is working given the new technology we purchased for that. Wanted to share a few updates from the committees for which I'm liaison. So in the last few weeks have had meetings at the Fairview Park Steering Committee. It was great to have our new Director of Parks and Community Services there as well. I know he's got a lot to catch up on that topic in particular, but it was exciting to see that there will be more rounds of engagement coming up this summer in terms of public engagement. And there was some really good discussion about youth engagement, so I've encouraged staff to connect with Newport Mesa on that. Also, the master plan survey for Fairview Park is still live, so if you're interested in giving input on that, that's posted, and I'll ask staff maybe we can circulate that survey and just remind people it's still out there for input. At the mobile home committee, which meets quarterly, we have a really great presentation tomorrow that I'm looking forward to by SoCal Edison. They're coming to share about 2 programs they offer, one that's specific to support for people who live in mobile homes, but then the other is general support in terms of lower rates for people of low income, for lower income folks. So I'm excited for that committee to get that information. I think some of it's going to be very relevant for our broader community, so we'll look at ways to get that information out as well. And then finally, many topics of interest always at Active Transportation Committee. That committee is meeting tomorrow in this building to work on the e-bike ordinance. So folks who are interested in that may want to participate or listen in on that conversation. Other than that, I just wanted to give a few quick thank yous. The Women in STEM event that Councilmember Gameros mentioned was really, really fantastic, and it's always nice to have our transportation team members there. I don't see them in the back. Our transportation manager, Jennifer Rosales, and associate engineer, Christina Okendo, were there. And special thanks to Evis Torres, maybe she can hear me, for her help in bringing flowers for all of the panelists. Thank you also to the transportation staff for the traffic calming work that we're doing on Whittier, near Whittier School. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Next up is Councilmember Chavez from District 4.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. 3 quick topics. The first, I want to invite everyone to join us this Friday for our strategic planning retreat happening 9 a.m. at the Norma Herzog Center. The City Council will be reviewing the priorities for the next year, and we want to make sure everyone has their input heard. I know I particularly will be focusing on housing, tree canopies, and other infrastructure projects. Secondly, I agree with members Reynolds and Marr. I would like an update on the tenant protection program we passed back in October. I'm curious to see how it's going, how many cases we've received of evictions, and if anything we need amended on that. And also want to know, if not done so already, if someone could talk to Mr. Mario about his concerns before he leaves the council chambers today. And then finally, I just want to thank staff for the good work on the street vendor program. I applaud your collaborative process. Ultimately, we do need to work with the county and neighboring cities, but I appreciate your thorough breakdown of the approach, and it does seem to be working, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Jeffrey Harlan from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 2 quick items, requests for staff. So first, I was at Harper Park earlier this morning, talking with one of our police officers, park rangers, and it dawned on me that our 6-month pilot project should be coming to a close fairly soon, especially with the summer approaching. School will be out, so I'd like to get an update on what is going to happen next and how we can make sure we reallocate police resources wisely for the summer. And then secondly, I haven't heard anything about our Parks and Open Space Master Plan update in ages. I think council was consulted on this over a year ago, so I'd appreciate an update on that as well. That's all.
All right, we're moving. So for my part, let's see, I went to the Radiant Healthcare Center's gala, as I said I would last time. I did dress as Tevye, as I said I would. And it was great to see council members Reynolds and Marr there, and Deputy City Manager Alma Reyes. No, I know Alma Reyes. It just takes me a while, you know. It's all there. It's all there. Anyway, but listen, we had a great time, and you know, seeing what the presentations were. It's wonderful to have an organization like that that provides needed health care to the LGBTQ plus community. It's the only one in Orange County, and we really need that for our community. And I was happy that Costa Mesa was recognized as really the only city that was there supporting that cause. And I wondered where the other 33 cities were, quite honestly. We have the State of the City on April 24th. Just trust me, it's going to be fun. It's going to be like an event that you have never been to before in your life. You're never going to forget it till the day you die. And that's all I'll say. For better or worse, you will remember it. But I think it's going to be for the better. It's going to be very entertaining and informative. I had a meeting yesterday with the panel. The panel is going to be Ryan. He came in for David Vasquez, and I can't remember his last name, from Vanguard, and also Wes Smith, who's our superintendent, and Angelica Suarez, who's the president of OCC. They're going to be a panel of educators. It's going to be very interesting. You're not going to hear too much from me, but just enough to be tolerable. So thank you to Arliss Reynolds, Councilmember Reynolds, and Brett Atencio Thomas for teaching me so much about e-bikes. And we rode really all around the city. Thank you to the Electric Bike Company for providing the bikes for that tour. And I'm really interested in continuing to collaborate with them and the Active Transportation Committee and our PD on this e-bike ordinance. And and thank you for everybody who came out, to the members of our Animal Services Committee, Priceless Pets, many vendors, and of course our PD at the Bark Bash over at T. Winkle Park. And finally, I want to mention something. So I'm on the OCTA board, one of the directors there, representing the 5th district that goes from here all the way down to San Clemente. And it's the weirdest thing. I got initiated or sworn in January, and I was like, where are all the cameras? I mean, you know, we're sitting here, we're looking at our camera. The kids did the national anthem. They can send a link to their grandparents. And I went back and I said, what's going on? Why don't we have video? And so the board on my motion, voted 11-2 to institute videotaping, live streaming, and archiving at the OCTA. I mean, they've been going for as long as the OCTA's been going. They spend billions and billions of dollars over that time, and they don't have that level of transparency, but we're bringing it to that organization. And what occurred to me in doing that was not only why they need it, and I'm glad that we're doing it at the OCTA, but how we shouldn't take for granted what we have in the city of Costa Mesa. We have an award-winning CMTV, but more important than that, everything that we do at the city, everything that staff does so well is enabled by council members and council members that came before us. Every park that you go on, you see those plaques. Somebody voted to spend the money for that. And so 20 some odd years ago, and I meant to look up who it was, somebody right up here on council voted that we were going to start this videotaping and live streaming. I don't know who they are, maybe Peter Buffa or Mary Hornbuckle or some of the greats that we all know and love. But I'm grateful for them, and I hope that we can pay it forward and do something tonight or during our terms that people are enjoying and proud of 20 years from now. So that's all I have. City Manager Farrell Harrison, it's time for your report. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Stevens. Good evening, council and esteemed public. Just had a couple of updates for you this evening. First, regarding the street vending, I just wanted to give another thanks to our staff for handling that issue. We know that was a big concern for our residents and our council. So just wanted to thank our Assistant City Manager, Cecilia Gallardo-Daly, of course, Scott, who was here earlier giving the presentation, but also our code enforcement team. They've really been on the front lines of this issue, and so congratulations to Fidel Castro and Renee Macias and all of the code enforcement officers for switching their schedules, going from just partial coverage on the weekends to 4 people all on the weekends, in the evenings. And so just really happy that we've been able to get that situation under control. And so just wanted to share with the public, we do have a non-emergency hotline if you do see illegal street vending. If anybody is cooking on a sidewalk that's illegal, there can be no food preparation and cooking out on the sidewalk. There can be food trucks that are legally permitted by the county, but not, if you see meat on a spigot, that's illegal. And so we urge you to call 714-754-5252. That's our non-emergency hotline. Please do not call 911, as we want to make sure that legitimate emergencies we can attend to very quickly. The non-emergency hotline, again, is 714-754-5252. There's also the My Costa Mesa app where you can report illegal street vending if you see that. On the tenant eviction protections, we'll be bringing a report at the next meeting. We had hoped to do it for this meeting, but we're still gathering a lot of data and information. But we'll be able to share with you the number of workshops that have been held from an education standpoint, the number of landlords and property owners that we've assisted. We've been keeping that, the families and individuals that we've also assisted, the permits that we've reviewed in terms of, the volume and the amounts, and, that kind of information. So we're happy to bring that. We're excited to bring that to you. Like any new program, for one, there will be stops and starts. There'll be implementation challenges, but also opportunities. I think so far the program has been working. We're not really hearing here on the floor of all the families that we've helped and all the evictions that we've actually prevented. So usually people will come when they want change, right? And so if something's working well, typically, you're not going to hear about that here on the floor. We'll hear about it offline. And so I want to make sure that you have that information, too, for a full, well-rounded, really data-driven conversation about what's happened. And then any services that we've provided. We've put families up in motels so that they're not suffering from the elements, especially during this time of year. And we've had families in parks that we've been able to actually house until they get permanent housing. And we've staffed up so that we can provide those outreach services. And so it's been a pretty significant effort, and we're happy to report on it at the next meeting. And I will follow up on the Parks and Open Space Master Plan. I know that master plan was done several years ago, also during the COVID timeframe. Some of that information's outdated. We'll work with Brian Gruner, our new Parks and Community Services Director. We can also talk about it at the Strategic Planning Retreat, just to make some decisions about how to move forward with the information that was provided by the previous consultant. But thank you so much, Council, for this opportunity. Thank you, public, for always being so engaged. Flo, thank you for loving our public safety teams. It's always great to hear some positive reinforcement. And with that, back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So also, I have before we turn it over to the city attorney, I have an update. It's Ryan Hartwig from Vanguard University. He's the provost and vice president for academic affairs. So again, I seem to have a mental block when it comes to the Vanguard panelist, but I'll get through this. City attorney report, Mr. Preziosi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report at this time.
Oh, okay. Excellent report then. Consent calendar. A consent calendar, by the way, what we do is we just vote on it in one motion unless somebody from the public or staff or council pulls an item. And just make a note to the clerk that Councilmember Gameros needs to note a recusal on consent calendar item number 5, the priceless pet rescue item. And it looks like a member of the public has pulled consent calendar item number 6. Other than consent calendar item number 6, has anything else been pulled?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, member of the public has pulled item number 5.
Okay, Item number 5. Okay, so why don't we then get a motion on the balance?
Move the balance.
Balance moved by Councilmember Marr, seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Let's call for the question.
Mayor,
Yes.
I apologize. I was slow to get my agenda. Can I pull 4 just for a quick clarification?
Okay, no problem. So we'll pull number 4. Councilmember Reynolds is pulling 4. So we're voting on 1, 2, 3, and that's pretty much it, right? 1, 2, and 3. Let's go.
Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent. So let's go down from 4, 5, and 6. So let's start with 4.
Thank you. This would be the minutes, Mr. Mayor.
The minutes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Can I just jump in? Yeah, there was one clarification. I know this was an item where we had motions, substitute motions. I worked with Ms. Green to confirm the motion, but there was one piece that I thought was missing. And if council agrees on this change, I'd like to get that in the minutes as well. So this is the third bullet on the substitute motion, that we directed staff to bring back strategies and needs to accelerate rezoning. I believe I had said in the motion to strategies and needs to complete rezoning within 2 years. And that was an important piece of sort of the timing of getting that rezoning done. So to clarify, it was not directing this to get done in 2 years, but directing staff to tell us what you need to get this done in 2 years. So if council supports that clarification, I'd like to make that change.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
So the change would be replacing
Have-
to accelerate rezoning with, to complete rezoning within 2 years.
I understand. Any questions, council? No, we're not voting on anything. We're just, I guess we have to vote on the item to approve the minutes.
Yeah.
So that's her amendment to the minutes that's being offered. So if that's an amendment, you want to,
Sorry, forgive me. Are we voting?
we have to open it up to the public, I think, technically. So did you have anything more to ask?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, forgive me. Are we voting that the minutes are inaccurate or?
Just, we're voting
Amending
for
something.
the minutes with the amendment that it was just,
Can you restate that, what
Yeah.
you said?
Yeah, so if you look at the minutes on page 7, there's one of the bullets says, direct staff to bring back strategies and needs to accelerate rezoning. My recollection and certainly my intent with the motion was that we had said direct staff to bring back strategies and needs to complete rezoning within 2 years.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
can I offer that staff go back, rewatch the video, and confirm their take on the minutes rather than trying to do it ad hoc without it in front of us right now?
I think that's a great idea.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we just defer this and we'll bring, well, actually, we got to vote on it, right? So we got to open it up to the public. Let's open it up to the public and then, council can make a motion however they want to make.
After vote?
So let's open it up for public comment. Does anybody have anything on public comment?
Well-
Nobody? Anything on Zoom? No?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay, now we'll take a motion. Anybody want to make a motion?
Well, let me suggest, so if council doesn't think that was the motion, I'm fine dropping it because I think this will come up on Friday. So I don't think it's worth coming back to it. So I'd like to make that change because that's what I thought we agreed on. But if folks don't want to vote on that now, I think we're going to talk about it Friday anyways. So I'm happy to just drop it.
Procedurally, I don't think we should be making ad hoc changes to the minutes. I think we should just reject the minutes and ask staff to bring them back, correct?
Okay, we've called the.
Clerk?
I'll second that.
We've called the item. Is that a motion?
It is.
I'll second that.
Great.
Do you understand the motion?
I mean, city
Madam
clerk, correct me if there's a better way to handle this.
It's whatever you prefer. It's okay.
Yeah, we control the motion. So it's seconded, and the motion is to, what again?
We're not approving the minutes and requesting city staff bring them back.
You know what? Sorry. Let me just kind of thinking about timing and going forward. My intent in bringing this was to make sure staff had clear direction. Because we're probably going to talk about this on Friday, I'm happy just approving the minutes.
So you just do you want a substitute motion to approve the minutes?
Sorry for making this complicated. I'll do a substitute to approve the minutes.
But hang on, this is about the minutes. This isn't the ordinance, right?
Correct.
So
It's just what is accurate. We
It's
just,
a piece that's
yeah.
just staff direction, yeah.
Right, but the minutes are the minutes. I mean, there's no editing, right? We're accepting or rejecting what was recorded. In this case, I think we should just send it back to staff and have them bring back the minutes in an accurate way.
There's absolutely no downside in doing that. So I support that. So that's your motion. You got a second from Councilmember Reynolds? Or
Hold
do
on
you-
just 1
Are
second.
we good to vote on that?
Hold on, let me.
I think technically I did a substitute, so I'll withdraw that and we'll go with the first motion.
Okay.
Okay, let me get it
Are you
back in there.
capturing all of this, Brenda?
Yep, I am.
Let's call for the question.
All right, we can do that. Ooh, is it allowing it?
Second if we need it.
Yeah. Hold on just 1 second. It's not allowing me now. Oh. Sorry, I thought I had it. Yeah, that's, let's do this. Manual, one more time. Well, there we go. All right, well, let's just do all in favor on deferring the minutes. I can't get it back in there.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any against?
Motion carries 7-0.
All right.
Thank you.
That was a deceptively difficult motion. It kind of reminds me, and Mayor Pro Tem will attest to this, is some of my 2-foot putts that I miss when deceptively difficult. Okay, so let's go with number 5, consent calendar.
This is the Animal Care Shelter Services Priceless Pets Rescue Contract, and it was pulled by a member of the public.
Okay, let's open up public comment. Hold on 1 second, Sue. I need to enable your mic. There you go.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I think that Councilmember Gamaros has a conflict on this item and needs to leave the dais.
Oh, he needs to leave the dais? Okay, you're right. Go.
That's correct.
You have to go, come back at the end. It's not just, normally you just don't vote on it, so it's okay. Because it was pulled, you have to go. It's nothing personal. All right, Sue.
Hi,
Floor.
my name's Sue Lester. I'm late in the game here, obviously, because it's on the consent calendar, but I really wish you guys would not pass this the way that it is. This is a worse contract than the one you had initially with the two entities that didn't play well together. I didn't see anywhere in any of the documentation that shows what accountability the vendor is going to have to give in terms of number of animals. And I can't see paying somebody $40,000 a month blindly without an accounting of what's happening. And that's the way it reads to me. It leaves an even more bitter taste in my mouth that we have a council member whose wife manages the place. When before he got elected, she was a volunteer. Then she became the volunteer coordinator, and now she's the manager of the facility. And I'm not saying that there's any impropriety there, but the optics are pretty ugly. I am curious. I understand only 2 people bid for this. That it was opened up for bid and only 2 people submitted bids, but I don't understand why we didn't actively reach out to people and ask them to make a bid. Like, from my understanding, we take care of Newport Beach's homeless people. They can't take care of our animals. They have a shelter. I mean, I don't understand why there was no conversation there. I understand it's severable. If the court deems it is, you guys can bail on it any time. But I'm just really kind of disturbed that you would enter into a 5-year contract with this particular entity. I mean, look on social media, people are complaining constantly that they don't answer the phone there, they don't answer the door there. I used to volunteer there. I hope that the entity that's listed on here is in fact the name of the incorporation that you guys are entering into the contract with, and that an in-depth background has been looked at. Also, in terms of your contract with documents, it refers to construction, it refers to all kinds of stuff, but it doesn't say anything about animal records or the job that they're actually doing there. So I think it needs some cleaning up, and I really, really wish that you wouldn't do this. This is a lot of money. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Becca Walls. I've been the chair of the Animal Service Committee here in the city of Costa Mesa since it began. Aside from the first year, I've been the chair, so at least 5 years, and continue to be the chair. So I do want to kind of answer people directly. So on the Animal Service Committee, we actually have over time assessed multiple different sheltering options. So when Price's Pets and Newport Center Animal Hospital were brought to the city of Costa Mesa, at that time, we broke down the numbers. We looked at OCAC. I know in this most recent, there were other vet contracts that were discussed. I personally talked to the head animal control of Newport Beach. There were several other places that were evaluated. So just to give kind of an example, 5 years ago, to buy into OCAC was $1 million plus $200,000 every year. And my most recent contact with OCAC was, well, we hold around 260 dogs right this moment and are euthanizing. So it begs the question is that who else can do these types of contracts? If OCAC is really actually our only other option at this point in the city of Costa Mesa, it would be $1 million to buy in, and 5 or 6 years ago, plus $200 and something thousand every single year. And so it costs quite a bit more. And with the 17 cities they're already contracted with, they're already turning away owner surrenders. So in the contract, no matter who the provider is for the city of Costa Mesa, it does talk about the Public Records Act. And so at any point, any animal can be identified, can get Public Records Act. Also, I just pulled it up on my phone. If you search Costa Mesa Animal Services statistics, all of the records are up there. It's usually about a month delayed. Government, sorry. But I just looked up through February of 2024. There's all the outcomes, and that's something in our meetings that we take a lot of pride in the monthly Animal Service Committee meeting. I would invite you to come. Our next one is in 2 weeks, I believe, or next week, I believe. We talk about making sure those statistics are reported in a way that's understandable for the community and things like that. So I don't think it's so much about the provider necessarily that your concern is, and maybe that is, which explicitly I know volunteers and staff say they don't have a phone. It's a 98% volunteer-ran organization, and the amount of phone calls would be atrocious, and I don't think there's enough people in the city to even answer how many phone calls. I mean, you can't even answer phone calls on street vendors, so how are you going to answer them when people want an animal? So that being said, I think that looking at any contract for this situation, we've really vetted it as the Animal Service Committee, working with the staff, working with the PD, working with animal control. So I think a lot of the concerns that were brought up tonight actually are things that have been vetted. I know personally I've spent a really long time doing research, following up, harassing everybody up here. Sorry. Or not. But yeah, so I think those things are addressed.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom? Close public comment. I'm going to make a motion to accept the staff recommendation. Second by Chavez. So I'm the liaison of the Animal Services Committee. I've been involved in this for a long time. Back in 2017, when we got rid of our last vendor, I was the one that, made sure that happened, and we were lucky to get Priceless Pets in at the time. And we were also lucky to put in place the Animal Services Committee back in 2017, and I'm very grateful for their work, and especially the chair, Becca, who just spoke. Also, more recently, we did a reorganization, and we put the animal care and the animal control function in our PD. And I have been working with them, Lieutenant Zelensky and of course Captain Watkins, and and the whole team, and they're doing a marvelous job. And so I wholeheartedly, accept this recommendation and make it part of my motion. So many things we're doing, and the reporting is rather good. I just wanted to report, I should do this more frequently in my comments, but we not only get reports, but they show very good results. And we are a no-kill shelter. We say we're a no-kill shelter, and there are metrics for that. In our last report that we got, there was literally zero euthanasia, and for any reason. And normally there are some, and when there are as Chair Wall said, when there's a euthanasia in our shelter, the reason for that is set forth and examined at every single Animal Services Committee. It's extraordinary that the work that they do for the city, the Animal Services Committee and our PD, and Priceless Pets has been part of that for the last, since the beginning of 2018. By the way, long before Councilmember Gamero's wife had anything to do with it. They've been doing great work in the city of Costa Mesa, and I'm also grateful for her work, and obviously his. He can't vote on this, but that's my motion. Anybody have a comment? No? Call for the question.
Motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay. Next up is number 6 on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been pulled by members of the public. Let me read the titles. Mr. Gameros, let me wait for Ms. This is second reading of ordinances entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development, Chapter 9, Special Land Use Regulations, Article 21, Location of Cannabis Distributing, Manufacturing, Research, and Development, Testing Laboratories, Retail Storefront, and Retail Non-Storefront uses of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code pertaining to cannabis storefronts. An ordinance number 2024-04, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Title 9, Licenses and Business Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code pertaining to cannabis businesses. And again, this was pulled by members of the public.
Okay, pulled by members of the public. So do we want to just start by going to opening up the public comments, and then if we have any questions of staff, we can go with that. Public comment is open. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys finally getting through this. I feel like I've been here so often, I might as well get a job. So Scott, if you have an application for me, email me. I appreciate you guys getting through this. One issue that I'd like to just confirm and at least get myself on record saying is I'd like to clarify that the businesses, there are going to be up to 35 CUPs, but the CBP, if a business is sold, can be, or a 50% ownership is changed, a new CBP would be required. So I just want to make sure that that specific issue, if a business has a change of ownership or if it's sold, they're not going to have a problem getting another CBP 5 years when everyone else is off this council. There's new city attorneys and everyone. I just want to make sure that that's clear in the record, or that it's clear in the ordinance that they won't have a problem reapplying for that at the same location. So that's my major concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hello, City Council. My name is Mike Hannigan. I'm an operating partner at Secret Garden here in the city of Costa Mesa. I'm here for my third City Council meeting in a row to bring up cannabis storefront signage. Can we please discuss that a 2-inch font size on 11 by 17 size sign is not legible to make any sort of a difference to our business? We might as well not have a sign at all if it's going to be that small. Our store, the Secret Garden, gets mistaken as a hotel daily. Across the freeway, our neighbor, Nectar, gets mistaken as a juice bar. A dispensary sign on a cannabis storefront provides valuable information to customers and enhance public safety by clearly indicating it's a legal and regulated store. The city and state should act as our partner based on our high tax rate that we pay. Helping increase our customer base will only help bring more tax dollars to help with initiatives such as low-income housing. Being that we are on a very busy street adjacent to the freeway, signage is crucial. We estimate a sign could double our sales as well as our tax dollars. There are numerous vape and smoke stores around the city that have signs that say smoke, vape, and more. I'm just asking that we be treated the same as any other tax-paying business in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you all for your service. Greatly appreciated. And thank you for working with the cannabis industry on listening to us and occasionally and more often than not kind of siding with us. I just wanted to recognize, and thank you to staff. The industry recognizes that staff's putting a lot of work in on this, and it's appreciated. We sent in a letter, and this wasn't pulled by a member of the public. This is pulled by 40 cannabis operations and consultants. That's not a little bit, that's a lot of bit. And they all agree that you should strike the financial interest holder to require a business license. Financial interest holder, according to state regs, requires disclosure. There's no issue with that. But the state does not require a city business license. How can it? Some cities don't even offer business licenses. That is not part of the state requirement. So why have an investor who lives out of state obtain a business license? It makes zero sense. Do you think it's reasonable that for Costa Mesa to be the only city in California to have this as part of their cannabis regulations? Are we really going to have attorneys who decide to take a piece of equity in a business have to come and get a business license? So at the last meeting, we figured out who did this, right? The city attorney's office stepped up and said, we did it. We learned what it was because the city attorney read it to us, but we never heard, not once, not any attempt as to why, right? So why is this necessary? Why was it inserted after the Planning Commission without anyone's knowledge? It wasn't ever part of a staff report. Why is that? What problem is it trying to solve? And we thought this was all a discussion. The City Council directed Planning Commission and staff to look at Measure Q. This is directly and specifically and intentionally Measure X. It has no business being part of this. So I can't resist. Will this require city staff to manage? Right? Because everything we try and do and ask of city staff, they come back and say they need another FTE, right? So please remove this language. It's unnecessary. It's unique to Costa Mesa. It wasn't discussed. You didn't have an explanation as to why you voted on it. We'll accept the other things that we asked for that the city council didn't do, but this is a gotta have. We need that to be removed, that a financial interest holder get a business license. It just makes no sense. Thanks again for your service.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Joseph Zapala. I am a landlord for a cannabis tenant here in Costa Mesa, and I have two primary concerns as a landlord. Number one, you want your tenant to be successful so they can continue to pay your rent. That's job number one as a landlord. And I feel that the signage ordinance here is prohibiting my tenant from becoming as successful as they can be. So I'm here to ask the City Council to be able to include the word dispensary on signage in the part of the signing permitting process that these guys have to go through to get their signs. So we don't feel that the word dispensary is offensive, and it would identify as to exactly what these dispensaries are doing here in our city. And secondly, my second concern as a landlord is if one of these dispensaries in our buildings happens to go out of business or not be able to sustain their business, we'd like to be able to, having had a building gone through what it takes to be certified as a location and be in the green zone, be able to replace that tenant when one of these other people become available on the list. It'd be nice if they could go into a location that's already been certified to be in the green zone. So we want some protection as landlords that we wouldn't be on an island with a building that couldn't be occupied by anybody moving forward without having to have lots of remodeling done. As you can imagine, there's hundreds of thousands, approaching $1 million of remodeling that goes into these buildings. And as landlords, we take a huge risk when we do this. And we just want some assurance in the language that another tenant would be able to move in that was licensed and certified by the city. Those are my two main concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Robert Taft, please.
Mr. Taft, you have the floor.
Sorry, I just unmuted there. Gonna get my 3 minutes here. Financially,
you got it.
Topic. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I object to the entire.
Now, hold on.
Yes.
Rob, now we can't hear you. So we could hear you and then you went underwater. So
Okay.
try again.
Can we start over?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I object to the financially interested party topic entirely. This item sticks out to me like a sore thumb. This item is here because of what the city did to Seven Leaf, which was wrong and unjust. Now they want to cover their tracks. What are we all pretending not to know here? Not to mention the assault on me personally. Yep, we are being targeted. Per people at the top of this city who told me directly themselves this week. Yes, sitting right next to you. And why? Because the 7 of you decided before the first applicant that there was going to be no cap. You even changed the state requirements to lead more applicants into this with no buffer zones, reducing the buffer and even changing the definition of youth center and parks. Remember? But once you had the money, you all have decided now, oh, we only want 10 stores open. The city created this problem. Now the city's solution is to add more regulations and cripple and set up the current operations to lose, to make room for the applicants who are waiting in line. Why? So they don't sue the city. Let's see how that plays out. Giving false hope to the other applicants while creating a system to fail the ones who did everything right. It's all BS. A total bait and switch. A lie and downright theft. It makes no sense. Here we have the legal cannabis market with the highest taxes in the city, state, and country. We are completely overregulated and overcharged, and now literally set up to lose by this city. And who pays for this? Us and the citizens, the taxpayer. What a joke. This change in the ordinance would make it harder, if not impossible, in some cases, to continue operating out of Costa Mesa. We make products here in Costa Mesa that are distributed statewide. We go by the same regulations put forth by the state of California and the DCC. What doesn't make sense here is these changes would create more work on staff. It would result in less tax revenue, and it would make it harder on the legal market, and it helps the illicit market, which goes against the entire spirit of the ordinance. 65% of the people voted for legal cannabis. That's more votes than any of you got. What does make sense is the city attorney put this in because what happened to Seven Leaf. Even after returning the products, yes, we are being targeted. Question, is this the way you lead? 7-0 votes and then flip like pancakes? Which way is the wind blowing today? By the way, huge sales on 420 at 420 cents.
Hold on 1 second. Your 3 minutes are up, Mr. Taft. Anybody else on Zoom?
Alexander Haberbush, please.
Mr. Haberbush, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me your time tonight. My name is Alexander Haberbush. I'm an attorney representing a number of concerned business owners and homeowners in Eastside Costa Mesa. One of my clients, John Upton, a resident of Eastside Costa Mesa, shares deep concerns about these changes to the cannabis ordinances of the city. Firstly, this proposal to potentially increase the cap to 35 retail cannabis businesses raises significant concerns. While I understand the intention might not be to reach this cap, the mere possibility opens the door to an oversaturation that our community is simply not equipped to handle. How are we safeguarding the interests and well-being of residents and businesses like those of Mr. Upton with such a high cap? Santa Ana, with 3 times our population, hosts only 30 cannabis stores. By that metric, the limit in Costa Mesa should be 10. Secondly, I want to address the glaring omission of the lack of a buffer zone between different cannabis retailers. The City Council has previously recognized the importance of such buffers by increasing distances from youth centers and introducing a buffer from residential areas, acknowledging the potential of negative impacts of overconcentration. Yet the absence of a similar buffer between cannabis stores is both puzzling and concerning. How can we deny a permit for 1858 Newport Boulevard based on concerns of overconcentration, yet not codify a measure that directly addresses this issue? Is this an oversight or a deliberate choice? And if so, what is the rationale behind it? This oversight becomes even more critical in light of upcoming applicants like that of Peoples, which brands itself as a cannabis superstore. Such establishments aimed at drawing significant traffic and requiring substantial parking, often more than they can accommodate, pose a real threat to the tranquility and safety of neighborhoods like Mr. Upton's. Therefore, I urge the council to seriously consider introducing buffer zones between cannabis retail stores, as well as lowering the limit of the number of cannabis CUPs to be issued in the city. In conclusion, while we absolutely support the responsible expansion and regulation of cannabis businesses, it must not come at the cost of quality of life for Costa Mesa's residents. Let's ensure our amendments to the municipal code reflect a balanced approach that considers the long-term impacts on our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? Okay, good. Close public comment.
I'll move to approve the item.
Sorry, what's your motion?
Moving to
To
approve.
approve,
As written.
no, with no amendments.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Marr has made the motion, seconded by Reynolds.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay, what's your substitute motion, Councilmember?
So after hearing what I've heard, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we follow what the state guidelines are as far as the financial business holder. And I don't know exactly what the language says, but it just seems like the language is very prohibitive. So I'd like to follow what the state guidelines are for the CBP license. And then as far as the CBP permit, I would also like to address changing that language so it doesn't conflict with someone selling their business potentially at one point.
I have some questions before, if you don't mind, before we proceed with motions.
Well, hold on one second. Let's just take a moment and see if Councilmember Gameros gets a second.
I will second for discussion.
Seconded for discussion for Chavez. And then why don't you hold your question, Councilmember Harper, and let's give Councilmember Gameros an opportunity to talk about his motion, support his motion.
So I think pretty much I already kind of said it, and that's what I want to do. I want to make sure that we can provide for the industry an opportunity if they want to sell their business one day that they can do that. And then additionally, if they have financially interested parties, that we just follow what the state guidelines are and don't increase something on our own. It seems like this happened without anybody's knowledge from what I'm hearing, so that's why.
So you're saying, hold on one second, City Attorney, because Councilmember Harper was the first one to ask for the floor to ask a question. Unless, of course, Councilmember Chavez, do you wish to speak?
Real briefly, I'm interested to see what Councilmember Gameros has to say. I think of his 2 points, the one that is of most interest to me to look into is the financial interest portion. I think that's kind of the most reasonable critiques.
Okay, and I'm going to give you the floor, Councilmember Harper, but one of the things I want to bring to the council's attention, because we have all kinds of paper here in front of us, but I asked the staff to give us the document that shows what a financial interest holder is under state law, and so that you'll know who we would be imposing a business license tax on. With that, Councilmember Harper, you have the floor.
This is two sections here. I want to understand why this is a third from staff. If you can tell me why this is a third reading of this cannabis ordinance. Can you explain why that is? Sure.
I can address that if you would like, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a good question for you, City Attorney Barlow.
It's not actually a third reading. If you recall, when the individual motions that were made. There were, I believe, 7 of them. And as I was there, I specifically advised the council that there were some of the motions that would require me to do some wordsmithing and that we would need to bring it back. So the ordinance that you gave first reading to at the last meeting incorporated those individual motions, but we did not have specific language for each of them at that time. So under the law, we also had not read the titles. So under the law, last meeting was the first reading. This would be the second reading and adoption.
Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand the
Councilmember?
words.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of times well, maybe because it's a second reading, maybe it's more technical than, because it seems like we make motions and we proceed ahead. I'm just understanding the procedure, that's all.
I think it's a good question. To be honest, I had exactly the same question. Okay. And she gave exactly the same answer.
Okay.
So,
Council, I'd like to continue, but Councilman Mar, you want to say
No,
something?
you have the floor.
She had the light on, so I don't
but you have the
don't want to
floor.
stop her.
You have the floor till you don't, so go ahead.
The second part is with regard to it's section in the 9-493, city business license required, and it says any financial interest holder that has a financial interest shall obtain separately a valid business license. And then today, I don't know if the public got this or not, but I've been given section 15004, financial interest in cannabis, commercial cannabis. That's a state regulation. And it says an applicant for commercial cannabis shall disclose all financial interest holders. And then it lists everybody that's a holder. But it doesn't say anything about a business license, and then it doesn't say anything about an ongoing business license or an ongoing reporting. So in trying to comply with the state, just with the state, I think their intent is to flush things out, but the regulation doesn't seem to do anything in an ongoing sense. It doesn't seem to annually require anything. And I don't know that I agree or disagree with that, because I don't know the intent here of what they were trying to accomplish. So maybe staff, or Lorianne, you can speak to what's our intent behind the business license, because a business license doesn't cover all the things. I mean, this includes a broker, a salesperson who earns a commission has to file a business license, intellectual property licensing, you have to file a business license, and those are all. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. I've got 7 or 8, where everybody should have 7 businesses licenses per a cannabis store if they meet all these criteria. I just don't understand.
If I could address the state law requirement, and then I'll let Lorianne address the business license. The state law does require that each of these individuals who are financial interest holders to be disclosed, and they are required to be disclosed annually.
It doesn't. So, where does it say that in section 15004?
It does not say that in section 1504, sir. It says that in other provisions of the law. This is simply the definition. This is simply the definition of what financial interest holders are. And to address Councilmember Gamaros's question, we incorporated these descriptions, definitions right into the code section. So we're not adding anything to those definitions. We haven't added any individuals to be financial interest holders who the state doesn't already define.
I understand that.
I'm
simply reading the section you gave me. It refers to an applicant. Is there another section that refers to an ongoing business? Shall every year, have to disclose this information? There's another section.
Cannabis business. Cannabis business. There are 452 pages or something like that of regulations.
Okay, that's fine.
Each cannabis business has to renew their permit with the state every year.
That's their permit, but that's not a city business license. This is additional.
No,
Councilmember, let me hold on. Okay. Hold on 1 second, city attorney. So, Councilmember, just so you know, the implications of a business license is a tax. It's $200.
I know what a business license is.
No, but I know. But the implications of this requirement would be every salesperson who earns a commission would have to pay $200 to the city of Costa Mesa every year.
I get that.
Yeah.
I totally get that. Yeah, and if I have intellectual property licensing, if I share in 10% of the profits, if I've given a loan to the commercial cannabis business, that's correct. That's another one.
$200.
$200. Yeah, I'm trying to understand where that says that. And by the way, to whoever said that I voted for cannabis 7-0, I didn't vote for cannabis. So I'm not a fan of cannabis, but I am a fan of getting things right. And I don't understand, and maybe staff can speak to this, how you're going to administrate this. I guess in the business license, you're going to ask all these questions, and they're going to fill it out and say, who's going to sign up for this anyway? I guess who would even put in for this, and how are you ever going to audit it? And blame the state. It's
And
okay.
what's the punishment if you don't comply?
Yeah, I don't
It's a
get it.
misdemeanor.
It's a misdemeanor.
You could also have your business license removed. In terms of enforcement, we require business licenses of everybody who does business in the city. So this is a few more people. The additional categories, again, are laid out by the state law. Whether or not you choose to require a business license, most of the people in this list already are required to have a business license in the city. For example, if you are a consultant or a landlord who is engaging in activities with a business for a share of the profits, you have to have that anyway. The intellectual property licensing agreement requires that you receive a share of the profits. This does not apply to anyone who has an intellectual licensing agreement that's say a flat monthly fee, which was actually the case with Seven Leaf. So it's not the same thing.
What about a salesperson? Hold on. What about a salesperson who earns a commission? What about an intellectual property license agreement for the share of profits? Do they have to have a business license in the city of Costa Mesa? And do they have to do that with any other industry?
Every city requires that anyone doing business in the city has to pay a business license
That's
tax.
not my question. That's not my question. That's not my question.
Mayor, since business licensing is under the city manager.
Hold on one second.
Sorry, I have the floor.
You do have the floor,
Thank
but you have the floor because I give you the floor. But I got to ask you this question. I've got to ask these questions. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm half teasing. I agree with your point. Is there's at least 6 or 7 of the listed on this 15004 that do not require a business license. I don't require a business license in Costa Mesa if I come and deliver something into Costa Mesa. I don't require a business license if I'm a salesperson in Costa Mesa and I work for someone. And if I have a percentage of profits, I don't necessarily require a business license. So this is different. And I don't have I want to know what the intent here is. And I don't want something on the books that we don't enforce, but we enforce selectively, because that just looks punitive when we choose to be punitive. So,
Councilmember Hardwick, I can respond to some of the issues that you raised.
Thank you.
And so I believe that, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, that the intent in the business license aspect of it was actually to find an already existing process to get that information to the city in terms of complying with the law on the financial interest. Perhaps the business license is not the correct mechanism. For certain, there's no intention to try to get the $200. It's not a revenue generation initiative. It's simply what's the easiest way to get this information to staff without requesting additional positions and without creating an overly burdensome reporting requirement. An alternative, because we've been talking about this based on the feedback we've gotten from the cannabis industry, is to have that information entered in through our TESA system, which we just initiated, have a form, create a new form. That's not a business license, it's just the cannabis industry financial interest in a commercial cannabis business form. And that information can be disclosed there, and it can be submitted based on the financial interest holder reporting requirements, which are in state law, whether that's annual or some other period. I'll defer that to the city attorney, and they can do it that way. That's simple. So if,
You're just proposing a solution other than the business license, or you're saying the business license, as it's written
I'm saying as an
here,
alternative.
it doesn't say,
As an alternative to the business license. I think that the city attorney was trying to find an existing mechanism for reporting financial interest or who does business in the city. And that is the simplest thing that we have. But we also have TESA, and we can create a new form. It can be electronically submitted. As to the enforcement, that's not something that we don't generally do an enormous amount of enforcement on that. We would enforce this the same way we would everything else, which is sort of more on a complaint basis. But it's just an attempt to get the information to the city so that you have the information as to who is conducting, who has a financial interest. The reason why this is being handled separately for the cannabis industry is because this legislation is unique to the cannabis industry at the state level. And so we're simply trying to comply. The business license was something that immediately came to mind, I believe, for the city attorney. It doesn't have to be that. It could be something else. We'll have to create a something else, but I think we have a simple something else. But there still needs to be a way for that disclosure to occur. So you have that information, we have that information. We don't need $200 for it. And so I'm open. I do think, though, Kim, you can clarify if this is such a significant change in the ordinance that we have to bring it back again. Hopefully not.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say that if you change that, if you delete that requirement for the financial interest holders, which is obviously completely the council's choice, but that would be a substantive change and require a new first reading. I have no issue with that. We were primarily focused on the need to bring this into line with state law and to make sure that you were all informed of who actually has a financial interest in these businesses that you have to vote on. This is a change that was actually advocated by the industry. Previously, most of these people were treated as owners.
Kim, if the language said and or an administratively similar process.
It's
still excuse me, there's nothing in the state law that says we are required to have them give us a business license to a salesperson on commission.
No,
correct?
You're absolutely correct, Councilmember Harper.
Thank you. That's not often. I don't find it substantive that we're changing this provision to say we're going to comply with state law with regard to reporting of financial interests according to section 15004.
Right. So already the
So
ordinance
I'd like to
as draft.
give staff room to administrate this. And if whatever kind of reporting you want to do annually, get it, confirm it, put it in there for state record and state support, and be done. And that seems like we could do that without it being a substantive change. And I'm like Councilmember Moore, I'd like to vote on this and pass it and get it done.
I apologize, but it would be a substantive change to delete the business license requirement for the financial interest holders. The other language that you're looking for, which is to follow the state law in terms of who has to report, is already in your draft ordinance.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm done. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. Anybody else want the floor? Okay.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. Too young to be a ma'am still.
You're getting there.
I'm gonna. Wow. Okay. All right. I'm going to withhold my apology to council then. I'm bringing this up again. I do, one of the issues that came up in the previous reading was this question of signage that we heard from public comments tonight. I'm going to throw out there, I'm sympathetic to that question. I'm interested in exploring what council might be open to in terms of the signage piece. I'm not comfortable just saying like, yeah, I'm good with dispensary being on the billboards. So if there's interest in council, I'm interested in bringing that up again and maybe talking through how we address that. My primary interests are that if we do anything substantive on visual signage with words related to cannabis, that the public gets comment on that. That would extend time. I'm really not interested in staff spending more time on this, so I know those two things are in conflict. One of the things that I think actually was originally suggested by a member of the public that I thought was a good idea was some kind of placard, right? That's designed to say this is a Costa Mesa certified cannabis business that people might recognize. I don't know if that solves the issue. I think if we created a placard that wasn't a sign, it might be able to be changed without the ordinance. But anyways, I'm just gonna drop that bomb on everyone and say let's let's maybe try to get that done if people care about that.
So are you,
guess I'm exploring-
is it a request for friendly amendment to
I'm exploring if
substitute
council's interested
motion?
in bringing that topic up again, because we did not address it at the previous hearing.
So when you say placard, are we talking about just like put a green cross up, and then that solves the problem pretty quickly? I mean, everyone who sees a green cross on a sign knows exactly what that means. It's not there for first aid, so to speak.
Yeah, and so my understanding is something like that would not require an ordinance change. I don't know if we can have a comment on that by city attorney or council or city manager.
Right. The signage restrictions are contained in the ordinance. Perhaps staff can take a look at the specific section to see whether we have any flexibility to address this issue through the administrative regulations.
I believe so.
Yes, I've been looking at the Title IX, and it's stating, that the marketing materials.
What section, Ms. Halligan?
Sorry, let me flip forward. Okay. We are in section 9-495, operating requirements for all cannabis businesses permitted under this chapter. And then over to section 6, signage, notices, and advertising.
Oh, hold on one second. 4-95, and then it's point 6? Where is it?
Page 11 of 17 of the.
Oh, I see 6, yeah, signage, got it. Page 11 of 17.
So it's G6. So here it doesn't, it doesn't limit the use of a symbol. There's actually a condition of approval that limits the use of cannabis symbols. And so, that condition of approval is different from the code.
So we could address that via a revision to the standard conditions as well as a potential revision to the administrative regulations without amending the ordinance.
That's correct. I just wanted to add that G6C states that business identification shall be limited to that needed for identification only. So the council would have to determine that some symbol or word is necessary for identification.
So, Mayor, is it appropriate? I'm curious for the cannabis business owners who raised the issue of signage, if sort of a symbol that is not explicitly cannabis, but in Costa Mesa is sort of like the certified cannabis symbol, if that would be sufficient to the concerns you have. I'm seeing nods. Okay. So let me just, I guess, I don't know, I'm going to throw out a crazy idea. What I'm hearing is if we create some kind of Costa Mesa certified cannabis symbol or placard, that would not require change to the ordinance. We could do that anytime. Staff could do that anytime if council wanted it to.
And
Okay.
you're going to educate everyone in the city about what that symbol means, because I still think, I know what a cross means, but I'm really confused about what you're trying to accomplish here.
So may I make a suggestion? Even if we pass this as it stands, we can always bring back at a later meeting a standalone discussion of the signage and amend that section and have a more kind of complete discussion of what the options are, right? If we try to shoehorn that in to the discussion we're having now, what it's going to do is create numerous times where we come back with this entire ordinance.
And that was going to be my suggestion, after clarifying that this would not require an ordinance change. So the signage issue, as long as it's not a word that's explicitly connected to cannabis, can be addressed outside of the ordinance. Okay. I'm good with that then.
Well,
I'll drop it.
it would have to be addressed in the ordinance, but it doesn't have to be addressed tonight. It can be addressed at a later time.
I would suggest that something like, this is something that could be done administratively if you want us to.
Right.
We can look at best practices, we can, I would suggest that it not be an ordinance, because it's something much more administrative, and having to bring it back for that, I think it'll just delay it from implementation too.
Well, but that's all fine and good, but we have in the ordinance, this is an ordinance, we have subsection B, C, 6B on page 11 of 17, which has very specific requirements in an ordinance. And I don't think that we can, through an administrative regulation or administrative act by the staff, we can't, supersede it is the word, or contradict what's in our ordinance. So I would think that as a matter of law, but I mean, I am a lawyer, but tonight I'm playing the role of mayor, that we would have to bring back a change to this ordinance to empower the staff to work on that. And the last thing I'll say about it is, I think that that's the right thing to do from a public policy standpoint, because the signage is something important to the public, and I would want that to have transparency to the public. Did you have something to say?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Drapkin.
No, Mayor, I understood your response, and I appreciate what you said with regards to clarification and policy. I was just going to mention that, yeah, that subsection B does have certain requirements, but I think this would just be in addition to, if we wanted to do it through the administrative regulations. However, you sort of described it differently, and I understand.
I mean, I'm seeing this as a minimum. And so if you wanted to give us the direction to do it, we can do it. And if you want to be engaged in the process, then that's fine too. We can bring it back. But I think we have flexibility here, as I read it.
So I think what I'm hearing is that there is a pathway for some kind of signage with restrictions that staff can do administratively without a change to the ordinance.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm not interested in bringing the ordinance back.
I'm sorry, I don't follow. That doesn't make logical sense. As the mayor pointed out, it's very specific in the ordinance. Any amendment that's going to contravene or supersede has to be done by ordinance. I don't see how we can just administratively make that change. As much as I would like to do things expediently, that doesn't seem to be the correct process.
Mayor,
can I suggest that we...
Hold on one second. Let's give the floor to the city attorney. Go ahead.
I was just going to suggest, I think the mayor and the mayor pro tem have a good point. I also understand the city manager's point about flexibility. I think that what we should do is take this back, discuss it at the staff level to see whether we need to bring back to you a code amendment, or whether the existing language can also accommodate the type of identification that doesn't necessarily change the wording or the number of times you can use the word cannabis and so on. If we can't do it comfortably within the existing language, we will ask you to adopt an amendment.
Okay, where does that leave us with the motion? We have a substitute motion on the floor. Do you want to incorporate any of the discussion that we've had in response to Councilmember Reynolds' inquiry into your substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay, how would you like to do that?
The way that Councilmember Reynolds said.
I don't think I actually get it. What is the substitute motion?
Okay. You want me to restate my
Please,
substitute
yeah,
motion?
I've lost track.
Is this a substitute to the substitute?
No, it's just a substitute
I don't have a
motion.
substitute yet. Okay, it's
Just
got
a
motion.
substitute motion.
The first motion was to approve this and move on, and now you got to, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So I want to go with the state guidelines as far as the cannabis business license requirement goes. It basically says it in the opening statement. Just disclose all financial interest holders. It doesn't say, and make them get a business permit. So just disclose that. It's a disclosure. That's all it is. And then as far as the cannabis business permit, right now, the way it's set up, if we go, if a business goes to sell their business sometime in the future, and we're reducing the number of cannabis business permits, they won't have that ability to sell their business. If they go out of business, that's one thing. And that was, I think, our original intent, that if we have so many stores open and for some reason they go out of business for whatever it is, that's it, they're done. But if the business decides to get passed down to a relative or a potential investor or someone who wants to just buy it and start, they have that ability to do that. And right now, the way it's written, they don't.
If I could address that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, yes, of course.
Yes. So I did request a clarification on that issue when the various motions were passed to make the revisions. As it stands, a new CBP, a new cannabis business permit, new permits are restricted except for existing locations. So if there is a cannabis business permit for a business, let's just say XYZ Cannabis, and it has an existing CBP, when it comes time for renewal, because they have to renew every 2 years, that is not a new CBP for the purpose of that cap. It is a renewal. It is an existing location. The same is true for that is going to be sold or transferred. And as you pointed out, not something that's gone out of business and a new business is coming in, but the transfer or sale of an existing business. That is required under the code, both state law and our code, to get a new cannabis business permit. However, as I understood the motion and as I crafted the language that is before you now, that would be permissible because it is an existing location with a current permit. It would not be treated as a new CBP for purposes of that numbers restriction. It would be treated as an existing location. That language is in there already.
The language that you're referring to, Ms. Barlow, is that on, the language is in tab 6, page 8, subsection 9 should be dash, not 494.5. That's where we deal with the maximum. Am I right? And
Correct.
It shows the changes.
That's correct.
And the only thing that I see here that addresses that issue in terms of language, I just want to just bring it to the council's attention to see if you think this is sufficient. Because as one of our members of the public said, we're not going to be here 5, 6, 7 years from now when this comes up and somebody tries to sell their business. And I'm reading from the second sentence, thereafter, no further storefront retail cannabis business permits, and this is after the 35, by the way. Thereafter, no further storefront retail cannabis business permits for new locations may be issued by the city until the total number of operating licensed storefront retail establishments fall below 10, after which time the city may issue further cannabis business permits not to exceed 10 total active storefront retail cannabis business permits operating at one time. Okay, that's what I read. if I mean, it's a question for the council. Do you think that language there in that ordinance that I just read sufficiently codifies the point that the city attorney just made, which is we can have unlimited business permits if they're sold into the future, as long as those business permits are for the current locations?
I didn't say unlimited. They'd still be subject to that 35 cap.
No. That's not what I understood. So in other words, I think you did say unlimited, but if not, we need to talk about it, because the theory is, let's say hypothetically, we have 35 cannabis businesses that are operating with business permits at 35 different locations. And in 1 year, they all decide to sell, okay? Then would they all be able to sell their business and their buyers get 35 cannabis business permits as long as they were at the same location? I know it's a weird hypothetical, but I'm trying to illustrate it. So we could have unlimited in the sense, if you look into time, I know it's kind of philosophical, but if you go in, you'd say you could have a cannabis business that sells numerous times. As long as they were at that location, they could get as many cannabis business permits as they want.
Yes, but there'd still be a cap of 35 locations under that scenario.
The cap is the location, not the cannabis business permit.
Because it's for it, but it's, yes. Under that scenario, yes.
Okay, and so, I mean, it's up to the council whether you're satisfied that language is sufficient to codify that principle.
Can I respond to that?
Of course.
So I'm satisfied with it as long as we're not, I'm going to use a statement that I've used before, picking winners and losers, in that we're going to arbitrarily decide, we're not giving out any more business permits. So now that you've spent $10 million opening your business, and because you decide to sell it, it's now worthless because we're not going to issue any more business permits. That's one of the things I want to make sure that's not going to happen. So can someone reassure me that that is not what is going to happen in doing this?
That is the language as it's presented to you today. That is a policy decision for the council to make, whether you want that or something different.
So my understanding when this was done initially, and I know it was brought up on the Planning Commission, was that it would be reduced to 10 if these businesses were not able to sustain themselves, if they went out of business, not if they decided, hey, I'm going to sell this business for whatever reason they want to sell it. If they went out of business, that's fine. So that's my concern, is that we're going to be arbitrarily reducing the value of, I'm just going to say 25 businesses, whichever one it is, that decides they want to have a change of ownership. And now their business is worthless because we will not issue them a business permit.
That is why I asked for the clarification, Councilmember Gameros, and that is how it's drafted. If that is not the council's intent, now's the time to say so.
Then that's what my substitute motion would be, is that we do not do such a thing. I think that would be absolutely, that's not what I want. I just don't think that's right that we do that to businesses.
Council.
I understand. So that is the existing language as explained and supported by the council.
It's here.
Sorry, can I?
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Before you say anything, Councilmember Harper, Councilmember Chavez has been waiting for the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Always good to hash out policy, make sure we're making the right decisions. City Attorney, you asked the question if you thought the language was sufficient. I think hearing the concerns of Gameros and Harper, it seems to me this language is sufficient for our intent. So I think, Gameros, we don't need to rehash the item. I think let's just focus on the fact that we don't want to make business permits required for all sales associates and et cetera.
What was the last thing you said?
let's just focus on the first intent, which is making sure that we're not being too onerous on the businesses by having sales associates and other people have to get business permits.
Oh, I hear the business permits. Okay. I'm sorry, you now can be, have the floor, Councilmember
Yeah,
Harper.
I just want to see if there's a second for Councilmember Gameros's, is there a second?
Yeah, he has a second, Chavez.
Okay. I'm going to speak to the intent of this ordinance. The intent of this ordinance, recognizing that we thought 35, 40, 50 cannabis shops in Costa Mesa was too many. But in the same hand, we said people that had applied under the rules the council had come up with, they should be allowed to continue and open their business. But we recognized, and I'm sorry for you businesses that built this, that we did not want 35 cannabis shops in Costa Mesa. I think that's a reality, and that's from the community. And so I understand you can't sell your business, but I also understand there's other consequences that let's say some large company, large cannabis company came and bought all 35. I've still got 35. So it truly is, that's part of what this ordinance was about. We put a cap in there, and that cap was under the belief that we said it shouldn't be 35, it should be 10. So if there's no way I'm going to support this motion at all. It's misguided.
Thank you. Okay, so you're not going to support the substitute motion. Thank you for that. Okay, so
I can do a substitute motion.
well, let's just stick with a
Okay.
one substitute motion, and let's get a vote on it. Okay, I mean, so anybody have anything else to say about the substitute motion?
I guess I'm still not clear what it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, oh, you didn't. By the way, I don't think you added what when you were restating substitute motion. I can't remember whether you added anything about Councilmember Reynolds' comment. You included that? Okay. Is that did he include that in it?
include what, though?
Right.
No. On signage. So I think we got sidetracked. So why don't we do this? Councilmember Gameros, state your substitute motion from beginning to end without interruption, without any questions of anybody, and without anybody giving any advice. Just state it till the end.
Okay. I am moving that we strike, let me just make sure I get this right here. Gosh. Okay. Go with the state requirement for the cannabis business license, period. Don't add any other language to it, just go with the state requirement. And the cannabis business permit, if a new one, that we will give any potential business that wants to sell their business to the new owner a new cannabis business permit. And the only way that we're going to get down to 10 is if they go out of business. So that's and then to include Council Member Reynolds' recommendation about signage, and I believe we heard something from staff about a possible logo. So whatever we do from staff on that direction is fine.
Okay.
Councilmember, can I restate just so I make sure I understand, given our question about the minutes earlier?
Yes.
So I think what I understand your motion to be the ordinance as presented in the staff report, but striking the requirement that all financial interest holders obtain a city business license.
A cannabis.
No, a city business license. Okay.
So we're in Exhibit A, Title 9, striking Section 9-493. Is that right? I have to refer to the ordinance, otherwise this is all like in abstract.
That's
so
correct.
Are we striking this paragraph?
Not
You
the
can't
paragraph.
strike the entire thing because that also requires a business license for owners, for businesses. So if we're going to strike,
Yeah, thank you.
so we're only striking the requirement for business license for the financial interest holders, correct?
So how would that language be amended?
I'll amend it, but it's clear that there's still going to be a business license requirement for cannabis businesses, but it will no longer be required pursuant to these terms for financial business holders unless they're otherwise required to get one.
Correct.
So we're simply striking, hold on, let me make it a little easier. So I get where you're coming from, Councilmember Reynolds. Let me try to restate it. So the first one is you don't want the cannabis financial interest holders to be required to do a business license. So that can be at 9-495A subsection 5, the last sentence, which reads, each financial interest holder shall obtain a business license pursuant to section 9-493 within 30 days of becoming a financial interest holder of that business. That would be stricken.
And,
And then with respect to,
oh, sorry, finishing that.
With respect
And you
to
would
the-
have to strike 493, the first sentence where it says any financial interest holder.
493,
Yeah,
yeah, so there's a conforming
paragraph.
change that you
Yeah.
need to do for 493. Let me take a look at that. Yes, absolutely. And strike 9-493, correct. And then with respect to your, hold on one second, council member. Hold on. No.
Sorry,
You don't have the
contradicting
floor.
state law.
I'm speaking.
Sure.
So then the next point, Councilmember Gameros, is, you've articulated that you want cannabis businesses to be able to sell. And I think we got some consensus, but maybe not from you, that that's covered by 9-494.5, which, and I read the sentence, you could look at it. So I'm not sure whether we need the second part of your motion. The third part of your motion is, as I understand it, to adopt Councilmember Reynolds' inquiry about having staff look into doing something additional with signage, including perhaps some type of a badge or something like that. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you second that motion? Do you understand the motion, Madam Clerk? Yes. Okay. Let's,
Clarification on the signage at all?
no, because we're just giving it to staff,
Okay.
okay, to work it out.
And if I may,
Yes, of course.
the city attorney, I think, had recommended some sort of specific language on that direction. Kim, I don't know if that's still fresh in your head. I think you had suggested that the direction be staff look at language to clarify whether there would need to be an ordinance change or if staff can develop some signage recommendation administratively. Is there any clarification, Kim, that you would want to make?
No, I think that would be fine. If we find that we need to bring back an amendment, we will do that.
Okay.
Or is it coming back?
According to Kim, it has to come back,
Okay.
according to the city attorney.
And
Okay.
5 votes are required, correct?
5 votes are required. All right, ready? Call for the question.
Mayor Stevens.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay. All right, wonderful, it passed. Now let's take a break and we'll come back for our public hearing item. There's a
Commission's decision to approve minor conditional use permit application ZA 2211 for a drive-through operation and a reduction of required parking, development review to allow the demolition of an existing 25,159 square foot commercial building and to construct a new 2,913 square foot Raising Cane's restaurant with 1,303 square feet of covered outdoor patio area. Also, a minor modification to allow for a decrease of 20% in required front yard landscape setback and for a property located at 1595 Old Newport Boulevard. Presentation by Mr. Aldana, Assistant Planner.
Mr. Aldana, you have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mayor Stevens. I'm Christopher Aldana, Assistant Planner for the Economic and Development Services Department. This review is for a minor conditional use permit for a drive-through operation and a reduction of required parking, development review to allow a demolition of an existing 25,159 square foot commercial building and to construct a new 2,913 square feet Raising Cane's restaurant with 1,303 square feet of covered outdoor patio area. Minor modification to allow for a decrease of 20% in required front yard landscape setback for a property located at 1595 Old Newport Boulevard. At the February 12, 2024 Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission approved the Raising Cane's project by a vote of 4 ayes, 2 nays, with 1 commissioner being absent. The Planning Commission approved the project subject to conditions of approval, finding that the driveway providing access to the project site from Old Newport Boulevard would be reduced in width from 36 feet to 26 feet, and that the City of Costa Mesa Planning Commission conducts an annual business operation review to determine if the use is creating a nuisance and/or public safety conditions nearby. The restaurant was approved to operate from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 9 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. On February 20th, 2024, City Council Member Reynolds submitted an application to call the Planning Commission's decision up for review. The City Council member requests an additional review of the traffic circulation, noise, and neighborhood impacts, and to provide additional opportunity for community input. And that brings us here tonight. Here is a photo simulation of the proposed project site. The view of the simulation is from Old Newport Boulevard and highlights the proposed restaurant's single-story design, landscape areas, the outdoor patio located to the north of the property, and depicts the drive-through and on-site parking areas. Also included are photos of the existing buildings, which is currently vacant and was previously occupied by Von Hermert Interior Home Furnishings, a furniture store. No business license has been issued since April 30th of 2021. In general, the project consists of demolishing the existing structure and constructing a new Raising Cane's restaurant with outdoor dining and drive-through. As shown on the site plan, the lot is irregular shaped with a long frontage that wraps around East 16th Street and continues south towards Old Newport Boulevard. Within the site plan, the green areas highlight future landscaped areas. A single two-way driveway from Old Newport Boulevard would provide ingress and egress for the site and leads to 34 on-site parking spaces highlighted in purple. The drive-through lane is highlighted in blue. The drive-through lane is positioned internal to the site behind the proposed building, shown in orange, to reduce its street visibility. While the restaurant has an interior dining room, the site also includes 2 outdoor dining patios to improve the property's 16th Street frontage. The violet area north and south of the buildings are the outdoor dining areas. The maroon highlighted area located near the south property line is the proposed trash enclosure. Pursuant to Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 13-275, Development Project Review Procedures, the project requires a traffic study to be prepared because it is estimated to generate 100 or more vehicle trips during a peak hour period. A traffic parking study prepared by Stantec has been completed that evaluates the project's effect on local traffic conditions and circulation. The study also evaluated on-site and off-site circulation in relationship to potential impacts on the adjacent right-of-way and intersection level of service. The study concludes that the project would not exceed the city's acceptable traffic levels, provides adequate parking, and the restaurant and drive-through operations will not interfere with nearby traffic circulation. The Public Works Department has reviewed the study and agrees with its findings and conclusion. The Stantec consultant team is attending tonight and is available to answer any questions after staff's presentation. The Costa Mesa Municipal Code requires development review for new buildings that are constructed in the C2 zone. The applicant would like to request a minor modification to project a portion of the proposed restaurant into the required 20-foot front landscape setback. The image above highlights the property line in red and calls out the maximum projected area in yellow. Pursuant to Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 1328, a deviation from the required front setback can be approved up to the maximum of 20% of the required setback. The applicant requests a minor conditional use permit for the reduction of required parking spaces and drive-through operation with an adjustment from the standard 11-foot wide drive-through width to a 10-foot dual lane system, and to allow for 3 parking spaces to be located adjacent to the drive-through lane. The proposed hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 2 a.m., Sunday through Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 3:30 a.m., Thursday through Saturday. Per Costa Mesa Municipal Code 13-49G, the hours of operation for establishments where food or beverage are served that are within 200 feet of residentially zoned property shall not occur any time between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. unless modified through the issuance of a minor conditional use permit or conditional use permit. There is a legal non-conforming mobile home park, Seabreeze Villas, located within the 200 feet of the project site. However, it is not residentially zoned. Because of the site's proximity to Seabreeze Villas, a noise analysis was conducted based on 5 separate noise measurements. The study determined that the use would not exceed the city's exterior or interior noise standards and would not result in a perceptible noise increase at the nearest residential uses. Other than hours of operation, the project complies with all required criteria listed in the Costa Mesa Municipal Code for establishments within 200 feet of residentially zoned property. The off-street parking requirement outlined in Costa Mesa Municipal Code Table 13-89 designates a parking ratio of 10 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of restaurant space for the first 3,000 square feet, inclusive of outdoor dining areas. This ratio increases to 12 spaces for an additional 1,000 square feet beyond the 3,000 square feet. Costa Mesa Municipal Code Section 13-89.5 permits, with the approval of a minor conditional use permit, a reduction in required parking when it can be demonstrated that the city's non-residential parking standard will exceed the demand of the actual use. The applicant has submitted a traffic and parking study that evaluated the actual parking utilization and concluded that the project as designed is anticipated to have a surplus of 1 additional parking. The applicant also requests drive-through operations at the site. Per Costa Mesa Municipal Code Table 1347, proposed drive-through operations in C2 zone require a minor conditional use permit and are subject to the requirements of the section 1350, development standards for drive-through operations. Establishments with drive-through operations shall comply with the development standards unless the standards are modified through the issuance of a minor conditional use permit. Major off-site improvements include the installation of red curb for a distance of 100 feet north of the proposed driveway and approximately 8 feet of the south side between the proposed driveway and the closest existing driveway at the adjacent parcel. To design and construct a crosswalk on the south leg of the intersection of Old Newport Road and East 16th Street. The crosswalk design shall include the creation of a bulb-out curb extension on the east and ADA-compliant ramps for both ends of the crosswalk. The applicant must submit the plan for review and approval from the Transportation Service Division. The minor conditional use permit findings include that pursuant to Costa Mesa Municipal Code, approval of each of the project's applications must be based on evidence in the administrative record that substantially supports the following review criteria and findings. Staff has attached a draft City Council resolution for approval based on the Planning Commission's decision of February 12, 2024. Notwithstanding this, should the City Council determine to overturn the Planning Commission's decision, staff requests that the City Council articulate its reasons for denial based on the required findings so staff can incorporate these into a resolution that will return for City Council consideration at a future hearing. In general, the improvement will not be material detrimental. In general, the improvement will not be materially detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of persons residing or working within the immediate vicinity of the project or to the property and improvements within the neighborhood. The improvement is compatible and enhances the architecture and design of the existing and anticipated development in the vicinity. This includes the site planning, land coverage, landscaping, appearance, scale of the structures, open space, and any other applicable features relative to a compatible and attractive development. This concludes the presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, let's hold off on questions to staff. Oh, and let's hear from the applicant if they have a presentation. Then we'll do questions for the applicant and the staff all together once we've gotten all the data. Okay, Ms. DePasquale, your mic is on.
Thank you very much. Mayor Stevens, council members, Mayor DePasquale on behalf of Raising Cane's. Before I start, and I will be brief, I just want to make a point of clarification. On page 5 of the staff report, it states that Raising Cane's hired Stan Tech to do the traffic study for the project. We want to clarify that the traffic study was performed by the city's consultant. Stan Tech was hired by the city, not Raising Cane's, and did the traffic study under the guidance of the city, and the city drafted the scope of that study as well. Real quickly, staff has done a great job presenting this. I think what we want to underscore here, based on what we've heard from being out in the community and what we heard at the Planning Commission hearing, primarily relates to the drive-through. The city's traffic study concludes definitively that the on-site queuing is sufficient even at peak hours. Additionally, with the hours, keep in mind that at Superior, Del Taco, and one block down, the Carl's Jr. on weekends are opened 24 hours a day. We believe that this request is fair. It matches our hours at our existing restaurant on Harbor and Gissler. I would also like to point out that restaurant is approximately 100 feet from residential. We went through this same process on that restaurant now almost a decade ago. We were conditioned on the location at Harbor to have a 24/7 line for complaints from those residents. In the first year, we received one. It was not about the hours, it was about deliveries and the backup beepers on the trucks. So we went to a 2-person system where they have a foreman in the parking lot, no backup beepers. We have to date not received complaints from those residents about noise, smell, parking, people in the parking lot, etc. In terms of traffic, air quality, and noise, I will be brief. Staff did a great job covering that. It is also important to point out, if you read in the the noise study, that existing noise at the mobile home park already, the Seabreeze Villas, the ambient noise there from Newport Boulevard and the other uses is exceeding any noise we would add to that, and it would not be detectable from us. Real quick, I'm going to call up my colleague Lester Tucker to talk about our outreach. He was actually on the ground in the field and met with numerous neighbors.
Mr. Tucker, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stevens, members of the City Council. I'm Lester Tucker with Raising Cane's. I personally walk the area neighborhoods on 4 different separate occasions, talking to the residents. We're engaged with our community, and we want to be responsive and respectful of the neighborhoods that we operate in. I did these visits both before Planning Commission and prior to tonight's hearing. I spoke with a lot of the neighbors, both at Seabreeze Villas and at the Level 1 townhomes, sharing informational handouts. Those handouts were included in a package that I shared with the city clerk before the meeting. You should have them, along with a original wet signed petition signed by 24 of our neighbors supporting the project as approved by the Planning Commission, including noting that they would like to see the site cleaned up. One of the things I'll share with you, I met with one of the homeowners at Level 1 who had actually sent in a letter of opposition for the project, and being the proactive company we are, we wanted to go talk to those people. After explaining to this person more about how the site operated, she was in full support of this project. She actually signed the petition favoring the project. She was thinking that the access was going to be off of 16th Avenue, which I walked her through how the vehicle circulation works. She's totally on board with it. She's excited and hopeful that we get approved, given the conditions out there. A lot of people feel unsafe. That's really the primary complaint that I heard, was the folks living in their cars and on the street out there. They really don't feel safe. They can't walk their dogs. One of the opposition letters actually said nothing about the restaurant, just that they felt unsafe. There was an intruder from someone who was living on the street in their van. Clearly, that is a public safety issue that we have today that the neighbors would greatly appreciate something to be improved there. Along with the signed petition, I also shared a photo of a man sleeping on the street. That was on Sunday afternoon. This is what they want addressed, and this is what the Raising Cane's project will address. They'll feel safe, especially even late at night, to walk their dogs when they get home from work or at other times. Regarding the hours of operation, I'd offer, I think Commissioner Klepak said it best, why are we creating an issue where there is none? Not one of the neighbors was concerned about the operational hours. In fact, they felt like the later it was open, the later they could get home and get a meal, and the later that it would be safe out there, especially knowing that we're conditioned for a security guard for the first year during opening hours. These people work late, different shifts. A lot of people are leaving Newport Beach and the various establishments later in the evening. This is a great option for them. This is an allowable use in the zone. I urge you to rely on the licensed professionals that the city hired along with the professional staff. They believe that this project will be a success. We know it will be a success. If there's operational issues with this project, we will address them. In fact, we're conditioned to address them. So there are the controls in place if an issue does arrive with the operation of this restaurant. This is the right project in the right location, with the right design by a phenomenal corporate citizen who's invested in this community. With that, I respectfully ask you to confirm the Planning Commission approval for this project and do something great for this community tonight. Not approving this project sends the message that you're okay with the status quo out there, and I know nobody up there is. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Lester, and I'll be brief in my closing. We have heard from the community. We know there are, anytime you have a redevelopment, that a new business coming in, we've heard their concerns about traffic. And so in the spirit of leading with being a good neighbor, have a couple things I would like to add to the record and offer to the council for consideration tonight. I had a chance to talk with the Public Works Director this afternoon. So as mentioned in the staff report, we are adding a crosswalk there, which much needed. And after we had our conversation this afternoon, I just asked, what else can we do? What would make you happier? Give me something that we can do. And we agreed that installing Keep Clear signage along East 16th Street and Newport Boulevard frontage would go a long way to keeping the traffic moving and keeping the flow where he felt it was acceptable because, again, the city's own study shows that there won't be any impacts. I think, though, as Lester mentioned, Raising Cane's takes extremely seriously their level of commitment to the community. I have two additional things. We would additionally like to offer to the city a huge amount of gratitude and compliments on their commitment to promoting biking, bike safety, and bike lanes. And as such, Raising Cane's would like to provide the city with a $20,000 grant to go towards bike education and outreach in the city. This site was redesigned, and when you talk about our setback, this site is designed specifically to separate the pedestrians and the bikes from the cars. We have 10 bike spaces, and we have lockers on site for bikes. We took that very seriously, and we are following the city's lead there. Lastly, we've heard about the homeless issue in the area. Last year, Raising Cane's, before the Bridge Center had its kitchen open, I think we donated close to 500 meals to the Bridge Center. Would additionally like to offer a $20,000 donation to the Bridge Center, and we'll work with our crew, should this restaurant be approved in that location, to make sure when we have those types of issues on the site that we're connecting with the right resource officers, the police department, and otherwise. We believe that the way this project is conditioned, the way the hours are proposed, we have to come back to a public hearing review in 1 year after we are open. That is the mechanism and the time to review the hours, and we respectfully request that you uphold the Planning Commission decision. Thank you for your time. Our entire team is here, including our technical team, to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So now is the time for the council to ask questions of either the applicant or staff. Does any council member have any questions? The other thing, too, it occurred to me that I think it was Councilmember Reynolds, you were the one that brought this up. So do you want the floor to talk about bringing it up or you know, your thoughts in doing that or not?
I would just jump into my questions.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Do we need to do the ex parte?
Oh, yeah. That's fine. Any ex parte communication?
Yeah, I'll start. So I did meet with the applicant, met with several members, residents of the community, and several business owners nearby.
I met with residents and the applicant.
I received a text from the applicant's representative.
Nothing for me.
Nothing for me.
I have met with, I think, local business owners around the area on that street that expressed concerns.
I spoke with the applicant's representative.
So there you have it. So you have the floor, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll very briefly explain the reason I requested review. I always, of course, peek at Planning Commission decisions, especially when they're in my district. This is one that had a split vote. And I noticed through the public comments, there were many comments sort of missing from nearby neighbors. I think folks, either residents or commercial businesses who were nearby, were generally opposed or requesting more time for review. So that was one of the reasons that I pulled for review, and I think it gave a really good opportunity to dig into some of the details. So I appreciate the time that everyone took to share their input.
All right.
So can I jump into
yes,
some questions?
Yes, of course.
Great. So two things that caught my eye actually in the presentation. I think I'll start there. If we can go to slide 10, and this is probably a question for staff. One of the questions I had was about the reasoning behind the red curb, and what I understood from the staff report was there was a recommendation to make the curb red all the way from 16th to the drive aisle, but this picture was different from that. So two questions: does this picture represent the recommendation, or would the red curb be all the way to 16th? And then what was the reasoning behind red curbing that space?
So, Councilmember Reynolds, I can answer this question, but we also have our traffic consultant from Stantec here too. So the red curb is mainly for the site distance purposes, to make sure, for site distance.
Okay.
So for people exiting the site, they want to be able to see past, if there are any cars parked, that could block their vision. So there's a red curb recommendation for a portion of the site.
Okay. Did we have, because there is an existing driveway here, I know the business has been closed for a while, but were there issues with ingress, egress in the existing situation?
With the existing situation, the previous was a furniture store with very limited number of cars going in and out. And it's most likely that back then, the number of cars parked were not as many as what we are seeing right now.
Okay. So the increase in cars is creating a potential, increasing potential for a
Yeah, Raising
collision?
Cane's has more traffic than that, and also there's more cars being parked on the street these
Yeah.
days.
Okay, okay. So the picture on slide 10 is incorrect? Or correct?
Let me get the traffic consultant on to talk about the, it looks correct, but let them verify that.
Okay, okay. The other question was the bulb out here. I do love a bulb out, but I was remembering one of the public comments during the Planning Commission was from some of the business owners who had, who were either bringing in trailers or hauling boats or other, I guess, trailers or cargo. And they described that they had to use this intersection because they needed that wider turning radius. Did we consider the impacts of that bulb out on businesses who might need that wider turning radius? I don't recall if that was part of the previous application or initial.
Councilmember Reynolds, I think that issue was more at the south end of the site where they're turning from Newport, almost making a U-turn onto to go northbound on the frontage road. At this location, the turning radius is significantly wide, and having a bulb out will not impact turning radius onto Newport Boulevard.
Okay.
And this intersection itself, if you look at the crosswalk, it's much wider than what's normal for.
On the other side?
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. So the bulb out would be added to the southeast side of the crosswalk?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I will have some questions on the traffic analysis, so we can come back to the red curb question then.
I could clarify that red curb if you'd like.
Great, yeah.
It's 100 feet towards 16th Street and 8 feet. So the image does show it a little off, but it would be 100 feet from the driveway intersection.
Okay. Okay. I thought I remember a visual, it might have just been in my head that it went all the way to 16th, but can you give me a sense of how far 100 feet looks? Is it halfway there?
About 3/4 of the way from the driveway to the intersection.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. I just want to confirm my understanding. There was some discussion about the hours of use, and that the rules on hours of use would normally be different if the site was located closer to zoned residential. My understanding is that those kind of the residential rules for hours of use were not considered because the park where there are mobile home residents just west up the street is not zoned residential. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilman Reynolds. One of the requirements when use is located within 200 feet of a residentially zoned property, operative word zoned property, it has about 8 criteria that they have to meet. And one of those criteria is, the last one is that it has to be closed from between 6 a.m. and 11. It has to be closed after 11 p.m. and not open till 6 a.m. the next day. With that in mind, the code provisions also indicate that with approval of an MCUP, you can get a deviation from that requirement. When the project was presented to Planning Commission, that was presented to the Planning Commission specifically with that in regard. If they did find concerns with that, they could make findings for that and change those hours of operation.
Got it.
And that was a discussion topic.
Okay. So it was treated differently because the site's not zoned residential, but you're saying that that would have been, as I think it was, Harbor Boulevard, for example, addressed as part of the application.
Correct, and they were
they
were requesting an MCUP anyway, so if it was a requirement, we did speak to the applicant, they said they would have asked for it.
Okay. You said they were requesting an MCUP. An MCUP is required for any drive-through, right?
Correct. The MCUP is required for the driveway to deviate from the parking requirements, and then also for some drive-through reductions in width from 10 to 11 feet where it splits into two.
Right, okay. Okay, let's go to the traffic analysis. I think this is where most of my questions were, or the rest of my questions were. So I understand from the traffic analysis that there's data based on 3 other Raising Cane's stores. And that data was collected in February 2023. My question is, did we make any adjustments? I meant February is very different than summer months, I think especially on Newport Boulevard. So were there any adjustments made to sort of account for the higher traffic volumes that happens during the summer? Who am I looking at? Okay.
I'll explain it this way. The February volumes are very typical. The seasonal variation in compared to the normal February condition is not considered significant enough to change any of the findings of the traffic study. And the volumes that are actually analyzed, we take existing volumes as a baseline, then what we actually do is we grow those at an ambient growth rate until the project opening year, so we fluff up the background volumes, the existing traffic, and then we add in known development projects that the city has identified and expects to be generating traffic in the adjacent area. We add that in, and then we add in the full development of the project based on the prototypes. So there's no seasonal variation component associated with the project itself, and there's no seasonal variation associated with the cumulative projects, and the background existing volumes in consultation with the city were the difference between the factors between a January or a February and a July date or something of maximum traffic was, not enough to make a difference in the significance of the impact of the traffic study.
When you say no seasonal variation, is that for a typical Cane's drive-through?
She can speak to the variation of their actual site, but the trip generation factors, when you do a prototype site, we consider the worst case and consider the site to be built out, and we base it on the observed demand. So the site is considered to be completely built out and generating its maximum number of traffic. And the data I heard was that February is one of the peak months actually for Raising Cane. It's actually highest when people are actually in at a restaurant like a Raising Cane. So their history is that would be even a higher than maybe a typical study. So we're very confident that we have the full loading of traffic associated with the site in the impact, as are background traffic from other projects and a growth factor even to existing volumes. And that assumes that traffic will keep growing in the area even beyond what we counted in the existing count. So it is a very conservative analysis by design.
Okay, so I understand that you're saying that February is a representative, maybe higher volume at a Raising Cane site compared to other months.
Right, and
What about Newport Boulevard?
Can I answer that question? Okay. So, Councilor Reynolds, you're right. In summer months, Newport Boulevard does carry more traffic due to beach and all that.
Yeah.
However, what we have found is the Newport Boulevard in this section of Newport Boulevard, which is south of 17th Street, the traffic numbers are significantly different than what you have between 19th and 17th. The numbers actually are almost half of what we have at that location. A lot of traffic peels off at 17th going to East 17th and also onto Superior. So when we looked at the level of service analysis, for example, the level of service in this location is in the B and C range, which means there is significantly a lot of capacity still available. So if we have that capacity, we have excess capacity available to handle any additional traffic that we might experience. If there is 10% extra traffic in summertime, that can easily be accommodated within these intersections. So there is capacity available, and the numbers prove that.
Okay. I heard, so from the Stantec team, you described adding in some growth factors. I was, page 11 of the traffic study, I noticed some discussion in the analysis on some reduction factors, and I just wanted to understand that a little bit more. So it says, my understanding is you're taking the data from those other sites, and then it says a pass-by trip reduction of 50% is applied based on data for fast food restaurants with a drive-through window. So if you could explain that.
Yeah.
And then later we say, for ADT, a 25% pass-by trip reduction is applied based on direction from the city. So I just wanted to understand what those reduction factors are.
Yeah, sometimes going to get fast food or Raising Cane's or whatever you're going out is a trip of opportunity. You might be driving by and say, gee, I'm hungry and I'm going to go in, and I didn't start out necessarily just to go to Raising Cane's, but I'm trip chaining. I also left the home to maybe go to the post office or do some errands, and then so my trip end started, but I didn't begin my trip just to go to Raising Cane's and go back home. Okay. So there's a lot of factors and a lot of research on people who will make a secondary trip while they're already out on the road, and those factors have been identified and used for that type of land use.
So the reduction factor of 50% is suggesting that half the people in a queue, for example, were already out on the streets and then just decided to pop in.
That's exactly right. So it's not really a reduction. It's the trips that are already on the street that are now diverting to Raising Cane's.
Okay.
Because it's on the way.
So it's trying to identify incremental trips. Okay.
Exactly. And when we give this pass by only to fast food and to gas stations. Those two qualify for this kind of pass by. So others we are limiting to like 10%.
Okay. And then what's the 25%?
So
is that in addition to the 50, or is that a separate?
So in the afternoon and the evening peak hours, we think 50% of the traffic that's going to Raising Cane's is already on the street. On a daily basis, it's 25%. So
I see.
it's
peak. Got it. Thanks. I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay, that makes sense. So those reduction factors then are used to estimate the not total vehicles that would show up on a site, but the increment over existing traffic.
Yeah, the existing traffic that is diverting to the site. So at the driveways, you see the full number of trips. So all the trips are shown at the driveways.
Yep.
Some of them are new trips that are coming specifically for the site. Some of them are existing trips on the street that are going to the site.
Okay. Thank you. And this is where I heard the most concerns. That's why I'm digging into this a little bit more. And there was certainly, I heard some concerns about this analysis in terms of the February basis. So then the analysis on queuing, that's going to be based on the sort of original data without the reductions. Is that correct?
That is based on the arrival rate on the site, right. The true demand of the Raising Cane's and the service rate at the window, right.
Okay. And in the conclusion section, I see these numbers, max queuing estimated at 17 or 18 or 20 or 21, depending on midday, evening, weekday, Saturday. Okay. All based on that February data. The conclusion, one of the last sentences in the conclusion on page 36 says, the proposed project's vehicle maximum queue would exceed capacity of the two proposed drive-through lanes.
Right,
that raised an alarm for me.
Okay.
And then it says, if the vehicle queue extends longer than the 18 vehicle capacity, which we expect it to do on Saturdays, right? The queue would block some of the on-site parking spaces. The proposed site plan indicates that approximately 5 vehicles could queue on site before spilling over onto the sidewalk. I hope that means off-site and not on the sidewalk. for a total of 23 vehicles accommodated on site. So can you explain that? And then I'd like to hear the plan. I know there's like a system, but what the plan is to address situations, which it sounds like we expect could happen, of exceeding the on-site capacity.
Right, and I can say, the site is definitely designed to maximize capacity, queuing capacity, and minimize the chance of any spillback. The numbers aren't as scary as that may be interpreted based on the queuing, and the lanes are exceeded. That's just in the queuing, in the queue, past the order board where you're supposed to be contained, and it's designed to be contained. The 95th percentile queue is what we're looking at, where the probability of a queue of cars being greater than that maximum demand is less than 5%. And the governing queue is that Saturday PM peak hour queue. And the news is if the queue would come out of those 2 dual storage lanes on site, they would queue on site in the parking area before they would ever get off-site. And the 95th percentile queue is completely contained on site. Yeah.
So we don't want our customers on site that are walking back to cars or wanting to pull in and park to be at conflict with the drive-through line. So when you hear Saturday peak, it's not Saturday, it peaks all day. It's 7 minutes of that hour, and then 20 minutes later, it's for 2 minutes. We'll have crew in the parking lot that help direct the traffic and the pedestrians. That's number one. Number two, we will close the drive-through. We don't want the kitchen to get overwhelmed, so we can close the drive-through. The crew leader also has the ability, and it's just putting a cone behind the last car in the drive-through, and you wait 5 minutes and reopen the drive-through. Things get really busy. They also have the ability to turn off mobile ordering, which they will do. They don't want their kitchen to be overwhelmed either. And so there's a number of systems and processes in place. We have both crew in the parking lot that will take orders. We have crew that will come out and manage the flow of traffic and pedestrians. We want to keep both our crew and our customers safe. And then with closing the drive-through for, it's usually a 7 to 10 minute window that the drive-through would get closed. Same thing with the mobile ordering is a really effective way to manage that.
The important thing is to remember that 95% of the time the queue is shorter than that. And the average queue, is contained within the queuing area provided. So, but we just, those outliers, those few times when there's peak demand and just everybody kind of arrives in a short window, there's a lot of flexibility to handle that, and the 95th percentile queue, be very, very few times when they need to take action to keep that, but queue management is certainly going to be a priority, but won't be needed very often.
Okay, so when I read the study that results that say the study determined that the proposed drive-through lanes would not accommodate the maximum anticipated queue length determined from the Raising Cane's study in Costa Mesa, location in Costa Mesa. You're saying yes, but rarely.
Rarely, and that queue, the 22, 23 cars, those 5 extra cars are what would be, potentially blocking on-site parking, but not impacting traffic on Old Newport. It wouldn't be off-site. It wouldn't extend, the queue wouldn't extend off-site.
Okay. And can we just look at that? Let me, I think one of the slides had a good visual. Can we go to slide 5? And I think it's helpful just to kind of talk through what you're describing. Yeah, so the blue here is sort of the queuing space.
Correct.
Right, and then you've got the kind of the white, gray, speckled space below, and that's your buffer, if you will, but if cars are in that buffer, they are affecting other circulation like parking.
They would only be affecting on-site circulation, but not off-site.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So when does the like mobile app off cone coming out triggering happen?
Well, it's an art, not a science, right? And based on, we have experienced folks. You don't bring a brand new crew to open a brand new restaurant. Raising Cane's has a system called an NRO team, New Restaurant Ops. So the first several weeks this restaurant is open, the best restaurant crew leaders and crew are in that restaurant working side by side with the new folks or folks that have transferred to this site. So when do they close the drive-through? If you look at where that blue ends, and I believe the number is 18, it gets us there, you're probably going to get to that 2021 car, and if they're not moving, someone's going to walk out of the restaurant. Because what happens is if you don't stay ahead of it, you get behind of
Right,
it.
makes sense.
But again, that's 5% of the time based on the city's guide.
Yeah. Okay, I think that was all my questions. I'll turn it over to the mayor.
All right, thank you. Good timing.
I may have some others. Yep, okay.
So, Councilmember Mar, you have a,
Yeah, I'll happily go next because I want to piggyback off of where Councilmember Reynolds was at, if that's okay. Yeah.
works out perfect.
Yeah, so continuing on slide 5, I don't know if it's up for the public or not, but I just want to make sure I understand the circulation plan. So if I want to go order food, I'm driving in from Newport, I'm turning right, and then I'm being divided into 2 lanes, and then I come out of the 2 lanes, and now I've got to cross over from incoming people and go down to 1 lane and only turn right onto Old Newport. Is that right?
No, Councilman Mar, you can turn either left or right onto Old Newport
Okay.
from the site.
Okay. What about this figure 8 that we're doing, though?
So the site design, this is not the original design we proposed. We proposed having the restaurant where the white speckled area is, for lack of a better way to describe it. After meeting with Councilmember Reynolds, I think now like 3 years ago, talking to your staff, they said, that's not good enough, do something better. So we pushed the restaurant out to the street front because staff was concerned about having 2 driveways. We agreed, they feel this is safer. The other thing we did is we have an 800 roughly square foot restaurant, but we have a 1,300 square foot outdoor patio. And that was to meet with being pedestrian and bike friendly, having that outdoor welcoming space, making that whole street edge really green, not driveways and parking. So what happens here, and that what looks like a physical barrier on the white speckled part is actually, I believe that's some underground stuff and painted on the pavement. That's not a physical barrier on the pavement. So on this plan, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but that you can, it's water storage, but underground. Thank you. So you would turn in, you can either park or you can drive straight back and get into the drive-through line. And then we will have a crew member there as the drive-through line exits, and people will make a left to then exit the site. And I'll let the traffic engineer speak to.
There are appropriate treatments for that. There is, some traffic crossing. There will be appropriate signage, appropriate markings, and, the site with being developed to maximize the queue storage, there will be that crossing movement, but there's not anticipated to have any operational problems with that. Like I said, there will be signage that will give the proper warning, and it will really be incumbent on the people exiting the drive-through to safely navigate into the drive-through. That to the circulation aisle, that is one comment that came through the Planning Commission, was to minimize the width of that driveway, which would keep incoming speeds to a minimum. So the approaching speed of the oncoming vehicles is going to be minimal. That driveway width was reduced to keep, speeds down. So that's really kind of been addressed with reducing the width of that entrance aisle and at the driveway.
So how does the crossing of cars and the figure 8 impact the ability to also queue cars in the white speckled area?
Yeah, hence that 5% when they would be exiting the blue area, that we would want to close the drive-through or prevent cars from entering the drive-through, and we would direct them to park and walk in, so we didn't have that conflict there.
So, but back to the traffic report that Councilmember Reynolds was citing, if the vehicle queue extends longer than 18 vehicles capacity through the drive-through lane, the queue would block some of the on-site parking spaces. The proposed site plan indicates that approximately 5 additional vehicles could queue. Does that 5 include the ones that are crossing, or is that 5 assuming none are also crossing?
That 5 would assume not a break in people exiting the drive-through. So you would block in folks wanting to exit the drive-through, which is why operationally, we don't want customers saying, this is the worst Raising Cane's ever, why did you do this to us? So we don't want that to happen.
So it's probably more like 18+4 before I spill
Probably.
out onto the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, 5% of the time on a Saturday,
well,
I think
so,
is what he was saying.
Yeah, that's actually my next question. So look, I'm certainly not a traffic engineer, but I'd like to better understand page 42 of the traffic report that documents the Costa Mesa Raising Cane's driveway, and their in and out figures at 5:45 p.m. on a Saturday, I believe. There were 34 cars going in. So does that include cars that were parking and cars that were queuing? What does the in refer to? This is page 42.
That sounds like it's the entire inbound driveway volume.
Okay. So cars that were queuing and cars that were parking?
Correct.
Okay.
That would include those who parked on site or who went through the drive-through.
So we have 34 spaces. Does that include, at this Raising Cane's, does that include the employees parking on site? Yes. Got it, okay. So, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to do a little bit of math here, and it doesn't feel like there's a whole heck of a lot of margin for error before we potentially spill out onto the street, given that we don't want to block the drive aisle. And I think you're saying you recognize that, if I'm reading between the lines correctly, you recognize that, and that's why we're talking about closing the drive-through and closing mobile ordering.
Well, I wouldn't say recognize. I would say there are systems in place if it does happen, when it happens, but we believe this restaurant will run efficiently. The last thing we want is people who are supposed to be in the restaurant doing other jobs being traffic police in our parking lot. So we have tons of research, and your own consultant that have worked with the city have come up with, we believe that this configuration will operate smoothly and are conditioned on top of that.
How
to
often
ensure
do
that.
they close the drive-through on the Harbor Boulevard location?
I'm gonna have to ask. That one is very different, and I will give you this little preamble on the Harbor Boulevard one. Harbor Boulevard was the very first Raising Cane's to open on the West Coast and in the state of California. So Costa Mesa, woo, we got the first Raising Cane's. Lots of lessons learned over the last 9 years since we've opened, and the pandemic also provided a lot of other lessons about how dining habits have changed. And so this is Cheryl Lee with operations.
Hi, Cheryl Reed, Regional Vice President for Raising Cane's. At this time, we don't have a need to back up to Harbor and close that drive-through. We do have the systems in place if we need to, but when we opened that restaurant, our ticket time was about 10+ minutes. We've since rolled out handhelds. Our average ticket time at that location is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're in essence moving cars about every 15 to 20 seconds in position. So it moves relatively fast. We would have that security guard at this location, and that would help with directing of that pulse point that you're talking about in getting those cars moving, making sure the minimum time is between stopping in one instance before the car can get through. So I think that security guard would really help with that traffic. But at this time, we don't have any restaurants of my locations that are really backing out onto the main drive.
Okay. For staff, how did we reconcile the traffic study stating the potential for queuing limits with the Planning Commission report that documents it purely in terms of square feet available? It seems like those are not necessarily the same metric. Having 160 square feet available for queuing and having a traffic study that's saying we're likely going to spill on the street if we have the same number of vehicles as Harbor is something I'm struggling to reconcile.
So if we look at the queuing based on available feet of queuing space, and we see how many cars can be stacked. And when you say 95th percentile, it's a confidence level. It's a statistical term of saying we are 95% sure that it's going to be less than 20 cars on site on this Saturday peak hour. Again, we're talking about this 1 hour duration on a Saturday where we have that condition. Other times it's not that, it's going to be much less than that. And we have a buffer of about 5 cars that can be stacked on site before it spills onto the street. And with the measures that the applicant mentioned about having a security guard there, managing the queuing, I think that can alleviate that situation. Again, we're talking about a very short window where they have to do this thing, and most of the day it's going to be fine. It's just that 1 hour, are we 100% sure? No. That 1 hour we are not 100% sure, but the rest of the time it's much less than that.
Yeah, I understand. Look, I'll be the first to admit that I think we screwed up cannabis, and it's taken us years and years to fix it. So it is way harder to put the genie back in the bottle than to make the decision correct the first time. I'm thinking about coffee dose that didn't go through a process that council had approvals on. It's on my to-do list to talk to you about that separately, but what is our mechanism? I mean, we're not going to let them go spend millions of dollars opening a new Raising Cane store to then later, pull their CUP because they're blocking traffic? How should we think about that from an enforcement mechanism perspective? And maybe that's for the city manager,
that's
too.
a good example, actually. You know, when a project gets in with much less traffic numbers, it was a drive-through before that coffee dose, microdose, whatever that was, and we never had any issues. The tenant changed, and it's hugely popular. Here, at least, we know this entity. We have experience with Raising Canes on Harbor, and we didn't have that experience when they first opened, for example, on Harbor. And the lessons are learned from everybody, from the city staff as well as from the applicant. So, assuming that the Raising Canes goes out of business and somebody else comes in who is twice as successful, then we have a problem. Then we need to realize how to deal with that. But it's given that it's Raising Canes and given that we have these conditions based on a highly successful harbor store, we based our recommendations on that study. I think we are confident that the numbers here are reflected accurately. So.
Yeah, look, I mean, no disrespect by this, but I've waited in line for Raising Canes on Harbor Boulevard not that long ago. So I clearly like Raising Canes a lot because I'm willing to sit in line and wait for it. But I don't want to say that it doesn't ever queue on a harbor anymore because I just don't think that's quite right. So, but anyway, I'll give up the floor for somebody else. Thank you.
Looks like next up is Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, how many Raising Canes have you built, and how many do you operate?
Yeah, 800 open.
800, so you know.
Mostly the Sun Belt.
So 780, wow, so you know nothing about traffic, then this is the first time, I suppose. You know, I am in District 1. I drive by the Harbor Boulevard store all the time. In the first year, there were problems, but no worse than they're created by Target that has a stoplight that stops me. So I had to navigate around. It never seemed like a big issue, but since in the last 2 years, I just haven't run into an issue. And you want to speak to what you did to change that, and then speak to other stores where you've had problems and how you've remedied traffic problems.
So specifically in Costa Mesa, when that restaurant opened and was much more successful than anybody anticipated, the California market's reception to Raising Canes, we were able to actually purchase adjacent parking behind the Denny's building. And so that freed up space on the site to allow for parking and the queue, and business calmed down. As Cheryl mentioned, they got better at getting orders out quickly. The newness wore off. You know, it was the first one on the West Coast, and I have been to a Raising Canes opening, and when I tell you there are people that get on airplanes to go to the opening day of a Raising Canes, I'm not exaggerating. It's just popular, but it dies down like most other things. And so that the pandemic, we really saw a shift not unique to Raising Cane's. The entire restaurant industry had to adapt and saw a shift in how you deliver food quicker, how you have exterior ways to deliver food when we didn't have dining rooms open. We saw a shift in drive-through business. It went up considerably, and it was a great test market to learn how to be better operators. And I think that's an industry statement, not a Raising Cane specific statement, but we also got much better. And we are very proud of the fact that in the quick service restaurant space, we are what is called the fastest order to service, which means from the time, not that you get in the drive-through line, but from the time someone takes your order to you are handed your food is about 2 minutes and 30 seconds or less.
Okay, so the biggest risk here is that you've underestimated your sales at the new store, right?
Probably,
Probably,
if there was
possibly,
one.
if there's a problem. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Gutierrez, do you still want the floor?
Yes, I would like that, thank you. Okay, I have a number of concerns here as well. So let me start with circulation and queuing. If we look at slide 6 on the presentation, who's the slide boss here? Who handles you? All right. So if you look at slide 6, can everyone see slide 6? It's not the same picture as slide 5. Go to slide 5. Okay, now we have a figure 8. So which is it? Is it slide 6 or is it slide 5? Or do we adjust it when there's too many cars?
That's staff slide they'd have to answer.
Okay, so there's that.
It is slide 6.
Anyone?
Can you go to slide 5?
Go back to slide 5.
Yeah, that's a more accurate representation.
Okay. Okay, so we're going by slide 6, is that correct? Slide 6 or slide, which one is it?
5.
5, okay.
Please go by slide 5.
Okay, fair enough, no problem. Secondarily, I was handed this petition here. Did staff go out and get these signatures? I did. Who did? You did? So when you went and got these signatures, were the people that signed for it realizing that this is not intended to depict the project design?
Well, there's a disclaimer on there. It is a representative image of the project, sir.
It says it's not representative. It says not intended to depict exact project design. So what did you have them sign?
They signed this exhibit, which shows, in general, very good representation of what this project looks like.
Where does it say that? Where does it say in general that this is good representation?
The disclaimer is intended specifically to tell them it's not exact.
What do you want it to tell us?
I wanted to tell you that they very much support that this project come along, clean up the area.
How can they when you don't have a correct depiction on here? I have concerns about this.
I'm sorry for that. It's intended as it's intentionally communicating to the public the intention of the project. It's an intentional picture that says, and it's similar to the graphics we have here that staff has shared. So it's consistent with the project documents that are on the city website.
It's not consistent. You said here, not intended to depict. Quit saying that. It's not. It says it's not. You put in writing, it's not. You did. So there's that. So you basically had them sign something that doesn't really, you just said, we're putting a Raising Cane's, here's where it is, sign for it. Basically, right?
No, sir. I talked specifically about the location of the restaurant, the outdoor patio, how the circulation was going to work, what the landscaping was going to look like, how the people were going to be able to get to the order board, how the order board was going to focus the noise away from the Seaside Village residents, how the parking was going to work, and that there would be no parking along the frontage. I also talked about the architectural character, the outdoor dining, the various operational expertise that Cane's has in managing a queue.
Operational expertise in managing the queue. Okay, that brings me to the next subject then. You don't know how many times you've stopped traffic from leaking out on Harbor at the Harbor location, is that correct?
The Harbor location is a very different store. It's an old Burger King on a very small postage stamp. This is.
It leaks out on the harbor all the time,
2
so
acres.
I'm pretty familiar with it, yeah.
Absolutely you are, sir, as are we all. Never want to go north on Harbor. Even without a Raising Cane's, it's hard to get on the freeway.
So what do you do when you do leak out? When the traffic leaks out on there, you're gonna just stop you're gonna stop people from going through?
So we have to go based on what the operations manager says, which is that she is not aware of that happening. If it does happen on this site, we can speak to this site. We have systems in place, we have conditions in place. The drive-through will be closed. People will either be waved on, directed to park. They can shut down.
But we don't
the
have
loitering.
this site. We have that site on Harbor. So I'm basing your assurities on a number of things. A conceptual drawing that isn't accurate. You promising you're gonna do something that you don't do at the other store, right? You start off with lessons learned. I don't want Costa Mesa to be lessons learned. We're not here for that. How about the homeless guy? Did you take this picture? Yes, I did. Okay. You say you guys are gonna create solutions for homelessness by opening this store? What did you do for this guy? You took his picture and used it against him to try and leverage us to what? Give you favor?
So this is the time, Councilmember Gameros, I don't mean to cut you off, but I just want to make sure that we're focused on asking questions of the staff.
Well, I'm asking about the homeless guy.
I know.
The intention with the picture, sir, is clearly to just demonstrate that the homeowners and the residents nearby this project, which was my primary focus, is to make sure that they were well-informed, are afraid of people harming them, are afraid to walk their dogs, and are afraid of that site remaining in disrepair as it is today.
Well, I don't know of too many constituents that are afraid of homeless people harming them. And I can tell you right now that the one on Harbor has homeless people around it, and you guys aren't doing anything about that. So now those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Well, I just have a couple of, one question primarily for the, just something that was said, and I just want to make sure we get this straight with the city attorney. First of all, I want to say, I do appreciate all the things that you do for our homeless shelter. I know that Raising Cane's and it's been depicted in some of our materials regarding the shelter that you provide meals to the shelter, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate your generosity of offering to provide additional, funding and to the shelter, and also to, I think you said, to active transportation.
Yes.
But it raises a concern, and I want to check with the city attorney, because I don't want there to be any perception or any reality that you've offered that and it's creating some kind of quid pro quo or condition here. So is there something we need to do, city attorney, to make sure that that's clear on the record, that, while we appreciate the offer, that it's not something that is being offered as a condition to us approving? Do we need to do anything with that regard?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. There's nothing affirmative that the city council needs to do. However, the specter of a quid pro quo would likely be there, whether that's true or not. The city council could simply decline to accept that amount, and that would remove all doubt that there was any quid pro quo, but that's not specifically required.
Okay. Well, we'll just take that up when I don't want to say anything. It's just, I want to just make sure that we cover that, we button that up. I know that that was offered in good faith, as everything you've done in the past has been in good faith. I just don't want there to be any confusion about what's happening.
Yeah, and if I may, on the homeless issue, because I've had this conversation with a couple of the council members unrelated to Raising Cane's and other conversations, and a project, a landowner is not going to solve a large social problem we have in California. And this is something we've heard loud and clear, specifically on this site. And as you said, it was truly intended to be a way to try and contribute to a bigger problem that we know we can't individually solve or address.
Right. Okay, all right. And it's consistent with your past practice.
Correct.
Councilmember Chavez, did you want the floor?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for asking your questions and for answering our questions. I have 3 questions for staff. The first one is, what's the zoning for the site?
C2.
Okay, that's commercial.
Correct.
What makes this project not be allowed by right?
The development review, the minor modification, and the minor conditional use permit.
Okay, can you just expand on the public what those exemptions are?
Sure. So a development review is, it goes to the director. This parcel is zone C2, and so when you demolish a building and you construct a new one, that action requires development review. The minor modification that they're requesting is to encroach 20% into the front 20-foot landscape setback. And so that request requires a minor mod, which also goes to the director. And the minor conditional use permit is for the drive-through lane, the extended hours of operation, given that they're, the drive-through lane, the reduction of driveway width for the drive-through lane. What else? Sorry, one second.
And the reduction in
and the
parking.
deviation of required parking. So the code allows a deviation of required parking when you can demonstrate that the actual demand is less than what the code required amount is.
Okay. And then just to confirm for everyone, is it true that staff gave this layout to the applicant as a better alternative than what they originally proposed?
Correct.
Okay. So I appreciate you breaking down everything. I appreciate learning that demolitions require review, but to me, it sounds like this is a commercial use in a commercial air zone. We made requests from the applicant to be more walkable and bikeable, and that has led to other discussion about the flow of traffic. But it seems to me that, actually, I'll ask that question. Why did we as staff ask the applicant to make a more walkable and bikeable building?
I might chime in on this. I don't, from a perspective of the site plan and when we worked with the applicant to redesign it, really staff's concern, and I was included in this concern, wasn't that it needed to be more walkable or bikeable per se. It was the design of it front-loaded the parking lot, which I felt wasn't a great look for a corner like that, a corner that's driven by vehicles, numerous vehicles and numerous of the public. And so my suggestion was to more or less implement a new urbanism type design where there's landscaping along the front, the building is front loaded, which the buildings for these Raising Cane's, in my opinion, are nicer than most, and then putting the driveway and the parking lot to the rear. So with that was really the intent of the redesign. One of the things that was also offered, I will say, was the outdoor patio component that was suggested, and to sort of, and that outdoor patio was a suggestion based on providing an activity area that can be seen from the street. So with all of those things in mind, that was what went into the suggestions from staff and the applicant in their redesign.
Okay. So essentially, just to summarize, city staff kind of push this sort of front-line design. We felt be more aesthetically pleasing to the public. We felt be a better use of the space in terms of other goals we have, walkability and bikeability. My final question for you, staff, is this. What was your recommendation for the Planning Commission on this item?
For approval.
Say again?
Recommendation for approval.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Most of my questions have already been asked and answered, so I'm only kind of left with one. And I don't know if we've got a good graphic to use, but can we pull up a site plan? I can't remember which slide it was. I'm actually looking at the landscaping plan. My question is, can someone please explain the pedestrian circulation plan. I'd like to know how people get from their cars into the entrance, which looks like it's at the southeastern portion of the building.
I think the applicant can best design the flow of pedestrians from the parking lot to the restaurant, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, I'd like the
Happy to.
applicant
Give me one
respond.
second, because the slide you have up is, and Hannah, why don't you come up? Hannah is with Kimley Horn. She is our internal traffic engineer. Here's the site plan. Yep, I got it.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hannah Lovano, Kimley Horn. I'm the civil engineer for the project here. Obviously, as stated, we worked with staff immensely on the site design. So as a result, with the parking in the rear, we do provide access for the required EV accessible stalls in the, I guess, south corner of the site, just to the other side of the enclosure.
So where those two arrows are on the bottom right, there's a crosswalk that runs underneath them.
Correct, yeah. So that
Painted.
Yeah, painted crosswalk to get pedestrians safely across that main drive aisle that we were referencing earlier. And then again, across the drive-through exit, right as they're about to exit southbound into that main drive aisle, there's another painted crosswalk to allow for safe pedestrian crossing where the vehicles will be parked in that like inner bay kind of within the drive-through circle, if that makes sense.
I know this graphic isn't really working for anybody.
So if you start at the left-hand side of the graphic and you go into the right and you see the gray area between the two purple boxes,
Yes.
then to the right of the most furthest right purple box, you go to the bottom, and at the end where the blue ends and the drive-through exits, there is also a painted crosswalk there.
Okay, so and I understand the closer you get to the building, I can see on another graphic how my real question is the southernmost parking, that, dozen or so parking stalls. How do you cross the drive-through aisle and make your way, I guess, east at some point? Is there a painted driveway between the bottom purple?
Yes, so there's a painted crosswalk. See the brown trash enclosure?
Correct.
There's a painted crosswalk that goes across there to the other purple box to get pedestrians across there. And so those diners would park along the southerly edge, walk to that crosswalk at the southeasterly edge adjacent of the site, and then go north to the restaurant.
Okay. Practically speaking, though, if you're parking in that southern area, you're going to basically do Frogger across the drive-through, make your way to that gray area, and then head to the east. Isn't that the quickest way?
You could walk adjacent to the
Yeah, we can't predict people's
Okay.
behavior, but it's probably a logical conclusion to make, like most parking lots.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was some more direct route. I didn't see anything certainly not on this diagram or on the landscaping plan, but okay, that's all I have.
Excellent. If there's no other questions, let's open it up to the public.
One more question.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a couple.
I know
Yeah.
Councilmember Gamaros was adamant these pictures different than the drawing. And I know it's confusing because the orientation is different, but I really don't see, and I've thought through each component of it, it seems like the drawing is representative, or the picture is representative of the drawing. And if someone wants to point out, if you want to point out specifically where it's different, I don't know what I'm missing. Because they look the same. And I know it's confusing because they're oriented differently.
The perspective, I think, is slightly
Confuses people.
different.
Yeah.
And it's like art. Everybody's going to view a different perspective through a different lens. And I think we're viewing a single rendering, which is intended to be to scale representation, not an exact replica of what will ultimately get built. But you can't view that rendering absent a conversation and answering questions and addressing concerns that you hear in the field from residents and folks in the adjacent businesses.
Coloring in the drawing or the map makes it hard to fit together, but when I walk through each piece of it, it seems the same.
Yeah,
Seems
I
pretty
don't
close.
know, I apologize if you have a black and white copy.
Now the colored
Oh, it's
picture
colored,
here,
okay.
and then this is, I
Yeah.
have I'm
Yeah, so
flipping back, but
the-
when I took this and I hold them side by side
No,
and I
that-
think
yeah, that-
through each, they seem, I'm just looking for the difference and
Yeah.
I don't see it.
The
so.
original petition, it was printed in color. And
Yeah,
so-
no, okay, got it. All right, that's all. You can talk if you want, but.
No, I just don't have a very good printer, but I would like to, if it's okay with the council, we do have a member of the team, our National Vice President of Real Estate, on the line on Zoom. He would like to make a couple of comments on our behalf, please.
Sure.
Wait a minute. Why don't you do this?
Come back.
Why don't we do this? Here's what we're going to do. Councilmember Reynolds is going to ask her next question, her last question. We're going to go to the public then, and then you're going to have a time to rebut.
Great.
For rebuttal. Now, what I'll say is, normally the rule for that is you can only rebut the things that are said by the public. However, I'll deviate from that, and if your guy, you say he's on the East Coast?
He's in Dallas.
Oh, Dallas is not the East Coast. All right, so he could stay up for a bit, and no matter what, even if it's not rebuttal, we'll give him a
that's your direction.
chance to talk
Thank
to
you.
us. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. I just had a few other questions on the traffic analysis, and I appreciate the other council members who had questions about the circulation. I know, personally, and I suspect for them too, this stems from concerns about what we do see in the real world, right? There's parking lots that are difficult to get across. There's drive-through businesses that do queue into the street, and those do create some situations. So, okay, so a few more questions on the traffic analysis. So he's back. My understanding then, again, is so we have this counts in February from the Costa Mesa and 2 other sites, and that sort of sets our expectation on the number of vehicles on the site at any given time, correct? Okay.
The trip generation was based on prototypical sites, Raising Cane sites, yes.
The 3 mentioned in the report?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And one was not used for parking because it had a shared parking arrangement and it wouldn't have been accurate.
Okay.
So we only used
What is the
representative data.
queuing capacity at the Costa Mesa site? The existing Costa Mesa site?
I think the average queue is 17 or 18 cars. That's what it said. We didn't analyze that site, so but that queue would fit on site, 17 or 18 cars. 17 to 18 cars is the average weekend PM peak hour queue. They count the queue at different
So I'm
times.
asking about the capacity, just to be clear. I want to understand sort of that site size, because you mentioned, I think, a postage stamp, right? So
Yeah.
how does that site size compare to
Something
the proposed
something to keep in mind is Costa Mesa 1, we'll call it, right?
Thank you.
Is not a dual lane drive-through. It's an old design. So when that wraps around, that's 1 lane. So it's hard to compare them apples to apples, but the queue length that they achieve on that site, my guess would be similar, if not same.
The demand, the queue demand is how many cars want to be stored on site. That was gleaned from that site. The demand of the cars arriving, the service rate, that was all baked into the analysis of how, that determines how long the queue is. We extrapolated that queue to this site.
Let me clarify
and
my
that
question,
fits.
because it's not about the demand. My question is about the capacity, so the site. Like, how much space is there for cars to line up at that site?
At the harbor site?
Costa Mesa 1.
Yeah, I do not know.
Okay. Maybe that's something that we can find.
We might be getting an answer.
But the takeaway is that queue fits in this site. It fits in the design storage, and it fits on site here.
Yeah, real quick. So for Costa 1, we can fit about 34 cars in that queue all the way through the drive-through lane. And that is without blocking the exit and without blocking all of our parking.
So, not including parking. So that site, Costa Mesa 1, can fit 10 or more cars than this site can fit.
Correct.
Okay. I did not expect to hear that. I'm surprised by that, because my feeling was that that site is a lot smaller. Okay, and then I was also surprised in you're sharing that February is a peak month, and I was just curious why that is. I would expect it to be very, very different, but is that just in Costa Mesa or around your California stores, or what's the?
So generally, the way sales work is they get really busy around the holidays because people are very busy and they don't want to cook. And then everybody is tired of grabbing food to go, and they've just been through the holidays and they're exhausted and they don't want to leave their house. And by about February, kids are back in school and everybody's back to their normal routine, and they're all excited, like, let's go out to dinner again. It's, it's just the psychology of all of our behavior. And it stays consistent throughout the year, and it tends to be busier during the school year than not, because you've got a lot of, the demographic of our diner is after school, football games, those kinds of things.
Okay. So sounds like you're saying it's pretty flat then, except for maybe January and summer months.
Yeah, January is actually one of our slower, just coming off the holidays, and then obviously February being preceding, that's when we pick up again.
Okay.
So one of our busiest.
Okay, and then this 50% reduction factor, is that, whose factor is that, and what is that based on? This assumption that 50% of drive-through traffic is for passerby, is that ours?
So actually, the national standard that we use, the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation, they actually have a higher number for that. The city caps at 50%.
What is the national standard number?
It's in the 65% range, but the city has a conservative threshold of 50
And what's
for
that based on?
fast food. We have done that. We wanted to be conservative in our analysis, so we have always minimized the pass-by. Even for other commercials, the IT allows, for example, up to 35%. We reduce it to 10% for shopping centers and things like that. Okay. So we've always been conservative in our analysis.
Okay. And then, so we're assuming conservatively that 50% of the customers who go to Cane's are drive passersby, right? They see a Cane's, they get excited, they pull in. How do we compare the traffic volumes? I'm assuming you know this since you've been our public works director for decades. What is the difference in traffic volumes generally between Harbor and Newport? So
Newport, Harbor has in the 45,000 cars per day in that location. Newport also has in that about 55,000. So it's very similar.
Okay. You said, okay, so higher on Newport, but
higher
similar.
on Newport, but very close.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yes.
May I move to limit comment to 2 minutes? Not because I don't want to hear all of the valuable comments that folks have to say, but just in the interest of it being 10:15 and doing good government as early in the night as possible.
Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you. So moved.
Yeah, see if you get a second. Okay, I know, I'm not gonna second it, but if you got a second, that would be fine. There's no second. So we're gonna go to the public comment. Everybody will have 3 minutes like always. And let's kick it off. Everybody go to either spot.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Isabella, and I'm a 13-year resident of Costa Mesa. I live in District 1. I was in high school when the first Raising Cane's opened, and it was a great time. I still visit that location, but now that it's been almost 10 years since being in high school, I'm a working professional. I am on the peninsula quite frequently for work. I don't work a traditional 9 to 5, and so sometimes I need those late night dining options, and as we kind of mentioned tonight, all we kind of really have is that Burger King, or Carl's Jr. and the Del Taco. I have visited those places, don't feel safe in them, quite frankly. So the fact that you are considering putting in this Raising Cane's, I urge you to vote yes on it. It would be a much safer option for late night dining, and it would just be a great addition to the aesthetic and the visibility of Newport Boulevard, which quite frankly is kind of lacking right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. It's good to see you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Clay Knapp. I live in level 1, which is District 5, which is 100 yards from where this is going to be. I appreciate her comments. I think it's very interesting. I appreciate her enthusiasm for fast food. It's interesting that someone would be here at 10 p.m. to, state how much they want a certain type of fast food. I'm just curious if maybe they were influenced by someone to speak, but anyways, sorry. And so I think that just there's a couple of things that I'd like to say, and I'm trying to do it respectfully. One is that, there's just been a couple of things that have been said about the residents, which me being a resident, I feel like it doesn't really take it into account. First of all, I think that they talked about a petition which was signed by 20 or 30 people, or I'd be surprised, because we actually got 30 people together, or about 20, 25 people together, and I'm actually here speaking for them on their behalf, because there was pretty unanimous lack of support from these individuals, other homeowners in level 1 who have been there for a long time. And so I'm speaking on their behalf tonight. And then we also had another 30 people on an email that we were exchanging emails on. So, again, pretty unanimous lack of support for this. I think that the specific reasons were that, I think traffic, safety, noise, odor, trash, congestion, security, the late operating hours, and there's already fast food, literally 100 yards away in Carl's Jr. So, that's something we knew when we bought these places. We have Carl's Jr., but then now, we're going to just be basically surrounded by fast food in our homes. And I think that Old Newport Boulevard has a ton of potential. I think that a lot of people were expecting it, hopefully, to be, maybe something that turns into maybe Lido Marina with some interesting shops and places to eat, or maybe like Forest Avenue and Laguna Beach, where, it just becomes something that's greater than what it is and maybe improves over time. I'm still hopeful that that can be the case. And anyways, as a resident, I don't support it. I appreciate some of the things that they said about, trying to improve the community, though. That's really good to hear. I think those are totally separate issues, though, so I have to, save that for what it is. But anyways, those are my comments. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gabriella. I am also a resident of Costa Mesa. Just in response to the gentleman that just spoke, I'm probably the biggest Raising Cane's fan ever. So I'm very passionate about this, and that is why I'm here at 10 o'clock at night. I go to Raising Cane's all the time, and I was just there this weekend. But a little bit about me is that I'm a graduate student right now, and I'm also a student teacher in the Newport Mesa School District. So much of Costa Mesa is great, and a lot has changed, a lot has improved, and there's some areas that still need work. And with the proposed Raising Cane's location along Newport Boulevard, I believe that we have an opportunity to improve a corner that still needs work. This new location would be a great addition to the area and a great community partner for the city. There seems to be concerns over the late night hours, but as someone who is working and going to school, late night dining is something that I appreciate. And when you wonder who's eating late at night, it's me and many other people my age who enjoy food after a late night out, if you know what I mean. And I also have friends who work at Hogue who regularly complain about the lack of dining options when they get off work late. So, like we've mentioned, the only option for 24-hour food is Del Taco on 17th, which is also less than 200 feet from residential. So I hope you consider the wants and needs of the community and to please approve the Raising Cane's location and keep the late night hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriella.
Hi,
Hi, good evening. My name is Antonia Kors. I live in Costa Mesa and also work in Costa Mesa. I urge you to approve the Raising Cane's as well. I work on the west side, as already mentioned, on 19th and Placentia, and the evolution of this part of Costa Mesa is really important. I drive by it every single day. I can only repeat what's already been said about the safety in the area. But I just want to say that the habits and our routines are changing, and especially in this area, I feel like taking this new proposal into consideration and seeing the benefits of the up-to-date planning, the market trends, and the consumer preferences in that area are really important. I really do believe that this addition is a perfect addition in that area, and especially given that it's alongside Newport Boulevard for access. Like Gabriela mentioned before me, is the ease of access and that there's nothing around in the area as well. I really believe that this type of use shows reinvestment potential in that area and will only continue the revitalization as well. With that being said, I really urge you to approve this proposal for Raising Cane's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Greg Kelly. I'm maybe one of the most impacted by this. I'm the property owner adjacent to the Raising Cane's with a boat business next door, and very much against this. I don't think it's great. It's going to be very detrimental to our business, and it's going to be, I think, a negative for all the other neighbors and business owners in that area, and I think it's negative for Costa Mesa. The main things that are detrimental to my business is the design's not adequately parked. There's a huge parking issue in that area. In fact, every business on those two streets, Commercial Way and East 16th Street, has a no parking sign and a towing. Vehicles will be towed if parked there. The traffic entering and exiting their property is going to affect our ability to get access to ours. We didn't talk about the left-hand turn coming up Old Newport into Raising Cane. If they stop for cars coming in, it completely stops the flow of traffic on Old Newport. Commercial Way, which is the next street from East 16th Street, is a private street. That's the first opportunity of anybody exiting Raising Cane's. If they turn right, because that intersection is going to get clogged up, they're going to go right. The first opportunity to get out of that neighborhood is to go down Commercial Way, which is private. We have to pay for our own street sweeping, our own pothole repairs, etc. It's going to be detrimental that way. I believe it's bad for Costa Mesa in general because of traffic. And I would love to have Santec answer the question as to why they omitted two stop sign analysis on East 16th Street on Old Newport Boulevard. They completely ignored that they were even there. You can even go down to Industrial Way. They ignored the two stop signs there. For example, you come down East 16th Street going east, that car going through that green light has 6 different directions it can go. It's a very dangerous street. It's become worse over the last 2 years because 17th Street is so bad. They go down Orange Avenue, turn on 16th Street to avoid it. So it's just going to make a disaster. So please look at the traffic. You don't want this as your legacy. This is a beautiful part of Costa Mesa that deserves better than another fast food location. So I urge you respectfully, just don't let this happen. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, council members. My name is Trent Wright. I'm actually a local resident in District 5. I'm actually in support of the project. I've heard everything tonight. I think what I'm hearing a lot, though, is I'm not a traffic expert. I love how the fact that the council members dove into that very deeply. You have to trust your staff. I think it's actually your staff that's doing these reports, your consultants that's doing these reports. Also, then I think the other factor here is that you've got a corporate citizen that's going to be a partner here. I think the other thing I'm hearing is that, well, we just want something better, right? We don't want anything at all. You know, we like the status quo because it could affect, I'll respect, it could affect businesses. There's always going to be that case with the new development. But I think if you have to have your choice of what else are you going to get, somebody else that's going to come into a community and do everything that Raising Cane's is going to do and all that effort that's gone into that. So for me, it comes down to, are you trusting your staff? Are you trusting your community and doing it as a better for the whole of the community? So I'm totally in support of the project and hope you vote yes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Kang, and thank you for this time. I think this is a great project, Raising Cane's, whether it's Raising Cane's or not. I think it's a great project, but as a standalone, I think it's going to affect what you can develop in this whole area. So that's a bigger, I guess that's my point of how to make this project work for the community. Because the effect of by putting a fast food, it doesn't have to be Raising Cane, I believe the obvious of the traffic count is there, and to say that February is your peak at time, I don't think so. I mean, you could research just generally across fast food, peak at times it's April to September. So let's just consider the fact that we didn't do the correct traffic. We do need to address the traffic because eventually when we do develop that whole area, we're going to have traffic. We want the traffic. We're trying to promote activity within the community. But as a standalone fast food restaurant, I think it doesn't work with the long-term perspective of the redevelopment, in my opinion. How do we now create any housing opportunities there? We can't. This is going to be the precedent of everything that could actually be developed on that whole street. So I would think the City Council will need to consider what is the objective for the bigger picture to address. There's something bigger? Yeah, there is. We need to address what can we do so that actually Raising Cane's or whatever fast food restaurants does exist within that corner or that community. I think we could find a harmonious way of doing so, but at this point, by providing this opportunity, it basically absolves any other options at that time. So, but considered you not to approve it as is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. The surprise that I'm having is that how come staff is not considering the freeway agreement from 1997? And if anybody needs an unredacted copy of it, I'd be more than happy to supply it to you guys. So obviously the SR 55 freeway is a federal highway, never completed. Don't know why, I have the answers, but the reason this part of Newport Boulevard hasn't been developed is because it was supposed to be depressed like the previous section before 19th Street. And now you guys are just going to add more traffic, more spillage onto Newport Boulevard, which City of Costa Mesa has a jurisdiction to govern, but Caltrans owns it, right? I don't think I'm wrong. Costa Mesa PD cannot do a drug checkpoint on it unless they got a highway patrol officer sitting over there. I might be wrong, but we can ask them too. So now you guys are just going to add more traffic, more spillage from this, and in Raising Cane 1, that location actually blocks the freeway on-ramp. Caddy corner from that, we got In-N-Out that's blocking Geisler Street. And we got the same problem on 19th Street with In-N-Out as well, where they keep spilling. Staff keeps saying that they can queue this, they can queue this. I don't know. If it was up to me, I'd bring my dozer and I'd clear that whole thing up. But with due respect, it spills over, it creates a problem. I'd love to know how many accidents have occurred on Harbor due to the backup of Raising Cane or In-N-Out. We're putting them in areas that they're not conducive to what you're trying to do. And the traffic pattern on this, with all due respect, the engineers, I wouldn't use them. A circle works better than a figure eight. If anything, I would have came in off of 16th and exit onto Newport Boulevard and put the building in the middle. But this doesn't make sense. Everybody in this little purple area here is going to cross traffic to get to the restaurant. Now you got a pedestrian hazard. But whether it's Raising Cane or anybody else, this doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Stevens, Council, Jay Goldsberry. I kind of got roped into this doing a little bit of diligence on a potential property that's kind of close. And I have to say, great chicken, you guys. Like, Raising Cane's fan, the project is amazing, but to the earlier point of the two gentlemen that spoke before, it really stifles the potential. And I have two babies born at Hogue. I'm a resident. I love our city. I love the potential of what could be. And seeing this makes me a little sad. I mean, Newport Beach is a haven for people to come and retreat, and they spend thousands of dollars to come see our city. And for them to drive in, see the coast and a fast food restaurant doesn't really get me going as a local resident to say, this is what I'm proud of. And looking forward to what my children and my grandchildren are going to be a part of. It's like, what can we build that they really care about? And as I've really spent many years, I've spent 17 years building development for communities, both on the nonprofit sector and in business. And what I'm seeing in the future of what people want are ecosystems. Our generation is looking for better living situations and places where they can build relationships with people that they love and they care about. And unfortunately, I don't think that this development, sorry, love your chicken, that this is something that's going to really do that, especially with the land that we've been blessed to steward. We are in the most beautiful place in the world. And do our developments reflect that? And I'm willing to bet that you guys aren't sitting here excited about approving another drive-through in your term. However, is there something bigger and better that can go into the future development of the generations to come that everyone could be proud of, that's truly going to help the community thrive? That's all I got.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, Paul Schwartz. I own the property on Superior and 16th Street, and I don't think that 16th Street has been taken into the, no one's looked at the traffic study, no one's, all the local people are gonna go down 16th Street and go east to get into this Raising Cane's, and I just don't see where the traffic flow even works. So that's all I have to say, and I think we should take a better look at this.
Can people please line up? Because we think, we like it's done, and then somebody pops up. So line up. Yes.
I wasn't going to speak, but listening to some of the traffic analyses leaves me with another question. This 50% discount for cars that are already on the road, that those are the, they're going to have an opportunity to, or develop a desire to go to Raising Cane's. That seems to me to be a citywide analysis. That's a citywide analysis of how many cars are using our streets. But on 16th Street, I'm trying to come up with how we could get 100 customers going into Raising Cane's if 50% of them are on that frontage road saying, oh, there's a Raising Cane's. You have to take that citywide analysis, or that 50%, or maybe explain it to me, and scale it down to the site-specific analysis. The number of cars that are coming, new traffic coming to this location is much more than I think a 50% discount would be reasonable for. So I'm a little bit confused. It's a question I have. Is this a site-specific number, or is this a citywide number? Just do the full analysis and say, how many people per hour are going to be coming to Raising Cane's, and look at the capacity. Blows my mind that we wouldn't have spillage. And having a security guard who's supposed to be securing the site also be a traffic cop is a non-starter. That just doesn't make sense to me either. So anyway, it's as you think through that question of 50%, I think it may be, we need to look at it a little more deeply. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andy. I think everyone's already talked about the traffic issue quite a bit. So I'm going to add one more thing that I found out today when I Googled it. One of the most traffic impacted areas in Costa Mesa is along Newport Boulevard between 19th and 17th. And that's just currently right now. If this Raising Cane's is even moderately successful, this is going to push more traffic to this intersection at 16th. Now, the reason why I bring up these as references is pedestrians and bicyclists. 162 pedestrians were hit by cars in Costa Mesa at an average of 3 per month. And that all happened near 19th and 17th. Sad news, 9 of those ended up in fatalities. Bicyclists, 238 victims. So with this increased traffic, I think I'm going to lean towards the safety aspect. I think everyone's brought concerns about the traffic, so I'm going to stop there. Measure K. So this is in the Measure K area, and I think when Measure K was introduced, it had a vision. It had a purpose for doing something bigger and better for the community. And I would hate to see that opportunity wasted on Raising Cane's as the first anchor. It could be better served by a more comprehensive, specific plan that better achieves the goals of Measure K. So that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is D'Artagnan Pendleton, and my family owns and I manage Merlin 5 Products. We're a CNC machine shop, and we run 2 shifts. And I'm actually my second shift. They work from 4 to 1 a.m., and they're those who actually asked me to come down and speak. They get off work at 1, and if let's say you could work off at 5, it's not like you go home and go to bed. You have a couple hours, you have dinner, you watch TV. They have their lives the same way. So they get off work at 1, they want to have dinner, they go home, they watch TV, and they like restaurants that are open later than the normal hours. And it's usually just Denny's or like I say. So they heard about this, they wanted me to represent them, saying it's an hour situation, they like the late hours. But after sitting here and hearing these comments, it's like it's a whole different thing. I hear some people talking about, oh no, here's this property, let's put something else there. Well, let's have these people invest their money to do that. Seems like you have a company here that has already been trying to invest money and do that. I mean, it's better to have one in the hand than 2 in the bush. And so if it's an hour thing, I'm here to fully support it. And I just support a good restaurant here for this area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Looks like we have our last speaker from the chambers.
Finally. Good evening, esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Steve Schweimer. I represent Seabreeze Villas, a 60-space mobile home park to over 100 residents of Costa Mesa since 1996. Though grandfathered in commercial zoning, it has always been a residential use property since 1992, and its residents should be availed all the protections of the general plan. It is a well-maintained park of older homes with thin walls and single-pane windows. Our residents cherish the peace and tranquility of their environment. However, the proposed development by Raising Cane's, consisting of parking facilities, vehicle stacking lines, and service windows, environmentally ruins the tranquility of this community. Situated a mere 90 feet from and facing our residents, the development brings with it the disruptive noise of vehicle traffic, loud mufflers, loud music, and vehicles clogging up our streets, disturbing our community for up to 22.5 hours. We have proactively engaged with our community to gauge sentiments regarding this development. Out of 60 households, 24 answered the door, 22 responded to a petition opposing the Raising Cane's project. It is concerning that much of the support for this development comes from individuals who do not reside in the immediate area. They are not the ones who will experience the direct adverse impact. City Council should prioritize the well-being of our residents over commercial interests. The general plan is designed to safeguard residential communities. Specifically, I refer to the provisions which mandate the protection of established neighborhoods, including mobile home parks, from disruptive land uses. Development compatibility, emphasizing that traffic and parking facilities should be positioned as far away from residential areas as possible. Also, parking lots and noise sources should be orientated away from residential zones. The proposal by Raising Cane's directly contravenes these principles, prioritizing commercial benefit at the expense of the quality of life of over 100 Costa Mesa residents. Given the clear and adverse impacts this development would have on our community, it is both reasonable and necessary to request this proposal be denied. I urge you, City Council members, to consider the real human impact on the development and uphold the values and protections enshrined in our general plan. Thank you for your considering this matter and the residents of Seabreeze Villas.
Madam Clerk, who do we have on Zoom?
Mark Vuksevich, please.
Mark Vuksevich, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. Apologies for not being in the chamber and apologies for not having been in the chamber for a while. Day job has been keeping me busy, but also my night job has been keeping me busy. As some of you may know, I bartend late at night, and Raising Cane's is oftentimes an option that I use to feed myself after a shift because they're the only thing open until 3:30 in the morning. And with that note, I want to come here to oppose this project for a number of reasons. First and foremost, I want to just note that I have regularly queued on Harbor without having any staff stop the line and stop other drivers from blocking the sidewalk and doing other things like that. So I just want to put that for the record. I also just want to note that the pseudoscientific traffic demand analysis that says that 50% of people are kind of doing this along their normal drive I think, I mean, that number is completely arbitrary. I know that me and the people in my life regularly go to drive-thrus as a standalone trip, or if it is a trip chaining event, it's not trip chaining along my route. It's oftentimes having to go, I live on Bristol, so oftentimes having to go down Baker onto Harbor and then come back to Bristol, not in the direction I would have been traveling to begin with. But sure, that is a trip chain technically. But the biggest argument I want to make for you all, and the biggest reason that I oppose this project, is because drive-thrus are not economic productivity centers for cities. And I wish I had shown and had a PowerPoint slide for you from a really well done Not Just Bikes / Strong Towns video showing this, that same plot of land that we are now entirely using for the queuing of motor vehicles, that land could be 5 to 10 small businesses. And that could provide both our community and our city more tax revenue, more economic vitality than just this problem we're trying to solve of the motor vehicle queuing, which additionally adds pollution, adds emissions in our neighborhood, often adds noise, but I'm not overly concerned about that. And then ultimately, the bigger problem too, on top of all of this, is that our city, we're doing a level of service analysis. We're not doing a VMT analysis, which means we're continually growing and adding more and more vehicle trips, which is decreasing the productivity of our city. I encourage you all to think about what that plot of land that is currently being proposed to be a Raising Cane's, what it could be with intentional planning, with a better rezoning, with Measure K. How productive could that land be for the residents, but also for the finances of our city? That could be even 5 not that great small businesses, floundering small businesses, are going to provide more tax revenue to our city. That's the biggest problem with drive-thrus, is that they're not good financially for cities. They're bad land use policy.
Your time's up. Your time's up, Mark. Who's next?
Jeremy Hudson, please.
Jeremy, you have 3 minutes and not a second more. Oh, okay. Well, Jeremy? Okay, well, you don't have any more time than that either, Jeremy, but let's, I don't want you to think we're going to give you more than 3 minutes. But hold on a second. Before you go, is there anything, because this is your rebuttal time, and I promised you'd have a chance to speak.
We have one more after this.
Oh, we have one more person? Well, let's have that person speak.
Yeah, let's let them
We got to close out the people speaking from the public, then we'll go back to our rebuttal. Then we'll close out the public
Taylor F., please.
Taylor F., you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. I'll try to keep this really quick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm a resident of the area for going on 9 years now, born and raised, lived in Newport, Costa Mesa for over 30 years. And I would like to say, similarly with the traffic at 16th Street, I try to come into this meeting with a very open mind because I do know that something needs to be done on this property. However, it is really, really clear to me that the traffic did not include anyone who drives through 16th Street. I drive through on non-traffic times, and it is, quite frankly, terrifying sometimes because there's no lead for anyone when people are turning, going straight. There's the backup on the other side of the street, and so people, are turning into that from two different other lanes, merging with the center lane to go across the street to get to Raising Cane's just is completely chaotic. Additionally, summertimes traffic, I walk at the beach, I come back, it might take me 3 green lights to turn left at 15th Street. Traffic can be so bad. So I just want to point that out about traffic, that it's very clear that is was not looked into correctly, or whatnot. Secondly, I just want to echo that what was said before about if so many of the residents and the businesses in the immediate area bordering this have such strong feelings about it, I would urge you to strongly take that into consideration, considering the fact that we're the people most familiar with the area and would be the most familiar with the changes that would be brought about by having the backup, if there is backup. And additionally, in considering the backup, if that curb is painted red, where do those cars go if a cone is placed in the drive-through? Do they sit in the red where they're not supposed to be? Or do they drive further down and block traffic further down Old Newport Boulevard, or try to take parking spaces that businesses and community already have limited to them? So keep that in mind as well. Additionally, if the 34 parking spaces include the employee parking and there is an additional 10,000 per average per their traffic on Newport than there were on Harbor, and that had a much greater capacity for their line, that it just doesn't make sense to me that like, my common sense is telling me that something's wrong with the math there on why this was approved with that regard. Anyways, and then lastly, it's just that there are already, again, so many other fast food options, and I understand the time being a thing, but if you're driving at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. somewhere, there's no traffic, and so the additional time to go from this location to the other Costa Mesa location is less than 12 minutes. So it's not like a great inconvenience in terms of driving. I guess I'll close with that.
That's it. That's it.
Thank you very much
Yes.
for your time. Enjoy your rest.
Yeah. For everybody who's speaking, you take your 3 minutes, but don't say, if you're going to take the full 3 minutes, don't say you're going to be really quick. Okay? So I think we're done. We're on to the rebuttal, right? You want to go to Jeremy first? It's your choice. Jeremy from Dallas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council. So Jeremy Hudson, I'm Vice President of Real Estate for Raising Cane's. I just wanted to point out a couple things. So there's been a lot of reference to our original Costa Mesa location on Harbor and maybe some of the traffic and everything that people have dealt with over the years there. So it should be kind of an obvious call out. By doing a second location in Costa Mesa, we're actually kind of solving two problems here, right? You're going to take some business off of that. And that's intentional. So, we're going to relieve some traffic up there because we're creating an option now down to the south. That Costa Mesa location on Harbor is servicing a fairly large trade area that isn't exactly convenient for everybody on the south side. So that's less time they'll be in their cars, not having to drive up there. So people that are worried about some of that northern traffic, if they're just a Cane's customer, they no longer have to be up there. We can keep them down on the south side. But, we opened Huntington Beach. That pulled a little bit of traffic off of it. We've got sites coming on the south side of Santa Ana and the north side. We've got an Irvine location coming. So you have to look in for a holistic picture of what a Raising Cane's strategy looks like for what it's having to serve now with just that northern Harbor location. what a second Costa location will do in terms of relieving traffic, not only for the existing one, but why the second one won't be as busy, because you will now be having 2 restaurants servicing 1 trade area. So we lighten the traffic for both. And as the strategy fills in for the surrounding markets, you again take further bites out of the apple to help kind of reduce that cost. The other thing is, real estate is expensive. Keynes is not doing this site on the cheap. We're looking at spending somewhere between $8 and $9 million to develop this site, $1 million of which is just landscaping. I would challenge some of the people on commercial and some of those other businesses around there. What have they done to enhance, their landscaping and aspects of the site that the residents and the locals benefit from? We're putting a ton of money into this to beautify it, make it pedestrian friendly. We're not just looking to feed, the residents of Costa Mesa, but employ them. This is about 100 jobs that we're creating just for this location, if not more. A lot of these are first-time jobs for 16, 17-year-olds getting into the workforce, which, by the way, are making $20 an hour now. That's a good way to get these kids started with a really great experience, a safe environment, and be a part of this community. We're not just an outsiders coming in. We're digging into this community. We want to be part of it, serve it, feed them, and be a good corporate partner. But I just wanted to point out the harbor situation has been called out several times. This solves a lot of that. That's all I had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Raising Cane's team. By the way, we're going the distance tonight, council, as long as we have a quorum. Okay, go. Yeah, we do. We do.
Stan Tech, the city's traffic consultant, heard some things he wants to correct.
Yeah, I've heard some things that are just not correct, and some of the callers and the people made comments that aren't correct, and I think those need to be corrected.
So do I.
Okay, first of all, I'm a traffic engineer, registered, 30 years of experience in California, and registered in the state of California. The idea that a February study is not appropriate is just plain incorrect. The study February isn't the right month for Raising Cane's, isn't the right month. There's an organization national called the Institute of Transportation Engineers. They have voluminous data on land use studies. They publish the trip generation rates. There isn't one rate for February, one rate for May, June, July, you have it. There's one rate for given land use. If anything varies, it's by the different variables. It could be square feet, could be employee, could be number of parking spaces. But the typical traffic study does not factor the trip generation by year. We pick the standard typical period of a weekday so that we have the most typical days that represent the most useful view possible of the traffic. And February is a perfectly valid month to do a traffic study. It's a perfectly valid day to collect existing data. We have strict rules that every agency adheres to for collecting data. We don't use days, we don't collect on holidays. We don't collect on weeks with holidays. We don't do on rainy days. We don't do when roadways are closed or the roadways aren't typical. We don't do it when there's schools are closed. We try to look at the area and capture the most representative volumes that would give you the most overall useful view. We did that. February is fine for that. Okay, the second one is the caller said that the pass-through rates were arbitrary. Nothing could be farther from the truth. If you look on the footnote on our table, there's voluminous footnotes that talk about the ITE sources or the confirmation by the city. There's nothing arbitrary about it. We use those references. Like I say, there's nothing but tons of reference material from ITE, the National Institute of Transportation Engineers, about what rates for pass-through are appropriate for different land uses. Not an arbitrary pull out of the sky type of exercise. The other comment was, why didn't we look at 16th Street over east at Old Newport? All the traffic study areas, we use 7, were vetted and approved by the city. To study an intersection, it usually has to get 50 peak hour project trips. Every intersection we studied was within that parameter, and they fell off. That intersection does not receive the threshold of project trips that warrant analysis. And by that, you can conclude that the project traffic would be too insignificant to make a difference. to the existing operation of that intersection. So there's a good reason why that wasn't included, because it doesn't send a strong enough pulse of project traffic. The last thing was about well, I have two more. The queue. We're predicting that the average queue comfortably sits on site, all but the most extraordinary queue would need queue management. They have a very aggressive program, and that would be deployed when those conditions occur. It's not the average, it's just maybe 5% of the time. So we're not predicting that the queue spills out in the street and blocks traffic. The final number was there was concern by the neighbor to the south that the left turn queue versus the opposing traffic on Old Newport would queue past his property. The projected volume into that site by the project is less than 1 car every minute. The maximum volume in the PM peak hour is 43 trips coming north, turning left into the Raising Cane's driveway. That's less than 1 per minute. The queue is not going to grow before your eyes as cars come up that street. After this meeting, take a watch and look how long an interval is, 43 seconds between vehicles. It's a long time. All the driveways are of that same magnitude. So, and finally, the level of service at all the off-site intersections meet or exceed county or city criteria, and they all do. They're all operating at level of C or above. And there was a comment about VMT. Well, this project does make a nod towards improving things for bicyclists and pedestrians, and does take a look at other than vehicle-centric modes. So to the extent that they can give a nod to that, they have. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll be very brief.
Okay. I've heard that once before.
I promise you,
Come
Mr.
on,
Mayor.
Maris.
Trust your experts, and I will ride Jeremy's coattails. This is, based on what he just said, a nearly $10 million investment in the corner, and you are going to have taxable sales on an annual basis there that are better than the almost 5 years you have had a vacant, blighted corner. People have brought up Measure K and what does the future look like. I voted for Measure K. Measure K is intended to revitalize things like empty buildings and commercial to promote redevelopment, to bring housing to areas. These are exactly the type of uses. Your planner used the term new urbanism earlier. We have to get a little uncomfortable in spaces where we've been used to it being one way before we can get comfortable again. These changes are tough, but a vacant building is not the answer. You have a vital use with jobs that wants to come in, and more importantly, this is what the landowner wants to do with this land on this corner. I thank you for your time and attention at this late hour. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Now, this has got to be the most
I'll
important
just
thing you could
finish
possibly
lastly. I just want to point out that we've dived into a lot of minutia
Yeah.
and technical detail of each car trip and what this could be. We know what it is today. This project is an allowable use in this zone. Couple of technical design issues on a driveway width and a landscape setback are what drives a planning commission hearing. The staff recommends approval. The planning commission recommended approval and in fact approved it. You opened the meeting, Mayor, with a notion to do something great for Costa Mesa tonight. Approving millions of dollars in investment towards revitalizing this area, making it safer for your constituents, and adding to the tax base is something great. And I hope all the good this brings is not lost on you tonight. Perfect is the enemy of very, very good. And what could be is the enemy of now. Thank you.
Mic drop. Let's close public comment on that note. And
Mayor.
let's see if we can get a motion. Yes, Councilmember Marr.
Mr. Mayor, I move to overturn the Planning Commission's decision and adopt a resolution to deny the Planning Commission application.
Seconded by Gameros. Okay, you have a second, Councilmember Marr. You can speak to your motion.
Yeah, look, I find the project not substantially compatible with developments in the same general area and further potentially detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. I think we have raised legitimate concerns. If you've learned anything, folks, from Costa Mesa tonight, it's that we do dive into the details. That's kind of our brand, right? If we had one, and that's for a lot of good reasons. That's because if I had to list the number of complaints that I got about a drive-through somewhere in the city, it would fall pretty closely behind housing, cannabis. Yeah, I think that's it. Housing, cannabis, drive-throughs. Like those are the things I get complaints about. And so, no, this isn't like this isn't an art. This is a science. I don't think you can put this back in the bottle very easily, and I'd rather err on the side of caution here, knowing what we know about historical performance, but also, having dove into the details on specifically the circulation study, wherein the traffic engineer that the city hired noted that we were very likely to spill into the parking area and block parking, and that we are this close to also spilling into the street. So for those reasons, I find the project not compatible. Thank you.
Let's hear from the second.
Yeah, I have to agree with Councilmember Marr. This really is cutting a fine line as far as spillage into the street, and I truly believe that the first Raising Cane's is a great example of that. They do run 2 lanes through there, and it still spills out into the street. I don't think we're going to be able to handle that. So I just have to agree with what Council Marr said in addition. Thank you.
Does any other council members want to be heard or make a substitute motion? I see that Council Member Reynolds is ready to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion for all of the comments already stated. And I think it was a member of the public who brought up, this stretch of Newport Boulevard and Costa Mesa is where we have the highest rates of collisions, injuries, and fatalities, and it's something that we've been trying to address with Caltrans. We had a death on Newport Boulevard last month. I think we had another one a few months before that. I'm very, very, very concerned about the risks created by potential queuing. What we got a lot of emails on, and what I had heard from neighboring residents, is concerns about backups that are already happening in this area, and the traffic analysis suggests at least 1,000 additional daily trips into this area. So the risks are too high. I get that there's these formulas that create this traffic analysis, which still said the site does not adequately queue. But if that's wrong, even just a little bit, it could create some very, very, very challenging situations that I'm not comfortable with. I would add in the conditions, it was noted that this is an allowable use. It's only an allowable use with a MCUP. All right, we have to have findings that this change in use is going to be compatible with the area. For the traffic concerns that we've already heard, I don't see it compatible. We've also talked about some of these, conflicts on site with all of the crisscrossing that creates, I think it's going to deter people from parking on site and probably trying to stay in the queue. We heard about, pedestrian challenges trying to move about the site as well. But I want to add, there's another condition that I think we're not meeting, which is consistency with the general plan and any applicable specific plans. We have the 19 West Urban Plan here, which was our directive to create walkable residential community. I know many of the residents that have moved into this neighborhood in the last, was it 7 years is the age of one of the new developments, are expecting walkable residential community. This project and inviting 1,000 trips a day of vehicles onto Old Newport is not compatible with that.
Any other council members wish to speak? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a substitute motion to
yes.
Uphold planning decision to approve the project.
All right, I'll second it for discussion at least.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everyone that spoke today. I appreciate everyone spending their Tuesday night to raise their comments, thoughts, concerns on this project. I think for me, it really falls down to what we have a council have been saying for the past couple of years. Our city staff came back to the applicant and asked them for a more new urbanism style, more walkable style, more pedestrian-friendly style, right? We, as a city, asked the applicant to move things around. And while I can't certainly say that's why they have needed an MCUP, what I can say is there definitely is an intention by them to be promoting walkable spaces. The fact that they have an outdoor patio, the fact that they have a bike locker. When I talk to the kids in my district, the high school youth that'll probably be frequenting the space the most often, they all use e-bikes to get around. They're gonna be e-biking here. That's gonna happen regardless we put canes here or not. When I think of the folks that work late at Hogue or work late in general and need a place to eat, Canes is gonna be a place that's gonna accommodate that. And quite frankly, I don't want us to be under the impression that an owner has to do what we want them to do. It's my understanding, I could be incorrect, that this property owner is not interested in selling the land. This is a lease. I don't think they're gonna be selling the land to someone else if that's what they're doing for Raising Canes. I can't imagine they'll get a better cash cow than a national brand. So I applaud staff for being bold and asking an applicant to be more proactive and having more walkable features. I don't want us to be jeopardizing an applicant for following the rules that we have put in place. This is zoned commercial until it's rezoned differently. This is an allowable use. And it seems to me that the variances are mainly derived from what we as staff have asked them to do.
So I always look at all these things with some different principles, and I start with the presumption of property rights. I say that the property owner has the right to presumed right to lease to somebody that's willing to lease the property and willing to improve the property. I also look and say, we've got a business here that's an established business that apart from, I've driven and thought I was getting onto the 405 freeway only to realize that I was in a chicken line. That's happened to me, okay? I get it, I get Jeremy from Dallas's point that, maybe fewer people will get in that predicament if more people are buying Cane's chicken down in the southern part of the city. I'm just like, I guess I need to get with the program and buy more Raising Cane's chicken, but if you look at me, you'd think I eat more of it than I do. Anyway, that's where I start. Then I look at the findings. Is my process. I look at the findings and I say, okay, that's my presumption, but it's a rebuttable presumption, and I have to have evidence that it would in fact be materially detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the persons residing or working in the immediate vicinity. We have heard people that have testified to that, and then we have people, including experts that the city has retained, that have given us different testimony. I do give a lot of weight to what Councilmember Chavez said, which is this is a business that came in, and we, in a way, brought them in, gave them a plan that we'd like to see them do, and they were very accommodating and did it. That is a weighty factor to me, and I also don't like it when the city, just in general, and I've seen it before, where the city basically comes in, brings you through a process, says if you do these things, we're going to be favorable to you. And I know we have the discretion, but there just doesn't sit right when we deny it, okay? Because when I don't know if I told the story before, but when I was running in 2016, somebody came up to me and says, I only want two things from you. I want access and a quick no, right? And you know what I'm talking about. Don't drag me through to the end and then say no at the end. It smacks of unfairness, in my opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. And then I look at the next factor. I says the improvement is compatible and enhances the architecture and design of the existing or anticipated development in the city. Now, and it goes on, we now have vacant space there. I'm not a big vacant space guy. I think we have quite enough vacant space in Costa Mesa. And this is a vacant space, and we have somebody who's coming in there to make a major investment and make it nicer. I think we need to take that into account. I also like the guy who came up and said and made the point, it's like, you know, or maybe it was Jeremy, I can't remember. Who else is going to come in here and do this, right? And finally, in terms of, you know, homelessness, and I do appreciate the help of Raising Cane's, I do think we should say, you know, no conditions, no thank you on the 40,000. That's down the road if you want to do something like that, but no conditions on that one. But I do appreciate what you've done for homeless, and I do know of something about that. When you talk about impacts of people that are homeless, you look at it and the impacts to neighborhoods. There's 3 things that will address that problem, and only 3 things: activity, lighting, security. And this hits all 3. That's the basis for me supporting the motion. Anybody else want to be heard? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting the substitute motion for many of the reasons just articulated by the mayor. What I would add to this, though, is I will readily admit when the project first came before us, or at least preliminarily 3+ years ago, I wasn't very excited about it. It was just kind of a standard design. And to the mayor's point about staff providing some guidance and even some input from council at that point, what has been proposed to us is significantly better. It is a much better urban design. I appreciate the effort that was put into making those modifications, both from a design and a planning standpoint. I get it. Most people aren't very enthusiastic about yet another fast food joint. My daughter would disagree. She loves Raising Cane's, and I'm sure would be a patron here because it is actually a little closer to where we live, and I think that would alleviate some of those concerns that were mentioned about the harbor location. But for me, this is simply a land use and development issue. You know, one of the things I love most is when my wife and I drive around the city and she says, you know what would be great there is if they put a specialty store or they put a restaurant there. To which I frequently respond, well, who's the they you're referring to? We all have some expectations of what can go in locations, but the they, in this case, are the applicants, the people who are actually coming here and making that investment. And I respect that. We don't get to pick and choose exactly what goes in every parcel. This is privately owned land. As the applicant pointed out, it's been vacant for 5 years. That doesn't do the city any good. I'm sure I have my own ideas about what I would think is the optimal or preferred use here, but that's really not what is before us. We don't have a moratorium on fast food. If that's something that council wants to consider, great, but that's not available right now. It's an allowable use. It was approved by our planning commission. It was recommended by staff. We've heard a lot of expert testimony to support that. I think that's sufficient to me, and I believe it does make the findings based on what we have heard here tonight.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to be heard? Oh, Councilmember Harper. Mr. Swing Vote Harper.
Just briefly, yeah. You know, I supported the cannabis stores and the cannabis applicants because we had laid out a groundwork for them to come to our city, and even though I didn't support cannabis, I still thought it was fair. And this is zoned for this use, and this is chicken. It's not cannabis, so I don't have any anxiety about that. It's jobs, it's development, it's a quality operation. It is an evolution of our fast food in Costa Mesa, and it seems to be what the market wants. And I've never heard our council delve so much into traffic studies, but I clearly don't know enough about traffic to even challenge it. So, and data is complex, and I know anecdotal data is confusing and misrepresents. So I'm going to rely on the experts here. Thank you.
All right, with that, let's call for the question. Substitute motion, Chavez's motion.
Motion carries 4-3. Councilmember Reynolds, Marr, and Gamaros voting no.
All right, so shall we keep going? I mean, I do want to finish all these items today. Okay? So let's go to.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I actually was going to move that we skip the next item and push it to next council meeting.
The public hearing?
The public hearing item? Okay, you go ahead and make that motion. That the motion is to do it in another day?
Yeah.
Okay, the motion is to do public hearing to another day. Anybody want to second it? Okay, second, and we got a third. Okay, so then it's for public hearing number 2 regarding the parking, it's not the parking, the event center. Do we want to do it another day, yes or no? You got a second in Reynolds, a second in it. Okay, let's go vote. Oh, sorry. Okay. Please,
Motion fails 3-4.
please read the title.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is appeal of planning application 22-37 to establish an event center with outdoor activities, including a request to offer valet parking and to deviate from parking requirements located at 3150 Bear Street. Presentation by Ms. Curley, Assistant Planner.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. City Council. Good evening, members of the City Council.
It would seem as if tonight we're the Planning Commission, wouldn't it? It's an honest mistake, Caitlin.
My
Go ahead.
apologies for that.
No, it's all right.
I'm Caitlin Curley. I'm an assistant planner, and today I'm presenting an appeal for planning application 22-37 at 3150 Bear Street. This application includes a conditional use permit for an event center and valet parking, and a minor conditional use permit for ancillary outdoor activities and a parking deviation due to unusual operating characteristics. The project site is 3150 Bear Street, which is zoned administrative professional. The site is currently partially used as an office. There is one half of the second floor used as an office, one half of the bottom floor used as a social media studio for the Koshman Company, and the third floor is vacant, and the applicant has no intention of occupying the third floor in the near future. The administrative professional zone is intended to establish areas for public administrative, professional, and similar business office uses. It aims to limit the intensity of use within the district to be compatible with the types of activities generally associated with office developments. An event center is allowed in the AP zone with an approved conditional use permit. The event center is proposed to occupy 3 interior spaces within the building: the atrium, the auditorium, and the dining room. There will also be ancillary events in the grand courtyard. There will be a maximum of 2 events per day with no concurrent events. These events will be limited to a total of 225 people. This includes guests of the events and also support staff such as caterers, valet parking attendants, musicians, security staff, that sort of thing. And there will be no simultaneous uses of the event space and the office uses. This application includes a valet parking plan and a parking deviation, as mentioned before. The parking deviation is required because with a strict application of the code, 664 parking spaces would be required. That assumes that all suites in the building, first, second, and third floor, are occupied to capacity per code. However, in practice, the office use will only require 20 spaces at most, and events will, at most, require 225 parking spaces. This is due to the limited attendee and office employees that will be present on the site as conditioned. There will also be no concurrent uses of the office and events. There are conditions that limit the number of persons on site, and all of this results in adequate parking available on site. The valet parking plan further manages the parking and circulation situation on the site. The valet parking is meant to improve the event experience and also manage queuing in parking locations. The valet parking is not required to meet parking demand, and the podium will be located approximately at least 300 feet from the homes adjacent to the property. The appellant has four main concerns with this application. The first is regarding our CEQA determination. The second is the noise impacts to neighboring properties. The third is potential circulation impacts to Bear Street. And finally, the appellant is concerned about the enforcement of any conditions of approval for the project. There were other concerns voiced in the appellant's justification for her appeal, but as they were not germane to the subject, they have not been addressed. The project was determined to be exempt under the existing facilities, that's Class 1, CEQA exemption. This exemption involves a negligible or no expansion of the existing or former use. This proposed event center is actually a less intense use than was previously occupied at the TBN site. The Trinity Broadcast Network involved a museum, a gift shop, an auditorium where they held live services, a dining room, and then more offices, actually three, suites of offices, which is much more than is being proposed now. Due to this much more intense use, we can conclude that there is no expansion of the existing or former use. There's actually a reduction. Class 1 has also been used with previous event center projects within the city, such as the Harper. As for noise impacts, this project has been extensively conditioned to mitigate noise to the greatest extent possible. Indoor events are limited to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. all week, while outdoor events are further limited from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays and 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekends. Outdoor events are further limited with no amplified sound permitted and only 4 musicians allowed to be operating on the site. There's also a small selection of acoustic instruments permitted. The outdoor events will also be no closer than 120 feet from the residential uses, but will often be significantly further away. Additionally, outdoor events and any operation on the site must comply with the city's noise ordinance. To further mitigate noise impacts, the valet parking podium has been placed at least 300 feet away from the nearest home, and vehicles will be driven by professional attendants to and from the parking spaces. Regarding traffic and circulation impacts, again, there have been conditions of approval placed on the project to address this. Specifically, events will be limited to 225 total persons. That's guests and support staff. Events will not begin or end during peak traffic hours. office and event activities will not occur at the same time, and there will be a maximum of 2 events per day. Additionally, access for the use will only be from Bear Street. The fire access gate off of Olympic Avenue will not be used. Code enforcement can be contacted regarding any potential violations of the conditions of approval for the project. Additionally, the police department can be contacted regarding noise complaints outside of business hours. The city will investigate any potential violations, and if violations are found, the city is able to take action to enforce the conditions of approval. To conclude, this site and building layout is suitable for the proposed use. There is a 225 attendee cap. There are 241 on-site parking spaces, which can accommodate the attendees. There are limited hours of operation. There are limited outdoor operations. This event center will provide employment for smaller businesses, such as caterers and musicians, and it will provide a gathering space for the community and the region. Staff recommends the City Council adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, subject to Class 1 existing facilities, and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of Planning Application 22-37 based on findings of fact and subject to the conditions of approval. I would also like to add that the Planning Commission approved this project on the February 26th Planning Commission meeting. Thank you very much for your time. Staff is available for questions, and the applicant and appellant are also present.
Let's hear from the appellant first, and then the applicant, and then we'll hold our questions, and then we can ask anybody we want those questions. So with the appellant, come on up and make the best possible case.
The appellant is available via Zoom and will be speaking, but they have submitted also a presentation.
Okay.
You may speak, Ms.
The
Swanson.
appellant has the floor.
Hello. It's late in the evening, so hopefully I will do my best. If you'll go ahead and put the arrow, and I'm going to just say next for each move on the slide deck, since I'm not in control of it. Can you forward with the slide deck? Thank you. So this is the home in comparison. You can see the entrance to the gate, which is very narrow and usually clogs up with just a couple cars. I have tried to actually even ask questions on the 3140 Bear, because that was supposedly a cannabis dispensary being added in, and I never did hear on that, but we'll stay with this subject for now. If you'll go ahead and move forward. So the findings with the city is that the proposed development is substantially compatible with the developments, and that there's not any material detrimental harm to the properties within the area. The finding parrots verbatim the applicant's position, which makes one wonder how this is an independent finding of fact. Does the city consider me and the well-being of my home immaterial? And facts supporting this through titled facts is that these are all some assumptions and supposition, no supporting empirical data to this. It mimics the applicant's verbiage. I asked, what about an event center is compatible with developments? If you forward, apart from my home, many homes have been taken off by the previous owner. And there's many documents, 27 years, that I think I got told 2,270 pages that could have been added back in to document all of this. So if you'll forward again, you can see that my residence in comparison, my backyard and this project is, and bedroom is closer than my front yard driveway. If you'll keep going. So this approval is 100% materially detrimental to well-being, and the stress is absurd and unnecessary. I did not attend the public meeting because the last one went to 1 a.m, and there was actually concerns for safety when I was there. I've been to every public meeting leading up to this to try and do this to this facility. I realize I live in a city, but I love my home and only wish to live peacefully in it without undue duress. I'm clearly directly impacted. I feel like I'm on an island handling this issue since all the homes surrounding me have been purchased by the previous owner, who wouldn't be concerned with morning, evening, early morning cars, ceremonies, backed up at your gate, car exhaust, car alarms. The applicant did do one small event, and even that was, you could hear. I'm wondering why I'm left feeling helpless and hopeless by the city, especially watching all the last stuff that just went on. All the footage of typical noise, I asked for it to be put back in, but was told it wasn't going to be allowed. I do have one little piece of footage I've added. The application does not describe any steps to the property to mitigate noise, and there never was before either. Homes were given up because of the situations created. There's no controls included in the application. This footage will capture a typical noise. So I don't understand what the city how it could find it acceptable. If you'll go ahead, this is hard to watch, it's even harder to live with on a regular basis. So if you'll go ahead and play the footage and make sure the sound's up. I'm not hearing sound on my end. Yeah, no, there's screaming people. I'm not hearing any of the sound. Are you able to hear the sound and it's just my end?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear the sound. I mean, it's like coming off a computer speaker, but we can hear that there's people there.
Okay.
It never these things never translate. It's like filming a rock concert. It never works.
It is like living with a rock concert for sure. So I didn't hear any of what was going on. I would like the public to hear it and see it. But I am requesting you do not allow cars to park up against homes and be backed up against homes. Oh, I can actually play some of the screaming people from my end so that you hear it. Let me get back to that.
Are there screaming people right now?
Again, on the video?
No, I mean at your house?
Oh,
what is that?
For the moment it's late, and that's what you should have been able to hear on the video.
Oh, that's the video?
Yes. That's my backyard. 20 feet away. So if those cars, I will stop it because it's even PTSD for me. So I know you won't want to hear it either.
All right. Anyway, we get it. So what's the next slide?
You're forward, your car's backed into parking spots. This fountain was allowed and approved because it was administratively zoned for a church, and they claimed they weren't going to use it for a lot of parking. So parking spaces were taken up to take this fountain in. Not plausible to believe that air quality in my backyard will not be degraded with all these cars. And the noise, even though people couldn't hear it on video, I could give you a snippet. It's incredible. So the daily pilot, if you'll just, do it all, it reported this, and that when a camel's nose appears under the tent, it's not long before the rest of the camel invites itself in. The camel's been in for a long time, and people didn't give up their homes for no reason. There was also in past history the use of trees, claiming to distract from noise. If you could please forward. This is what the trees, that one tree was removed and the city allowed them to put in. The trees on the commercial properties that have been taken from gotten from homeowners over all of the events that have gone on are being groomed, but the trees in my backyard are almost touching my house. When the city was approached for help with this, they said they oversaw it, they approved it, but then the documentation is missing. So I do ask, do these approvals remain? My backyard is not visible in a Santa Ana and not safe in a Santa Ana wind for the branches that are falling into it. One of the trees actually fell into one of the neighbor's yards in the early on days. And he said it was part of why he was giving up his home, because he was fearful for safety of his children in the backyard. So even though it looks like it would be a good plan, you are talking cars completely surrounding this and abutting people's homes. And again, even though the noise didn't play, it's people screaming, yelling all hours of the night. So if you'll forward to application flaws, the previous tenant was Trinity Broadcasting Network, then moved to Greenlaw Partners, then moved to the EF. The description omits key facts. Sufficient noise, air, the tree damage, mitigation means. In the past, there was no mitigation. Code enforcement only works from 9 to 5, normal hours, and they often wouldn't come. In the past, early past, the police department was able to work on the lot and only oversaw inside. So that visual, and which you should have heard noise too, was not being addressed, even though the police department was right there with the whole situation. So again, there's just no processes or procedures in place to support this application. Will cars be turned away? I'm listening to the Raising Cane's and be backed up onto Bear and into Schiffer Park. I'll let you just read briefly the transparency. I know it's late. It was taken till 1 a.m. last time. These are the transparency, the goals for noise and land use compatibility for the government, the city. And so the facts are that the city of Costa Mesa has repeatedly agreed to CUPs and the property as it was originally zoned, and there was never any mitigation to do anything about it, to the point where many people had to gave up their homes. They gave up living there. And that's why I'm kind of on an island having to fight it. And I'm hoping that you will envision your own backyard undergoing all of this and understand that you wouldn't want to live with people disturbing you all hours of the day and night, screaming, yelling, like what was going on. That it was a common event. All the contractors that are needed. And again, this just gives you a visual of how close my home is to the gate that backs up. The trash truck can't even get out without having to back up a couple times and toggle out. And a vision that there is, if you're going to allow outside activity, push it up to the front of the building and change that Olympic gate to allow them to come in that way. I'm pretty sure then there would be homeowners that really existed that would be fighting back too. So I'm pleading with you to not consider welfare and well-being city words and not allow traffic and an event center to be moved in on top of all that the homes have been through. Leave it at an administratively zoned building. It's how he moved in and what he was expecting. And I think we're there. Oh, actually, one other picture I'd love you to see. This, if you'll go back a little, you can, one more, go forward, where you can see the homes and the trees. You can see that our home, we put $5,000 worth of shutters at the time to try and mitigate noise that was going on. And that didn't even stop a trickle of it. And now there's trees where you can't even see your own backyard, and sunlight as well. Could you just move a little forward on your video to get to that? There you go. There you go. Oh, back one. See, the home actually has a shutter. We had to pay for shutters to try and mitigate noise in our bedroom. So I'm pleading with you not to let this continue on. Keep it administrative. And thank you for letting me give you the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Is the applicant wish to be heard? Yes. Hi.
How's it going? Good evening, council members and mayor. I keep it brief. As Kaylin mentioned, we have been working with the city extensively to kind of revitalize the building. We have put a lot of limitation set forth to ensure there's proper traffic measures. We have limited that we are not going to operate during peak hours. The valet plan goes above and beyond what the property actually needs. Our occupancy is limited to 225 people on site at any given time. And some are staff, and a lot of people carpool to events like this, which means roughly being probably need only 100 cars that can all be parked with a required valet on the left-hand side adjacent to Bear Street and not against any of the neighbors. And that's going to allow us to mitigate a lot of the traffic and the noise. Outside is limited to 9 p.m., no amplified music, and 120 feet away from any of the neighbors, which is going to ensure that we don't have any issues. And even if we do want to hear from the neighbors, and we will adjust our operations to make sure something like that won't happen. But yeah, this is pretty much, in our opinion, straightforward. If you guys have any question, I'll be more than glad to answer and clarify any of our operations.
Council? Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just a couple questions. So I heard you just say that operations wouldn't happen past 9 p.m. Is that correct? And can staff confirm?
On the outdoor, on the courtyard.
Outdoor operations.
Indoors,
sorry,
it would be 10 p.m.
Okay. Staff, is that correct?
That's correct, council member.
Okay. And then what is the enforcement mechanisms in terms of noise impacts for adjacent properties?
So code enforcement and the police department are generally a complaint-driven entities. So a neighbor or just anybody driving down the street, actually, if they think they see a violation, they can contact the appropriate party depending on what the violation is and what time of day it is, and we will look into it.
Okay. And the process, I imagine, will be similar to what we've been through before with some other sites in terms of noise measurements and so on.
That's correct.
Okay.
This site would, as with all sites, have to comply with the noise ordinance.
Yep.
In addition to the conditions of approval.
Yeah, okay. And remediation could be things like moving the location where outdoor events could occur, or moving them indoors, or obviously controlling what's ever happening outdoors.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now we can open up to the public.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Myself and my mom, we live right next to the property. We're not opposed to it getting improved, but we are concerned about the hours of operation. I have two kids, one in elementary, one in junior high, that I'm pretty strict as far as their time going to sleep. So that's going to disrupt their sleeping patterns if it goes through 9, 10 p.m. Because their bedrooms are pretty much right next to where the wall is to the property where the events are going to be held. Concern also is when these events are happening, are they going to be permitted to come park within the neighborhood and take up parking there and then walk if they needed to, if there's valet, and that's pretty much it as far as that. And another concern I had was the Olympic, but I know they mentioned that it's not going to be used. So it's just mainly hours of operation. Like noise, it's not going to affect us just because we're used to living with noise, you can say. We're growing up, our background, but just hours of operation, we would like them to be reduced, not 8 in the morning or 7 in the morning, where some of the information that was given to us. That's pretty much it.
Yes, ma'am.
I give you credit for being able to stay up so late and be able to think. I've lived there in that area since the late 70s, and so I've been there for TBN and everything. And what they pointed out earlier, that TBN used it so much, all those ways, it was so empty. It really didn't. They had one night a week, they bus people in, and they had something go on. But their bookstore was hardly ever used, so really hardly anybody ever went there. Even though they said they could do all those things, it was hardly used. But my issue with what now might happen is that I think having 7 days a week when they're able to use the outdoors, that's too much. And it starts too early and it ends too late. To me, 9 o'clock is late because there's lots of children in the neighborhood. So to be having music out there or people doing whatever they're doing out there, I think that's too much. And the thing about the parking, I like that they're going to be away from Lifestyles and park there. But I wasn't able to come to the February meeting, but I heard that, was there some talk about possibly parking at Schiffer? I hope not, because that's public. Good. Okay. So, I mean, I like they had an open house and they asked us, what do you neighbors want us to do? And we said, we're open to whatever you do, just so you're aware of people, that you care about the neighborhood. So, but to have it be outdoor sound and people and music 7 days a week, that's too much. So, thank you.
So it occurred to me that I forgot to ask about ex-party communications. So why don't this time we start over to my left with Councilmember Gameros and we'll come across.
Yes, I have spoken with the applicant and met with them.
I've spoken with the applicant. I know the applicant, but I may have spoken to him about this project, but if I did, it was very briefly.
No one.
Oh. No, none. None for Councilmember Reynolds. Okay, so anybody on Zoom?
I would like to be able to add in.
Excuse me. Is anybody on Zoom? No. Okay. Was that the appellant who just spoke? Okay, you can't speak right now. Let's close. Well, actually, you know what? I'll give you, I'll give you, let's put it on the clock only to rebut what was said by the people who spoke. And you have 1 minute.
City-sized buses were brought in and parked beside our home with no remedy. People gave up their homes because they could not find remedies. And the previous owner, if you look into it, owns many homes within the neighborhood at this point, which is also a concerning issue for what neighbors are left, I would believe. They know there was NDAs involved with the last applicant, so I'm pretty sure that it was so broad and I didn't get involved, but I did see them. I'm sure people are not talking for that reason too.
Okay, thanks. That's it. A closed public comment. We've got a motion by Gameros. What's your motion?
I make a motion that we approve uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve this project.
Okay, seconded by Chavez. Do you want to speak to the motion?
I just want to say that the intent of this is not to disturb the neighbors, and I know that staff has worked diligently on implementing restrictions on the use of this property, making sure that there's plenty of room and constricting the hours down, and that the applicant has been more than willing to oblige all of the requests from staff. So that's all I have.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for everyone that spoke today on the item. We hear your concerns about the potential noise that could be there. I think the thing that sticks out to me about this and why I'm supporting it is we are limiting it to only 2 events per day. The applicants already mentioned they're planning to park the cars the farthest point away in their property, away from homes, on the left-hand side, closer to the street. And I have no doubt in my mind if there are noise complaints, we will address them through our own city mechanisms. And I'm sure the applicant also wants to make sure this moves smoothly. Ultimately, though, I think similar as the last item, I just don't like having vacant things in Costa Mesa. I think it creates more problems in the line having vacant things. And I know there's an ultimate vision for this property that I'm looking forward to seeing. But until then, I think this is a good, sensible use with good protection to residents. And again, I trust that everyone will follow the rules. And if not, we'll there to help you out.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. Would the maker of the motion consider including a condition that the applicant provide like a hotline for adjacent residents, so if there is noise impacts, they can immediately contact the site to address that?
Can you be more specific when you say a hotline? Is the applicant supposed to provide a phone number that they can call? Is that
Would be, I use the hotline term because that came up in the last discussion, but the idea is that they have a direct contact with like an on-site manager, so that if there is noise impacts, they can communicate with the manager who can address that immediately.
Yeah, I think actually that's probably not a bad idea. Can we just kind of specify that just a little bit, maybe?
It's a condition I think we've used before, so I wonder if staff could recommend something.
And would the applicant
provide contact?
That's okay with the applicant?
That's okay with us. When the events are going on, we're going to have on-site staff, so they can I'll be more than happy to share the contact information. If there's any immediate concerns, they can reach out to the facility managers and they would address it.
So there would be a point of contact for every event, no matter what, on-site, if there was any type of concern that
Correct.
could be utilized? And then you would maybe just, how would the residents know that, how would anyone know to utilize that number?
So they would provide the information for the on-site contact. I assume it'd be the same number available.
Correct. And case could be that similar to how we send the mailers out, we can, mail out a, confirmation with our information to the adjacent neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Do you have a website?
We do. We do have a website. We have a specific email for the project as well too.
Yeah.
So you could put the hotline on the website?
Yeah. We could definitely.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
You're willing to agree to that? I think it's a good suggestion, Councilmember. Okay, second agree?
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, I think that's the reason I suggested that is it's a much quicker feedback loop than a complaint that goes to city's code enforcement that would be, potentially addressed days later. So I appreciate that addition.
Excellent suggestion. Good work. I support it. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, good stuff.
Mayor, just to get ahead of the curve, I make a motion to move meeting past midnight.
I'll second it. Let's do it. Let's call for the question.
Let me get on there. Gotta get to a new motion. motions. I'm sorry, it just takes me a minute. Okay, now you can vote.
Okay.
Councilmember Reynolds, please. Can you vote? Yes, motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, on the next item, okay, may I make a suggestion of staff? Okay, we had our planning, our study session, the mid-year budget report and all the finances was presented there. I believe we were all present. Can we just cut to the chase and talk about does anybody object, council or staff, to cut to the chase and talk about the additional positions that we're talking about, and just skipping the whole financial presentation? Is everybody okay with that? Okay? I hear everybody saying okay. So we'll just skip to it. So with that, let's read the title.
Fiscal year 2023-24 mid-year budget update and adjustments. Thank you. Sorry, presentation by Ms. Molina, Finance Director.
So concurring with Mayor and City Council, we'll do further presentation and go straight to any questions.
Oh, no, it's fine. I mean, I just think it's just the point about if maybe we could talk about the positions, but not, that's what I was trying to do, but not talk about the actual, are we just doing the positions? I thought we were going to do a presentation on the mid-year budget.
It's essentially the same presentation we did on the March 12th study session, which included the positions as well as the carryover request from the prior year.
Oh.
So it's the same
Oh, okay.
presentation, essentially.
Oh, okay. So you weren't, oh gosh, let me look at the thing. It's all right, whatever you want to do. I'm just trying to find your PowerPoint
Yeah,
in my
so
stack.
Mayor and Council, yes, the presentation before you tonight is essentially the same as what was given March 12th at the study session. We discussed both the financials, the staffing request, the need to do the CIP carryover. The presentation tonight that we were going to do wasn't going to go into the same level of detail on the CIP carryover, but we do need an action on that because otherwise we can't continue some of the capital projects unless we officially carry over the funds from last year into this year, and that typically happens at mid-year. So if you'd like to focus on questions, that could be efficient in terms of time, but the presentation that Carol was going to give you tonight, you've seen all of those slides, heard all of that information regarding the rationale for the positions, the fact that we have additional revenue. We're requesting some FTEs here, 3.7 or so, and we believe that there's the funding to do it. We'd rather not wait till the July 1 effective day of the budget because that just delays the work by another 3 months. Or
All right.
close to that.
Any questions, council? Okay. So if that's the case, let's open it up for public comment. No public comment in the chambers. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment. Okay, we got a motion by Chavez. What's your motion?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. Any comments regarding that?
Real brief. You know, of these 5 positions, 2 of them are in development services, which we know are very critical for us improving our city in terms of planning. 2 are for PD, making sure we keep the community safe, and 1 is for parks. All these are things you value and care about. It's also something we can afford in our budget. Yeah.
Okay, good stuff. So, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I think Councilmember Chavez covered it all.
Good stuff. Let's call for the question.
Mayor Stevens, please.
I'll try it.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, good. Moving on to the last item, new business item number 2.
Okay. All right, thank you. This is appointment to the Planning Commission and various city committees. Good. I'll be doing the presentation. Just 1 sec, we'll be bringing it up. And this will just be helping to show slides to facilitate the appointments. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. For your consideration are one appointment to the Planning Commission and appointments to various committees. The Planning Commission appointment is by Councilmember Reynolds. The appointments to various committees will be made by Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, and Councilmember Gameros, and Councilmember Harper has deferred his appointments to the council liaisons.
Okay. Good stuff. All right.
All right, then. Additionally, staff is recommending the City Council formally dissolve the Historical Preservation Committee and approve the transfer of approximately $13,000 to the Historical Society. I recommend you do public comments at this time, then we'll begin the appointment process first with the Planning Commission and then by each committee.
Okay, that's a solid recommendation. Let's go to public comments. No public comments? All right. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Excellent. We'll close public comments and we'll go to, I guess, Councilmember Reynolds, you're on the clock for Planning Commissioner.
Yep, I have the old agenda. My recommendation for nomination, motion for the District 5 Planning Commissioner is David Martinez.
Second.
Okay. All right. I think that's good. So that we'll consider that a motion. I definitely support that. And so do you have anything to say? You might want to say something in support of David?
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank everyone who applied for this. It's really heartening to see, I think, a growing interest in the work that we're doing in planning and land use in Costa Mesa. It was really nice to see the thoughts that people had and excitement about what we're trying to do, especially with the rezoning efforts. So while it would have been easier to have only one person that was really exciting, it was also exciting to have several people on the list who I thought would be great. David, the reason I'm nominating David, one, his values are absolutely aligned with mine and what I ran for in District 5, so that's really important. He's also demonstrated that he's extremely, extremely smart. I think I've known him now his whole adult life. Is finishing school in public policy. He's passionate in this area, already has experience shaping state law on land use, which is very, very impressive. And I think he brings an important and fresh perspective. Also, a lot of the work that Planning Commission will be doing with the rezoning with Fairview Developmental Center is, decades or more time horizons. And I think it's really important to have someone who has that long time horizon based on his youth and will really represent his generation, who I think we need to be designing for. So I think he'll be great.
Councilmember Chavez?
I mean, real quickly, David's someone I go for policy advice, and he's younger than me. I also, as a person that got on city council at 23 years old, I think we should be embracing the youth and embracing the perspectives, and I think David brings a lot of unique perspectives. He's someone that bikes a lot. I know he started biking due to Councilman Reynolds, and I think it's good to empower the youth for our city.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a very thoughtful and informed, knowledgeable young man, and he'll be a credit to the commission. And I also want to just let the public know, on the OCTA board, he's pretty much the only person from Costa Mesa that comes at 9 o'clock in the morning to talk to the directors. And I find that, that's putting in the work. And that's exactly the type of person we need on the Planning Commission. So good, really good nomination, good motion, Councilmember Reynolds. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0. Mr. Mayor, I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
I just heard from Councilmember Harper, and he would prefer to defer his appointments to the next meeting.
Oh, okay. So,
What does that mean?
no, I mean, No, we just,
Just his, yeah.
just his. So we skip him and we'll still be able to make quorum on the committees. We just, we'll just go back and he can make some nominations at the next time. We'll just have an item when he just does that. That's fine with me.
Okay.
Does any council member have a problem with that? I'm okay with that. Okay. Okay, fine.
Okay, the next is the Animal Services Committee.
And so, Madam Clerk, do you want to do it where we go each one, or how do we want to do it? This is the new way of doing it. I think.
Right. Well, if we could, you could each make your selection and
And then
then
we
vote
just
on it.
vote on it all together? Okay, like a little draft. Like I can't pick Caitlin Clark, unfortunately. She's not up for the Animal Services
And then we'll
Committee.
just consider the first person who speaks makes the motion, and then the next
Okay.
person makes the second.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. Well, since I can't pick Caitlin Clark, I'll pick Kara Stewart for Animal Services Committee. And next up is who? Who's on the clock?
Wait. Councilmember.
Okay, Councilmember Gameros.
Yeah, I'm going to defer mine to the council liaison, which in this case would be the mayor.
Okay, Angela Minhares.
All right, mine? Okay, I'm also going to defer my selection to the council liaison.
No, yikes. Sean Healy.
I'll explain my rationale later.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's next? That's Harper? That's Harper?
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're good.
So Harper gets to pick the fourth. So then the motion would be Kara Stewart, Angela Minhares, and Sean Healy. Second by Chavez. Call for the question.
Sorry, there we go. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, active transportation.
Yes.
Go the other direction.
What's that?
Start with me.
Are we going to snake it?
Yeah.
Well, how do we do it? I mean, I don't care. Do we go with same in the same order?
Or would you like to rotate?
We can.
What's your preference?
It doesn't matter. It really
All
doesn't
right,
matter.
I'm just going to jump in, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Jump
so
in.
I'll nominate for the active transportation.
Yeah.
The man who's waited all night, Robert Morse.
He deserves it. Santa Bob. Okay. Who's next? Can I go? Yeah. All right. I'm going to go with the flow. Flo Martin.
Councilmember
Who's
Gameros?
next?
Okay. Councilmember Gameros?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to the council liaison on this.
That's Councilmember Reynolds, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, and then so I would be recommending 3 to the list. Michael Moses Nolf,
Okay.
Andrew Barnes, let me make sure I'm not, and Alex Campoli.
Okay.
But there's only one appointment. Oh, okay.
No, there's 6.
2 appointments
You're
by
right, I'm
liaison,
sorry.
and then Gameros, yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Well done. Okay, let's make that a motion.
So moved.
Wait. 1, 2.
Motion by Chavez, seconded by
Oh, I
Reynolds.
think there's one more appointment.
Well, that's Harper's.
That's Harper's.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
So we have 5. Okay, good job. Councilmember Chavez and Reynolds, please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, next is the 5-pack. And so there's five that have applied and 4 that we pick, right? Okay, so I'll start. Quinn Callahan. Who's next?
I'm next. I'll defer to the council liaison on that.
Sean Healy.
You're up.
Again, I'll defer to the council liaison.
James Andrew. And then Harper gets one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good.
Let's just start vote.
All right.
Councilmember Gameros, please. To vote, please. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, thank you.
All right. So back to me.
Public, Housing and Public Services Grants Committee.
I'll nominate Michael Toe.
Good choice. I'll do Ricardo Ramirez.
I'm going to defer to council liaison.
Kieran Grant. Or Catherine Grant, sorry.
Catherine Grant, yeah.
My apologies.
Okay, does Harper get one?
Yes, but that'll be deferred.
Okay. Okay, so let's vote on that one. Chavez made the motion, Guerrero second.
Okay.
Call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez, please. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. So we have, in this one,
The Mobile home park.
mobile home parks, looks like we have 4, right? But they have to fall into different categories. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go Vicky Talley in the park owner and rep category.
I'm going to defer to the council liaison on that as well.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, could maybe the others make their appointments, and I'm gonna try to round it out to balance.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to defer as well. So
Oh, okay. Then you can round it. Then you can
That makes
round it
sense.
out.
Yeah. Okay, so the owner category was picked. So for at-large, Paul Lancaster. And then the 2 mobile park residents, Leslie Cheney Eames and Gregory Harold.
Well, the only problem there is I think Harper gets one.
Oh,
Oh, yes.
So you could pick one more. What you could pick another one more, but you have to choose between the 2.
just one, okay, so Leslie was just voted no chair, so Leslie.
Leslie. Okay, excellent. Okay, do you have that?
I'm sorry, can I change that? I'm gonna leave for Harper the at-large citizen, so let's do Gregory Harold and Leslie Eames. So drop Paul Lancaster.
Okay, no
Get that,
problem.
Brenda?
Yes, I've got it.
Gregory Harold, Leslie E. Cheney Eames, and Vicky Talley. Okay,
Okay.
call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds, please. Motion carries 5-0. And one more, please. Approve the recommendation to dissolve the historical preservation and transfer the funds.
Motion by Chavez, second by Reynolds. Call for the question.
Before we adjourn,
Motion carries 5-0.
Yes,
can I make a comment?
of course. Yes, this
Thank
is
you.
if anybody wants to make a comment at this time, let's get it off their chest.
Okay, thanks. Well, I don't want to end this meeting on a sour note, but I can't help but make a comment about our committee appointments in that I'll say I was very, disappointed by the candidates, not necessarily them personally, but what looks like the amount of time and effort that was put into submitting these. I treat these like job applications. And so just want to make a general comment to those who are going to apply in the future. Santa Bob's a good example, waiting here all night to participate, but also put in the effort to do the application. And, we've known each other over the years. If you're applying and you don't know anybody on council, call them, advocate for yourself. Spend more than 5 minutes on an application, because if you can't put in that time, then quite frankly, I'm not interested, which is largely why I deferred a lot of my my appointments. This should be taken seriously. I know it's like past midnight, but these are important positions. They're a great way to get to learn what happens in the city, how to develop relationships. I just want to see that same level of effort being put in. I share some of the blame. I did not recruit as many people as I would have liked to this time around. I did suggest some for positions, but if you want to be involved, then get to know us and put your best foot forward. Now you can drop the mic.
Wow. Can you uplift us a little bit, Councilmember Chavez?
Well, I have a quandary for council before everyone leaves. Are you guys interested in bringing back an ordinance for looking into drive-throughs? Because that was the issue that was brought up during Raising Cane's. Like with the moratorium, banning them.
Yeah. Oh, no. No, I'm not. I mean, we do have issues. If you're asking, we do have issues with some drive-throughs, but I don't think it rises to the level of a moratorium. Okay. By the way, as we clearly established, for anybody who's hungry, Raising Cane's is open.